Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The November 7, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement at the beginning of each of our meetings that this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. This is a very special day for us in the city of Las Vegas. We are honored with the presence of the young men and women and the leaders of these young men and women, having come from across this land and from even places further than that, to join us today for celebrating the 232nd anniversary of the United States Marine Corps and the 60th anniversary of the United States Air Force. My friends, this is the only council meeting that I was looking forward to in the past 8.5 years. I was anticipating partaking in the festivities and the celebration and the honoring today, I think more than any other day that I can remember. Unfortunately, last Tuesday, I received a phone call from the governor requesting, and it's more than a request when he requests it, my presence in Carson City for a meeting this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And unless the Air Force is willing to lend me an F-16, I am going to be limited to Southwest. And the only flight that I'm able to make is a 10:20 flight up to Reno and then the drive over to Carson City in order to make the meeting. So I am going to try to stay as long as I possibly can. I respect every one of our military personnel who's here. I am grateful that you are here, and I beg your forgiveness because of this unexpected interruption in my schedule if I have to leave early. So before we begin with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Lieutenant Colonel Michael A. Brown, the Senior Installation Chaplain for Nellis Air Force Base, and please remain standing for the presentation of the colors and the national anthem. In addition to that, we're pleased to have with us today the Honor Guards from the United States Air Force and the United States Marines to present the colors. Following the presenting of the colors, Master Sergeant Robert Brooks, Master Sergeant Joseph Ford, and Staff Sergeant Jason Gilbert will perform our national anthem.
Would you join me in prayer? Creator God, the author of liberty, our hearts are truly full of praise, and our thoughts turn to your many blessings during this time of year. You instilled the dream of liberty deep within your people and blessed us with courageous men and women who risked everything to make that dream a reality. We thank you for the sacrifices of the veterans of our nation, for the heritage of freedom that has been passed down through the ages, generation to generation. For the last 232 years that the Marine Corps has stormed the beaches in the country's wars that we have been a part of. For the last 60 years that the Air Force has dominated the skies in every conflict. For every soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine, past and present, that have selflessly left family and home for a cause greater than themselves, some to never return, some to return in flag-draped coffins, some to return permanently disabled by the physical and psychological wounds of combat. These acts are the price. These results are the cost. These men and women are the blessing for a free nation. Lord, may we never forget that our wealth as Americans is not measured by material gain, but by the measure in which we bring that dream of liberty that you instilled in our hearts into fruition. Thus we pray, long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might. Great God, our King. Amen.
Carry. Go. Ready, two. Right, face. Forward, march. Details. Halt. Left. Face. Breathe in. Go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Ready, good. Right, face. Forward, march.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Okay.
Ready, two. All right, rest.
I think everybody better rise. I was right. You know, there's a reason that I'm going to Carson City, okay?
Did you have you have it?
Mayor, thank you very much. Have a good day. Take good care of us for us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. For our first item, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize the U.S. Marine Corps on its 232nd anniversary. Councilwoman?
The mayor and our city council members are proud today to honor the United States Marine Corps on its 232nd anniversary this week, November 10th. And I'm going to take a little more time today to recognize people in the audience. I hope my council members, and I'm sure they do, support me in this. But what a great show of patriotism we have in this room today. Yes. Included here are the Marine Corps League, Marine Corps Riders, Military Order of the Devil Dogs, Women Auxiliary, American Legion, Devil Pups, ROTC Program, Veterans in Politics, International Marines from Detachment 2, Marines from Bulk Fuel, Marines from Camp Pendleton, from San Diego, from 29 Palms, Marine recruiters from across the country, Blue and Gold Star Mothers Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Marine Force Reconnaissance Association, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Vietnam War vets, and members of the Marine Force Reserve, as well as many more. And if I haven't mentioned your name, please forgive me. I tried very hard to get down as many of you as I could, because we're so appreciative that you're here today to help us in this honor we're giving. We also are honored today to have with us Lieutenant General Retired Carol Mutter, the first female 3-star general in U.S. military history. In would you please stand? And we have representatives here from some of our government offices, Senator Harry Reid's office, Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley's office, Congressman John Porter's office, and Governor Jim Gibbons' office. And I wonder if we could have those representatives approach us here if they have proclamations to share. If you have any proclamations, if you would just come up here with us. And we'll have you give yours as we bring these people up. We have two people I would like to call up to each accept a copy of the proclamation we are presenting to the United States Marine Corps to celebrate their 232nd birthday. To accept on behalf of the active and retired Marines, we have Major General Thomas D. Waldhauser. If you come up, please. And we also have, on behalf of the Marine Corps Civilian League, Michael Lamb. And someone else I'd like to have up here while we are giving the proclamations is Steve Sanson, who's president of the Veterans in Politics, because he did so much to organize this. First, I'm going to have you give your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrea Mendoza with Congresswoman Berkeley's office, and it is a great honor to be here with you this morning. And on behalf of the Congresswoman sends a congressional recognition, which reads, out of Nevada's 1st Congressional District honors Major General Thomas Waldhauser on the occasion of the 232nd Year of Marine Corps defending our great nation. Thank you, and thank you for your service, sir. We also have another proclamation that honors the United States Marine Corps on the occasion of its 232nd year defending our great nation. Once again, thank you.
Very much. And now I'd like to read this proclamation in full because as I read it, it was so meaningful, and I know it will be to all of us here and to those in the audience. We, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, are honored to designate November 10th, 2007, Marine Corps Day in the city of Las Vegas. And the United States Marine Corps has been faithfully serving the citizens of America since November 10th, 1775, when at Tum Tavern, the first Marines were recruited to serve aboard the ships of the newly formed Continental Navy. And during the following 232 years, the Marine Corps has served in every clime and place. Marines have fought from the shores of Tripoli during the war with the Barbary pirates to the forests of France during World War I, and they earned the nickname of Devil Dogs in their fighting in World War I. The Pacific Theater of World War II saw the Marines engaged in many epic struggles, now deeply etched into the history of the United States and the Marine Corps. The names of Guadalcanal, Saipan, Tarawa, Okinawa, and Iwo Jima all are hallowed names in the history of the Corps. And the Marine Corps again answered the country's call in the jungles of Vietnam. Marines fought gallantly, turning back the North Vietnamese Army's Tet Offense during the Battle of Hue City and the Siege of Kusan. And the Marines of today stand tall with the heroes of the past. The global war on terrorism has seen the modern Marine Corps actively involved and engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan. And over their very proud 232-year history, the United States Marine Corps has honorably and faithfully served the citizens of the United States of America. Though not large in numbers, their pride and esprit de corps are legendary, as is their motto, Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, they are the first to fight, the few, the proud, the United States Marine Corps. Now we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, proudly proclaim November 10th, 2007, Marine Corps Day, recognizing the 232nd anniversary of the United States Marine Corps. And we urge all the citizens of Las Vegas to join us in celebrating diversity and recognize the United States Marine Corps. Thank you. And we have one more proclamation.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Congressman John Porter, I am honored and privileged to be here this morning to present two congressional recognition awarded to United States Marine Corps in honor of all active and reserve duty Marines for their service to our country. Presented on this 7th day of November 2007, John C. Porter, United States Congressman. I have another one that I would like to present also to the United States Marine Corps. In honor of all Marines that have been honorably discharged from the United States Marine Corps and for their service to our country. Thank you very much.
Our hearts are full in gratitude to the Marine Corps, and I'd like to have you say a few words, if you would, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. The mayor had to leave, obviously, and in his opening remarks, he indicated that he was happy to have all the young Marines and service people here today. I want you, please pass to the mayor, if you could, Ms. Councilwoman, that I consider myself one of those young Marines that he spoke about today. It's truly an honor for me to be here today representing not only all the active duty and the reserve Marines who fight the battle today, nearly 30,000 of whom are forward deployed, but it's also an honor for me to represent all of you, you active duty Marines, former Marines, retired Marines, members of the Marine Corps League. It's an honor for me to stand before you today and receive these awards on behalf of our Commandant. Now, finally, I would just like to say that you can be proud of what your Marines are doing today on the battlefields, forward deployed, primarily in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think that all the compliments that were given today and all the clapping and all the oorahs that were given, I'm sure they heard them all the way in the Anbar province. So thank you very much.
On behalf of the Greater Nevada Detachment and the retired, non-active duty, former Marines that are in the audience and here in the city of Las Vegas, we would like to thank the City Council and Councilwoman Tarkanian for initiating this action and giving us this honor. There's a whole lot of our guys here today as citizens of Las Vegas, also our citizens of Las Vegas wearing the blue of the Air Force. We all appreciate greatly the honors you've given us today, and it really makes the day. We look forward to celebrating our 232nd birthday party with our Marine Corps Birthday Ball. But again, we thank you so much for this honor that you've bestowed upon us, and Semper Fi.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great job, Councilwoman. For our next item, we'll continue with...
My apologies to the Council Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to thank the City of Las Vegas for making this happen. I'd like to thank the City Council, especially Councilman Tarkanian. I just want everybody to know that when the war is over, the war is not over, because the military still have to fight a lot of post-traumatic stress disorder and a lot of combat injuries they sustain when they come back. So I want everybody to recognize that. With that, I like to give a pin. It's a Marine Corps pin and American flag pin to each of the City Council members. I would pin it on you, brother. I don't want to mess up your suit. I'd like to thank the General for showing up from Camp Pendleton. Hoorah, General. I'd like to thank the first 3-star female general in the military for coming out here. I'd like to thank the official, Ramon Torres, for helping make this possible. First Sergeant Brown, that I've been working with, where's the First Sergeant? Hoorah, for helping me out with this. And if I miss anybody, my apologies, but I know Las Vegas is a great city. It's made up of a lot of diversity and a lot of military organization, the Nellis Air Force, and all the Marines that are here, whether you're active or whether you're out of the military, I want to thank you. And for all the Marines that are in the audience, let me hear a count of 3, one big hoorah. 1, 2, 3. Semper Fidelis, Marines.
Thank you, Steve. For next time, we'll continue with the recognition of the Armed Forces by honoring the U.S. Air Force on its 60th anniversary. I'd like to ask Brigadier General Stephen L. Hogue, 57th Wing Commander from Nellis Air Force Base, to join us at the podium, please. Today, we celebrate not only 60 years of the U.S. Air Force, but a long, fruitful relationship with Nellis Air Force Base. In 1941, the U.S. Army Air Corps began training World War II pilots and gunners at the Las Vegas Army Airfield, the site of present-day Nellis Air Force Base. The base has played an integral part in our history and has added to the economy and the community. Not only are we celebrating its 60th anniversary, but Air Force Week as well. There are a number of activities planned for this week, and all of it will conclude with the popular Aviation Nation on November the 10th and 11th, and we invite you all out there. We would like to thank the Color Guard drill team for its performance in the plaza before the meeting, and the trio for their beautiful rendition of our national anthem. If you haven't already done so, make sure you stop by to see the Air Force NASCAR, which is on display near the flagpole in the plaza area. But I do have one request. Councilman Ross would like to take that around the block a couple times for lunchtime today. On behalf of the entire City Council, I am proud to present the United States Air Force with this proclamation recognizing November 5th through 11th as Air Force Week in Las Vegas, and ask all citizens to join in that celebration.
Well, thank you very much. I am honored to be here. Evidently, I needed an F-16 on the schedule a little earlier, so next time, let me know. We could have taken care of some of those transportation arrangements. What a fantastic day. We got here in August. It was 115 degrees. I was wondering, wow. And now, these last couple months in this beautiful time of year, this is the time I think that you really enjoy living in this wonderful city. To all the men and women of Las Vegas, what I want to say is, first of all, congratulations for everything you've done to support the Air Force over the last 60 years. As the councilman just mentioned, we're celebrating our 60th anniversary. Actually, the September 18th was that day. But please come out to the air show this weekend and take a look at what your Air Force is doing for you each and every day. I know you'll be proud. But what I need to do is remember some of the folks in the history that have got us to where we are today. And I'd be remiss if I didn't start off by recognizing a distinguished group of aviation pioneers with us. If you could please stand up, the women of the Air Force Service Corps, or pilots, if you will. Now, if you want to get an appreciation for what they did, come on out this weekend, because you'll see some of the airplanes that they flew on the ramp at Nellis Air Force Base. From the B-17s to the T-6 Texans, you name it. I think we are now just beginning to understand the contribution that they made, both culturally as far as being pioneers to our nation. So thank you so much. I also want to recognize some more current heroes that have just returned from overseas. Like our Marine brethren, they're serving in harm's way. Right now, the Air Force has around 28,000 of its airmen deployed in Afghanistan and Iraq. Fly about 250 sorties a day, about 80 to 85,000 missions a year. And we've been doing that ever since Desert Storm, after the 1991 conflict. We've had some airmen that just returned. They were honored with a Bronze Star Medal for courage and valor serving in the EOD capacity all over in different parts of Iraq. So if I could please have those airmen stand up today. Thank you. And finally, I would be truly remiss if I did not offer my congratulations to the United States Marine Corps. Besides spending a year with the Marines at the crossroads of the Corps of Quantico, I'm also the product of a Marine father who spent a number of years in China in World War II, also in Korea. So I would say that the imprint goes well beyond the generational, if you will. So please, once again, thank you to the great citizens of Las Vegas. This is my third tour here. Unbelievably enough, every time I come back, it seems like the city triples in size. But I will tell you that one of the things you may not know is Nellis is truly the gateway for the combat capability of our Air Force. We bring in new aircraft, we test them there. Every airplane that goes downrange in today's fight trains out there at green flag. Every aircraft that's been training for the next generation fight goes through in red flag. And we'd be honored if you come join us this weekend to celebrate our 60th anniversary as we begin to form those same steep traditions that our sister service, the Marine Corps, has had now for 232 years. Thank you very much.
Could we please have our military stand up one more time for a great round of applause? Thank you all from the citizens of Las Vegas. For our final item, Councilman Barlow will recognize an outstanding young man. Councilman?
Actually, it's a young lady. Thank you. I stand before you today honored to recognize an outstanding student. The Junior Giant program is a program headed by the San Francisco Giants. And so for that, I would like to ask for Mr. Tate, would you please come forward at this time? The Junior Giants had entries from over 75 of their regional leagues. Scholarship was awarded to only 10 students. Asti Banston, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, an 8th grader from Las Vegas, attends Escobedo Middle School. She won the scholarship and was unique among the other 10 because she also received the Cleopatra Bond Scholarship to pay for her travels over the next 5 years to Junior Giants Scholars event. The Junior Giants Scholarship Program is geared as an incentive to remain committed to academics and your community while in high school. Payment of the scholarship funds are awarded after successfully graduating high school and upon acceptance of higher education or another qualifying program. Asti, would you please come forward? When asked, please list your top 3 goals for your future and tell us how furthering your education will help fulfill each of these goals, she answered, my top 3 goals I hope to accomplish for my future would first be to graduate high school as valedictorian. I will accomplish this goal by having minimum absences, working hard in my studies, and studying persistently for my exams. The second goal I would like to accomplish is to attend college. I intend to carry the good study habits and discipline that I have obtained in high school on into college, where I want to receive a bachelor's degree in chemistry. My goal during this period is also to make the dean's list. I will do this by being prepared and doing my very best that I can. Last but not least, I expect to attend medical school. I will do this by practicing good study habits in college and focusing on my studies without distractions. I want to attend medical school because I hope to become a plastic surgeon. Not only does Asti have goals, but she has recognized the need to plan to succeed. I included in her goals are plans which, if followed, will inevitably lead to her success. We're behind you 100% all the way, Asti, so congratulations on this goal. And Mr. Tate, if you will, I would like for you to share a few words before we hand Asti the microphone and also present her with her recognition.
Thank you, Councilman. I'd like to thank the City Council people for allowing us to come out today. This is a program that we do on the west side of Las Vegas, and I ran this program in California 10 years prior to coming to Las Vegas, and this is our 5th season here. And the thing that impressed me the most about it was the time and effort that the Giants put in to each year try to make it a lot better than what it was the year before. The educational phase of it has been in place for 5 years. The first youngsters to receive it are now freshmen in college. Our California program had one of the first to receive it. He's a freshman at the University of Santa Clara right now. And working with the youngsters, it's good to see them after they graduate to come back and say, thanks, Coach, for your assistance. And Asti, at this time, the councilman said he would like for me to present you with this award. Keep up the good work, and I'm sure that you'll succeed your goals. Asti was one of the students 2 years ago. For 2 consecutive years, we ran business courses, and she was one of our top students in our business courses that we did during the summer, which a young man from community college here in Las Vegas took care of for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. This certificate reads, Certificate of Achievement presented to Asti C. Bankston. Congratulations on being recognized as the Junior Giants Scholar. We commend you. Congratulations. She said, I don't want to say anything. Well, on behalf of the Mayor and City Council, congratulations. Please keep up the good work, and we look forward to you coming back to the Las Vegas Valley as a medical doctor. Thank you so much.
This concludes our ceremonial this morning. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes to clear the hall. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Item 10 is any item from the morning session that council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have item number 20, approval of the new beer, wine, cooler on sale license, Fresh and Easy Neighborhood Market, Inc., doing business as Fresh and Easy Neighborhood Market, 4810 West End Road. That is requested by staff to be stricken. Item number 31, approval of agreement number 080073KR, award recommended to Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC, requested by staff to be stricken. Item number 38, approval to create one regular full-time senior planner position, requested by staff to be stricken. Item number 52, approval of sewer refunding agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Indian Summer Development, requested by staff to be tabled. Item number 70, work card appeal, Mark Hansen, requested by staff to be stricken. Item number 71, work card appeal, Richard Kenneth Hall, Jr., requested by Metro to be stricken. Item number 72, work card appeal, Carolyn Nelson, requested by Metro to be stricken. Item number 76, disposition and development agreement with Tapestry Group, Inc., Westcliff and Tenaya Way, requested by the applicant to be held in abeyance to the November 21st, 2007 council meeting. And item number 81, Child Care Licensing Board, Jonna Tompkins, requested by Councilman Wolfson to be held in abeyance until the November 21st, 2007 council meeting.
Are there any other items we need to move forward at this time?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I need to pull item 59 off the consent agenda.
Okay. Are there any other items? We will later.
Mayor Pro Tem?
We will in a minute. Hearing no other items to be brought forward at this time, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I would move to bring those items forward and take appropriate action.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Items 11 through 61 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items in the council that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Council members, I have two items in my ward. Item 18. Item 18 is approval of special event alcoholic beverage license for a Las Vegas Fair, location Freedom Park, 850 North Mojave Road, dates November 8th through the 11th, special event, general event, carnival. And item 28, item approval of a new pistol permit license, Pawn Plus 4 LLC, doing business at Pawn Plus IV, 1237 East Sahara Avenue, Craig McCall. This is in Ward 3. Are there any other items we need to report at this time? I have a need for 58, I believe, and 59.
58.
Mr. Kukowski, we have item 58. Item 58 is approval of removal of parking along Casino Center Boulevard from Charleston Boulevard to Ogden Avenue and on 3rd Street from Imperial Avenue to Charleston Boulevard to accommodate the Downtown Connector Bus Rapid Transit Project. Councilman Ross asks that item number 59 is approval of resolution supporting alternative 1 of the preliminary alternatives for the supplemental environmental impact statement regarding the Upper Las Vegas Wash Conservation Transfer Area in Ward 6. Council Lady Tarkane, do you have an item, please?
Yes, I'd like to pull out items number 21, 27, 29 for separate vote, please.
21, 27, what was the other one?
29.
We have item 21 is approval of a new restricted gaming license for 15 slots subject to confirmation of approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission at 2558 South Valley View Boulevard. Item 27 is approval of a new pistol permit license, Pawn Plus 3 LLC, doing business at Pawn Plus, 3010 South Valley View Boulevard. And item 29 is approval of a new pistol permit license for Pawn Plus, doing business at Pawn Plus, 2200 South Rainbow Boulevard. Are there any other items? Hearing none, I would take a motion for the consent calendar with the exception of these items, please.
I'd move for approval of consent, except for items 18, 21, 27, 28, 29, 58, and 59.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 18. I've already read it in the record. Is the applicant present on item 18, please? Please step forward, state your name.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mauricio Freire Marina.
Thank you very much. My concern is some of these special events that we have at Freedom Park, the music gets really, really loud. Freedom Park is located in the middle of a neighborhood. I would just ask that we try to keep the music at a minimum so that we're not disturbing the neighbors.
Okay.
And you agree to that?
Yes.
We can contact you if we have to have music turned down at any time during this 3 days event.
It will be no problem.
Thank you very much. With that on the record, I make a motion for approval of item 18 with this condition added. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Item 27, 28, and 29 are all in regards to Pawn Plus. Is there a representative here from Pawn Plus? Ma'am, could you just come to the microphone, please, Carol? I know the concern I have, and I just want it on the record because I think a lot of people see these kind of items in our agenda. They are able, under this license, to accept guns for pawn, but the guns are not sold out of these stores. Is that not true?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Craig McCall is the owner of these locations, and he has several businesses in town, and he has for years. He did put on the applications that he would accept handguns in for pawn only, and they would only be sold through a wholesaler that's out of state, that's federally licensed. He will not sell handguns from these locations, and those are written right on the licenses, the license applications.
Thank you very much, Ms. Myers. Councilman, do you have any other questions?
Basically, that was the same thing I wanted to get on the record so that it's known that no guns are sold, and that is a condition that we have with those pawn cases.
We can actually, when we type up his permit, we can put that right on the permit so it's posted at the location. And we do inspect those locations, and if we find that that differs, we can bring it back to council's attention.
Please let us know.
Will.
On item 20, can we make a motion for 27, 28, and 29 altogether?
Yes, you can.
Councilman, do you want to make the motion?
You can make it.
I make a motion to approve items 27, 28, and 29 with that condition added that they will be on the license, that no guns can be sold or will be sold at these locations. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 58.
Did we miss 21? Because
Yes,
I
did.
had asked
Yes,
to have
yes,
that pulled,
yes,
right?
yes.
I don't
Item
mind if
20
we do it later, but I just want to make sure we do
No,
it.
that's fine. I did miss it. Thank you very much. Item 21 is advance item approval of a new restricted gaming license for 15 slots, subject to confirmation of approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission at 2558 South Valley View Boulevard. Councilwoman?
This is a site where we've had some dubious situations occurring. They had 55 calls for service, I think, in the last year, which is higher than would be expected. And also, we made 2 visual inspections ourselves and found things we felt should not be there. However, that was all under the old owner, and I just want to make sure, and it's on the record, that these are new owners.
That's correct.
And they have stated that one of the 2 of them will be on duty all the time there. Now, do we put that in a condition?
Basically, each location that has liquor has to have a key employee, someone that's gone through the suitability. If you want that as a condition on the license, that one of the owners is there all the time, or could they have a key employee
Well,
there?
it's all right if the majority of the time. It's just I want to have it known that they will be there the majority of the time.
Okay.
And if it's a key employee, I hope that we'll be checking that out also. I did not bring up that as a condition, by the way. They brought it up to me, that they would be there on duty, but I'm sure if 1 or 2 of them are sick, somebody else would have to take their place.
And all key employees have to go through background suitability.
Okay. Then the other thing is, and I discussed this with the new owners, we are conditioning the phone removal from outside.
Okay.
We are conditioning a light in the back of the building. And trash cleanup, which it seems that would be the 3rd condition, but it seems the owner already is making progress, the new owner. And then the other question I had was that almost all of the window is covered with signs, 95% of which are cigarettes or beer. Don't we have a regulation that only a certain amount, or can we restrict that to some extent?
I was going to say, I know that there's a provision in, I believe it's Title 19.
If I could, is the applicant on item 21 in the audience?
No, I don't believe they were
Thank you.
asked to attend.
When Mayor Pro Tem, when I went over this with them, I told them I would ask these conditions. These were things
That's
we
fine.
don't want, and they agreed to that, and then I spoke with Jim.
And Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, Councilwoman Tarkanian, you could condition the license here for a limited number of signs, and that certainly can be part of the conditions that you put on the license, as well as being enforced by code enforcement and business licensing.
So can you say 25% of window space could be signs?
You certainly could.
That would be, this is an area we're working very hard to make a difference. That's what our Keen Day was, and that's why we're trying to raise the standards. And I will tell you that these 2 gentlemen, the new owners, seem very anxious to raise the standards and very willing to do all of this in my conversations with them. So with those in effect, I would move, with those conditions noted, I would like to move for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Hearing none?
Excuse me, on a 6-month review. Can I add that?
Yes.
That's what I would like to add.
This would be a temporary license then with a 6-month review?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion.
With that correction, are there any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please pose. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is approval of removal of a parking along Casino Center Boulevard from Charleston Boulevard to Ogden Avenue and on 3rd Street from Imperial Avenue to Charleston Boulevard to accommodate the downtown connector bus rapid transit project.
Good morning.
This is in Ward 3 and Ward 5.
This morning, Marilyn Oler, a resident on 3rd Street south of Charleston, requested that this item be brought forward so that she could address the council.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
My name is Marilyn Oler, and we own 1113 and 1117 South 3rd Street. And these buildings were built without adequate parking, so I guess they were just grandfathered in. So we've always depended on the street parking for our tenants, and if that no longer is available, we're would have to rent an apartment and advertise no parking available. They're supposed to put a high-rise on the corner of 3rd and Charleston, and when that goes in, it'll wipe out the parking lot that we're using in the back. So I talked to John
McNellis?
Yes, and and this was only about a week and a half ago, and we were going to try to work out something where we took part of our property in the front and made a parking area to make adequate parking. So I wondered if we could just have some more time to make sure that gets settled, that we're going to be able to pull in from the front for parking.
I'd ask Mr. Kukowski, is this at all possible? How soon are we going to go forward with this project?
This has just come to my attention yesterday afternoon. I'm not familiar with the property. The project will be going out to bid very shortly. The issue is we're removing parking all up and down 3rd Street and Casino Center to make way for the BRT, which will be down the center of the street, as you know. We can visit and meet with Marilyn and see what we can work out.
That's fine with me, as long as we can, something can happen so we can have parking. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. McGowan?
John McGowan, Las Vegas resident, also in the affected area. And one question, I believe I mentioned it in the redevelopment agency meeting, that there is a need for proactive address by the Las Vegas City Council of the socioeconomic consequences of things that occur in conjunction with development, redevelopment, or any other kind of significant activity on the part of the city. This is a good example of it. Where is the alternative parking that the city has provided for the people who are affected by this this current move? Is there any? And if none, why not?
This is the first concern I've heard in my portion of this project, and it seems like we're going to address that concern for her, so I think that...
I can appreciate your concern at this juncture, and the fact that this is the first time you've heard of it is also of interest. The whole thing is the city's been here for quite a long time. This is not referring to you in particular, but everybody in the city is aware of issues in the city. You have a city manager, you got city attorney, you got department heads. How come nobody thinks of this before they make these moves? You have to do it post-critically reactive instead of proactive. I'm saying you can do it proactive. Go ahead and do it proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
Name's Hodges, and I just want to say that the word grandfather was mentioned.
Grandfather.
And they said that it was kind of passed on and whatever. So I hope that we don't put these people out of business. We got to come up with, even if we had to build a parking garage for the little business in the percent, whatever. But putting people out of business can be a very dangerous thing. I know it's a part of progress, but before you put a final hammer on it, it's got to make sure that these people are taken care of. Thank you.
We sure will. Thank you. And as far as parking downtown, I think that the city has very adequately addressed the need for parking. We had neighborhood meetings on this issue. I attended one of them. We've had other meetings where we had nobody come to meetings and show any displeasure for this. This is to help us move people very rapidly in our downtown area through the bus system. And I certainly can appreciate what staff has tried to do, and I'm sure staff will work with this lady to make sure that her needs are met and we're not putting anybody out of business. So with that said, I'll make a motion for approval of this item. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 59 is R77-2007, approval of resolution supporting alternative 1 of the preliminary alternative for the supplemental environmental impact statement regarding the Upper Las Vegas Wash Conservation Transfer Area. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wish to make a motion to amend and adopt Resolution R77-2007 with the following amendments. The title shall read as follows: Resolution supporting alternatives 1 and 6 of the preliminary alternatives for the supplemental environmental impact statement regarding the Upper Las Vegas Wash Conservation Transfer Area. Amend paragraphs 4 and 5 of the council resolution section to read as follows. Number 4, express its support of either preliminary alternative 1 or alternative 6 of the current SEIS process, or a version that otherwise provides for the sustained future growth and development of the City of Las Vegas and protection of the Upper Las Vegas Wash. Number 5, urge the local field office of the Bureau of Land Management to strongly consider the alternatives described in paragraph 4 as the preferred alternatives of the SEIS. And council members, for your benefit, you each have a copy of that document, and I think one was entered into the record as well. That's my motion to amend and adopt that resolution, Your Honor.
Thank you. Just for the audience knows at home, we were briefed, I think all the council members were briefed on the different procedures that they had in place to rectify this, but we are supporting alternatives 1 and 6 rather than some of the others. With that said, are there any other comments or questions? You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby, please.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I have a few items to report to you between now and your next council meeting. First, the mayor during the redevelopment agency meeting mentioned a trip that we just completed to New York City, and I'd just like to give a very short report on that. The mayor, myself, Scott Adams, and Bill Arndt from the Office of Business Development went to New York City for the second time in 2 years to try to convey to the investors, the lenders, and the developers in New York City the attractiveness of downtown for investment of dollars. I think this trip was very successful. It was an expansion of the trip that we took a year ago. We actually added a day to the trip, met with more investors. What we learned is there is a lot of investment interest in Las Vegas as a region, but a lot of lack of knowledge of the downtown opportunities. And we were able to, I think, successfully present opportunities in the downtown area, as well as to demonstrate how the city has worked well with developers to attract development. So we were able actually this year to show what has happened in terms of condominium development, office development, and projects that are actually coming out of the ground. The trip was so successful that we expect to see a number of these representatives of the investment firms to be in Las Vegas over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll be hosting them on tours, showing them opportunities for development in the downtown area and investment in existing development.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Selby, if I may, Your Honor. Mayor, Mr. Selby, will we be privy to that as the council, to those dates and who's visiting and when?
We can make you aware of those, certainly.
I would certainly appreciate that.
If you'd like to meet those people, we can make that arrangement.
I think that would be good for the city of Las Vegas.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd also like to report, too, on the Homeless Connect event that was held yesterday. We had some very preliminary numbers. This was an effort countywide by all agencies, including the city of Las Vegas, to serve the homeless community. And just some preliminary numbers, the number of homeless individuals that were served during this event were 2,650. The number that received permanent housing as a result of the event were 201. The number that received permanent jobs were 60. The number that received some grooming, haircuts, shampoo, things of that sort were 198. The number of volunteers for the event, which I think is noteworthy, were 223. So altogether, I think those who were involved in the event consider it to be a success and a great help to the homeless population in Clark County.
Dr. Selby, I don't want to put you on, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but compared to the same event last year, were the numbers up or down from last year?
I would have to ask Mr. Harston. About the same.
About the same.
About the same.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
if you will. I had an opportunity to go out on yesterday and participate in the Project Homeless. And the volunteers and corporate sponsors, I would like to go on the record by saying thank you for your community partnership. Thank you for the efforts you brought forward in making this event a true success. And we look forward to more corporate sponsors and volunteers coming out to assist in the process of this regional issue of homelessness in the not only in the city of Las Vegas, but the Las Vegas Valley as a whole. So I do want to make mention that the corporate sponsorships and the volunteers did an outstanding job, and I would like to thank them for their assistance.
Thank you, Councilman.
And just two other items. This is a reminder of the Veterans Day Parade that will be held downtown. This is one of the biggest parades that we have in southern Nevada. That will occur on our parade route of 4th Street. It will be starting at 10 a.m. on November 11th, and it will run from Gas down to Fremont Street on 4th Street.
I believe we have that on item 68 today.
Yes, we do, to give them some financial support for the council's consideration. And finally, just in observance of Veterans Day and the people that we honor on Veterans Day, City Hall will be closed on Monday, November 12th. That concludes my report.
Any questions for Dr. Selby? Any comments? Thank you very much for a good report, Doctor. Item 63 is report from the city manager on the completion of the City of Las Vegas 2007 Citizens Leadership Academy. Dr. Selby?
I'm back again. I have a little PowerPoint to show you. That's not it. Okay. The Citizens Leadership Academy was an effort that the city started about 4 years ago, and it's designed to reach out to community members who we feel have either taken a leadership role in the community or are advocates for community interests. And this program really is designed to educate people, show them how the city operates from the inside out, a behind-the-scenes look at our government, and to encourage them to stay involved or to get involved in helping preserve and develop and shape our community. This year we had 62 applications. 25 people were selected. We would love to take more people in, but logistically it's just hard to handle more than 25. People from throughout the city, all wards were represented. We had people from various occupations and a good deal of diversity in backgrounds. And that's exactly what we look for in the candidates for the program. We presented a number of topics trying to touch on all of the key things that city government does in the city of Las Vegas, from our general government, where we talk about our form of government and how we operate at an administrative level, down to our various issues with business development and growth. We have people who, as I mentioned, are active volunteers in the community and that actually work with the city on various boards and commissions. This slide represents a cross-section of membership on various boards and commissions. And then I'm not going to read the names, but these are the names of our class members. And of course, you can see them here in the audience wearing their Citizen Leadership Academy shirts. These people really put a lot of effort into this. It was a very intensive undertaking. They were required actually to attend, or they weren't able to actually graduate. And we're so happy that they participated. It's a privilege for us to be able to share how the city operates in all aspects of what we do with some select group of citizens. This is our fourth year, so this is gives us a tally of 100 citizens who have been through this program. We have a speaker from the Academy, as is our tradition, that will address you. But before they do, I just want to thank city staff who are heavily involved in this program. They spend a lot of evenings and weekends supporting it, in particular Chris Knight and Maggie Plaster from my office. And a special thanks to Jennifer Ellis from Mayor Pro Tem's office, who helped with sign language for one of our hearing impaired. At this time, with the council's indulgence, I'd like to invite A.J. Powell, who was elected by the class, to speak on behalf. Ms. Powell is a lifelong resident of the city of Las Vegas. She's a teacher. She's a resident of Ward 5, a member of various boards, including our Citizen Review Board. Ms. Powell?
Thank you. I have 2 minutes.
You have all day.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and esteemed City Council. On any given day, I would normally introduce myself as a single entity, but today I stand before you representing 25 awesome, charismatic leaders from the city's comprehensive 6 wards within the city's Leadership Academy. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shelby, Mr. Chris Knight, Mrs. Maggie Plaster, Mrs. Leanne Lee, Mr. Kevin Parker, the ward liaisons, the administrative assistants that accompanied us along this journey, as well as the numerous city employees who took the time to share their career experiences with us. We learned that you have quite a task in operating the city with such meager finances, yet many citizens have been aided. However, like other world matters, there is still much to do. It is paramount that we work together in our citizen volunteering efforts. A unified contribution makes more of an impact. Likewise, we implore you, our civic leaders, to continue to work in cooperative teams to dispel social ills. The 14th Dalai Lama advised, "Our world is becoming smaller and ever more interdependent with the rapid growth in population and increasing contact between people and governments. In this light, it is important to reassess the rights and responsibilities of individuals, people, and nations in relation to each other and to the planet as a whole. No matter what country or continent we come from, we are all basically the same human being. We have common human needs and concerns. We all seek happiness and try to avoid suffering, regardless of our race, religion, sex, or political status. Human beings, indeed, all sentient beings, have the right to pursue happiness and live in peace and freedom. As free human beings, we can use our unique intelligences to try and understand ourselves and our world. There is a growing awareness of people's responsibilities to each other and to the planet we share, and we strongly believe that individuals do make a difference in society. Every individual has a responsibility to help our global family in the right direction, and we must assume that responsibility. Now, to encourage ourselves in this altruistic attitude, it is helpful to imagine ourselves as single individuals on one side, facing a huge gathering of all human beings on the other side. And then we would ask ourselves, whose interests are more important? It is quite clear that however important we feel that we alone are individuals, while others are infinite in number and importance. Again, we must all continue to unify for the betterment of the city. It makes all the difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Can we please have all the class please stand up? I know that the mayor came down and talked to some of you before the meeting this morning. I know he is really excited about Dr. Selby's program, and he wanted me to congratulate you one more time for being so diligent in making sure you addressed all these areas that were shown to us, that you have offered to give up your names for appointments to some of our volunteer-type boards that we have, and he really appreciates what you've done over the last 8 weeks. Thank you very much. Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I believe this is your fourth year, the fourth class of the Citizens Academy. The first year was in 2004, which was the first year I joined the council, and it just seems like every year the group of graduates gets better and more vibrant and more energetic. I had a chance to speak, and that applause is for you guys. I had a chance to speak to a few of you out in the lobby before, and I'm encouraging many of you to stay involved, stay connected, because the City of Las Vegas has a lot of great programs for those of you that are retired and those of you that are not. There's just a lot of opportunity to stay involved. And then one other comment. As I look around, I'm very impressed with the diversity of this group, but I don't see too many of our younger citizens, our high school students or our college student citizens involved in this, and maybe it's a time commitment. But I'd like to introduce an idea of maybe a junior academy, because we're talking about a citizens leadership council and leadership. Well, let's reach out to some of our future young leaders. And if there's any way we can have what I'm going to call a junior Citizens Leadership Academy. Let's go for it. What do you folks think about that kind of an idea? Thank you.
Anyone else wish to make any comments? Again, congratulations. Thank you, Dr. Selby. Item 64 is report and possible action related to the Las Vegas strategic plan priorities concerning promote healthy lifestyles for all segments of the community.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'd like to just say a few words of introduction before Ms. Jackson makes a short presentation. This is our regular report on one of your strategic priorities. You have 8 of those, as you know, from your strategic plan. We're continuing these reports as we evolve into our Performance Plus initiative, and so we'll continue these reports until we're fully implemented in a new program that will give you different performance metrics and more accountability on our performance for the money that you allot for our various programs. So with that, I'd like to introduce Barbara Jackson and ask her to give you a short presentation. DJ?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Good morning.
Please indulge me a few minutes as I go through some slides on strategic plan priority number 5, which is about promoting healthy lifestyles for all segments of the community. If you will recall, there were 5 indicators of our success relative to this strategic priority: participation levels of all ages in our city programs, the percentage of city publications that included a message of wellness, the percentage of participants in after-school programs and how well they do later in post-high school education, the percent of improvement in our national healthy city factors, and of course the city's sponsored wellness program. The participation level of all age groups in city programs, as you know, this addresses the physical, mental, emotional, and social and spiritual well-being of a person. With that module in mind, we are serving many of our constituents in many ways, and we've developed a model to try to more accurately capture the true participation levels in all levels of our activities. Towards that end, we have certainly realigned our objectives in our class program to increase the reliability and consistency of the information that you're getting. We've also been able to show up our ability to collect data by adding computer systems to our crucial sites, such as several of our Safe Key sites where we now have laptops, and where we have implemented the biometric identification system. Now, if you recall, the biometric identification system is the one that captures the digital information from the fingers. It has replaced our membership cards in many of our facilities. We have currently deployed that since our last update to you in several of our facilities, with the exception of the senior facilities. We started with them in mind, but we had difficulty because as you age, unfortunately, the ability of the computer system to capture that information is a little sensitive for folks with their fingertips, and they haven't really worked that out nationwide yet, but we're working on that. But we have replaced membership cards because of it, and as a result of it, we're in place to save approximately $250,000, over the course of this year. It's been a well-received technology since it's begun. Those who have objected, we have still offered the card, and we will still do that because this is a voluntary program. As we move to our data collection and reporting module, these are the categories that you are perhaps familiar with from the last time: our registrants, performance and special events, information, sports league, spectators, rentals, and reservations. With this model and its reporting capabilities, we are now providing a clearer picture of the citizens we serve. The next slide will show you the capabilities in this area. When compared to our last update that we gave you, we certainly have more ability to accurately reflect our attendance data. And in some categories, this is the first time that we've been able to do it with more emphasis on class. Understanding that class is a program that we are continually working on, especially in our field, to have our people understand what it takes to input the data. They are very much concerned with doing programming, so this data entry piece is something that we're continuing to work on. The very next slide is, I think, a little bit more informative in terms of the 3 fiscal year comparisons, where you're showing the number of departmental offerings. In our rentals and parks, this is our parks and facilities combined under the rental category. As you can see, there's a phenomenal growth in the amount of rentals that we are doing as a department. In our membership category, of course, our ability to track that is due a lot to the fact that we now have the Rec Pass in place as well as the BioScan. Certainly our ticketed events, we're showing an increase in that. And in our program area, the variances that you're seeing there are all related to the fact that we have, over the past year or so, closed 2 of our facilities. We've certainly been hit with fiscal resources and the ability to staff the programs that we've had. At this point, we are about 40 to 50% of being able to completely tell our whole story because we still have not implemented Rec Pass at all sites. But we truly are excited about the current Performance Plus effort that our department just went through because it will help us to tell a lot more about our story in the future. The next slides simply show you the comparison of those slides I previously showed you where you can see attendance for our registrants. These are people who are registered for classes in our facilities. The next one will talk about our performances and special events. Here, this is what we are measuring, the actual ticketed performances and special events such as that one in the city park. Our sports leagues, which includes, of course, the softball, soccer, wheelchair football, flag football. The next is our spectators, and this has been the most challenging piece to be able to accurately measure because this category is one in which you can see the level of turnout. And so being able to count those makes us be a little bit more reliant on best practices depending on the type of event that's being held. So there are cases where we can do a physical head count. Sometimes we have to sample for specific data sets, age categories, and or in some cases use people counters. Rentals and reservations, again, is a phenomenal growth in that. This is a particular usage by a local Hispanic group. But you can see that the rental and reservations is a huge increase for all of us. So as you can see, the participation levels, our programs includes the entire spectrum of multi-generational activities, and we'll continue to get more accurate as we go along. Our second indicator is, of course, the city's publications and communications with a wellness message. In the past, we have been trying very hard to work with all of the departments to include some type of message of wellness in everything that they do in terms of a publication they give out to the public. At our last update, we were at the area of like 50% of the city departments. We are now at 61%. And we certainly have an ongoing campaign to encourage additional messages in all the publications that go out, and certainly in our own leisure guide. We've certainly increased the number of publications and leisure services that are going out to the public, and as well the Mayor's Healthy Lifestyle Initiative that we began last year continues to be very successful. With the addition of the monthly Channel 3 health and fitness segment, we're able to get our message out to an even larger piece of the community. If you recall, our third indice is our Batteries Included Youth Initiative, which measures our after-school participants who later pursue a post-high school education. I'm happy to tell you that in terms of accomplishments, our strategic plan has been completed at this point. Our logic model, and that is the model that tells us how we will evaluate, ask the who, what, when, and where types of questions to get the end results. Our Gantt chart has been completed, which gives us the timelines. Our marketing plan is in place. And we have contracted with Delphi Research to help us with that portion that we're not able to do, and that is look at the post-high school education piece that we certainly would not be able to gauge without outside assistance. This is just indicative of the partners who have been involved faithfully with the Batteries Included Youth Initiative, of course, our Neighborhood Services Department, Nevada Partners, and the Clark County School District. The area that has probably received the most interest has been our Healthiest Cities studies and the factors that contribute to Las Vegas's ranking as the healthiest city. As we stood here last year, we were contracting with UNLV's Center for Business and Economic Research to help us look at how that report that came out last year, the Sperling report, what it said about the city of Las Vegas. Over the course of the year, they have been examining the results from Sperling and Centrum. They have been reviewing the literature of other studies that are being done by Healthy Cities. And they've also evaluated alternative measures that influence a city's ranking throughout the United States. And those include things like financial, housing, and educational data. Of the factors that contribute to a healthier city, as you can see those 5 listed there, the area that UNLV is telling us that we were most endangered with is the physical activity and nutrition piece. The physical activity talks about the self-reporting of physical exercise, fees for recreational lessons, expenditures for recreational activities, and the number of gyms and health clubs in an area, for instance. In the area of nutrition, the measurement was self-reported use of vitamins, BMI, body mass index reporting, self-reporting of consumption of healthy fruits and vegetables, the number of fast food outlets in an area, the number of alcoholic drinks consumed in a month. All those contribute to the nutrition piece. The good news from Sperling, however, is stating that we are now ranked 28th in terms of mental wellness and 24th in terms of lifestyle pursuits. Recently, just this week, and I don't have a slide for that, the United Health Foundation, which is a health-based group that looks at cities all across the nation, has ranked the city of Las Vegas as 39th. Last year, we ranked 38th in terms of being a healthy city. Their indices are a little different. They measure personal behavior, community environment, public and health practices, and clinical care. In terms of what we can do to improve the negatives that we talked about, I'm very proud to talk about a health coalition Las Vegas that has been formed through a consortium of members, primarily led by Leisure Services. But these directly address in particular the 2 indices that UNLV is telling us that we needed help on, and that's physical activity and nutrition. We have community members who are now meeting monthly to address the many health challenges that are facing our city and responding to a number of negative press articles that talk about us receiving the healthiest city ranking at 47, the Forbes magazine article that listed us as the 3rd laziest city in the nation, and the United Health Foundation that ranked us number 39. To date, we have a health coalition that includes Channel 3 and 13, Nathan Adelson Hospice, UNLV School of Public Health, Cox Communications, Las Vegas Athletic Club, and our own Wellness Coaches USA. We've also invited North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Clark County to participate in our Healthy Coalition. As I stand before you, we're forming a mission statement, consolidating our activities, marketing this initiative, and linking those communication networks. Many of our health initiatives are free to the public, and we're also looking at what we can do to encourage low-income residents to participate in our physical fitness centers and our healthy lifestyle programs. My last 2 slides talk about our health initiatives from the city's wellness program, primarily led by the Human Resources Department. As you can see, we have now 9 individual interactions. The city employees themselves have had over 9 interactions with a wellness coach. You can see the documented weight loss that we've had, including 1 or 2 pounds of my own. There's 12 documented smoking cessation programs that have occurred. 456 employees have improved their blood pressure readings. 11 city employees have reported either reducing or completely discontinuing alcohol use as a direct result of having used our Wellness Coach USA program. In terms of ongoing initiatives, one-on-one, in-person coaching and counseling, risk assessments, weight loss, smoking, and cessation classes continue. Certainly our team activities that we do as a city, our handouts, our wellness newsletter. The Tutti Frutti Tuesday is quite successful, where we get everything from fruit to nuts to yogurt, nutrition classes, and then the overall promotion of healthy behaviors. This concludes strategic plan item number 5. If there are any questions I am able to address, please let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Very good report. Any questions or comments?
I do, Mayor Pro Tem. Director, could you provide a paper copy of this presentation to the council?
No problem.
I'd certainly like to have a copy of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'd entertain a motion, please.
Move to accept the report.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Doctor. Item number 65 is discussion and possible action regarding the Fourth Amendment to Project Management and Consulting Agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc., the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, pertaining to Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is Ward 5. Mr. Adams, please.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. We actually have two items that are somewhat companion to each other, this item and the next item.
I'll read item number 66 in the record, please. Item 66 is discussion and possible action regarding a project manager disposition and joint development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc., the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, for disposition and development of a parcel under development rights by Newland Communities, LLC, in Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. Again, this is Ward 5.
Okay, these both items are respecting a proposed disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 5 Corporation, and Newland Communities. It respects their proposal to purchase and develop the 6 blocks that we've granted development rights to them under our master project consulting and development agreement. And the first item is really an amendment to that project management and consulting agreement. It's very simple. It simply increases the number of phases from 5 to 6 on the build-out of their project, and it extends the period or the deadline under which we had to reach agreement and go to council for approval of this contract. The next item, which is the more substantive item, is the actual item that approves the disposition and development agreement. This is an agreement that we've been negotiating for several months now. It addresses a number of issues relative to Newland's development of their 6 blocks. On the overhead here, you can see the area highlighted in the overall Union Park layout, the 6 blocks that have been granted rights to Newland. The agreement addresses there's an actual schedule, a purchase price for each of those 6 blocks. There's a schedule for when they would take down those 6 blocks, the first being by June 30th, 2008, and the last by December 30th of 2014. It calls for them starting construction within 120 days after each acquisition. I think another important point here is that in this agreement, when we negotiate agreements, there's a little bit of give and take. We are providing them property at less than appraised value, but in exchange for that consideration, they've agreed not to apply for any TIF or LEED program rebates under either of those programs, which means the city will realize all of the tax benefits, all of the real estate tax benefits generated by this project. It provides certain default provisions such that if Newland, for environmental or market reasons, elects not to proceed with the development of a particular block, we have the ability to take that block back and provide it to another developer. It addresses environmental remediation issues. It actually provides a contingency, a substantial contingency during escrow to cover any costs associated that they would incur in remediation. I would point out that these are fairly contaminated blocks on this site. Newland had some concerns about the levels of contamination they'll experience in them building, which will probably be some underground parking and associated with each of their block build-outs. And it also provides that remediation contingency can be rolled into each successive phase, the unused portion of that contingency. In exchange for that, we got a concession that they agreed not to hold us liable for generator liability under environmental conditions, which is a very, very important liability provision in environmental conditions. So it really is all-encompassing in terms of a development agreement respecting their development of their first block. I think one of the important things to note is that they have agreed to a development program certain starting next year, and agreed to move forward in the funding of their first phase of development on a very definite basis. So that's an overview of the provisions that we're providing under this development agreement. There is members from the Newland team here to address any questions that you may have regarding their proposed build-out. Rita Brandon is here, and she is here in her role as developer. As you know, we have a partnership where they were both a consultant to us on Union Park, and they're also a developer, having been granted rights to 6 blocks. She appears before you, I would remind you, in her role as developer, in that they are now before you getting approval of their development agreement for their development of their 6 blocks.
Ms. Brandon?
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Thank you for your time this week and your briefings. I wanted to give a summarization of some of the same items I spoke with you individually about. The total program that Newland will be bringing to the table after the development of our 7 blocks will be about 2,600 residential units for Union Park. And our estimates are that we'll have some 4,000 new residents within that environment at the end of our development. In addition, our program will outline 130,000 square feet of retail along the key streets, the Promenade and City Parkway, and I think that's a very important additive value as well. We will begin the acquisition of our blocks per the agreement by summer of 2008, with the beginning of construction and delivery of units ultimately by mid-2011, which is about the same time that we expect the Performing Arts Center, potentially the Charlie Palmer Hotel, as well as the World Jewelry Center to all come online. Newland's development over this next 7 to 10 years will employ, in our estimates and our economic and fiscal impact analysis, we will employ some 8,000 construction workers across our sites. In addition, at stabilization, we expect to have another 500 to 600 new employment positions, both in our operating and in our retail environment. We've completed our preliminary geotechnical and environmental studies, from which we were able to work through the coverage that Scott mentioned earlier for the remediation of each block. And finally, I wanted to mention that the estimated value of the 7 blocks of development between residential and retail over the next 10 years will be about $1.5 billion to the city of Las Vegas. And our foregoing of the some $80 million of TIF fund potential participation for the reduced value of the blocks, we felt was very positive, accretive to the city, as well as positive for our development. So with that, I would respectfully request your approval of these items and answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of Ms. Brandon or Mr. Adams? Hearing none, Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor, is this open for discussion?
Certainly.
From the public?
No.
Okay. Just a question. I would like for you to, if you will, explain to me as far as the employment plan. How does the employment plan work as far as it folds over into where we're headed right now with Newland?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, Councilman, but
do you have an employment plan as far as to assist in whether it be the construction side or the full-time employment after the complete build-out for those residents that possibly live throughout the downtown area to engage in some form of employment?
Now I understand your question. Thank you for the clarification. We are not required in our DDA to actually enter into a formal employment plan because we will not be participating in TIF.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the result of the not participating in TIF. We are a very aggressive company with regards to our perspectives on prevailing wage. We have performed our blocks at a prevailing wage, and we believe that that is a very important approach that we intend to take with our developments.
So your development will have prevailing wage on the site?
Let me, I can help answer that question.
Okay.
This site is owned by City Parkway 5 Corporation, not owned by the redevelopment agency. As such, neither the redevelopment agency employment plan nor prevailing wage requirements are required by law on this project.
Okay.
It's a city-owned site through an affiliate of the City Parkway 5 Corporation. So neither of those provisions were required under the development agreement.
And Councilman,
Yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, and Councilman, just for both of our benefits, Ms. Brandon, can you repeat again the square footage of retail on what you're proposing?
Just over 130,000 square feet. And if I may point to the exhibit, that's primarily along the street edge of each one of our blocks. Can you pull this out?
Go to the overhead, please.
There you go. And that would be along the promenade, as well as City Parkway.
And Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
and Councilman, I asked that specifically because of the retail job aspect. Once it's built, once it's completed, I don't think anyone has done any studies yet, Mr. Adams, on employment. Once this thing is at full build-out, what kind of employment numbers we're looking at? Not construction, but after it's built, what kind of employment numbers we're looking?
We've done some preliminary studies, and I would be guessing, but I would get that back to you. We have done an overall project economic and fiscal impact analysis, and I think it's some 13,000 full-time jobs, but please let me come back to you on a clarification. Do you have that stuff?
Well, and I guess the question is, are you talking about just Newland's portion of the project, or?
No, I think it would benefit this council and the citizens of Las Vegas to understand the economic impact of not only the construction of the entire 61-acre parcel, but also the employment impact that this will have on our local economy and on the neighborhoods surrounding the downtown area.
We've actually done a fiscal impact study, and I don't have those numbers with me. I know they're enormous. I want to say it's probably in the 10 to 20,000 employee range, but we can certainly report that back to you. But we've done a fiscal impact study of all of Union Park. At build-out, its tax impact, I know is at least $500 million in present value, and the job generation is at least 10,000 employees, if not more.
Right, that's exactly the point that I was getting at as far as the economic impact, whether it be from Newland and your build-out of your development, as well as the entire site of the Union Park, because I know that whether it be construction or the full-time after the build-out, it's going to be well into the billions of dollars that we have put into the project, but also what's coming out of the project and the benefits not only for Ward 5 and those individuals who are seeking employment and entrepreneurial opportunities, but for the entire city as a whole with this project completely built out.
We would be glad, I think, between Scott and I both, to come back and make a specific presentation to you on the fiscal and economic benefits of the entire build-out of the project, if I can offer that up.
Right, I'll appreciate that, because I think we need to start educating the community now as far as how large this project is and the long-standing benefits that this project will have for the entire community as a whole. So we need to start talking about the true economic impacts that this will incur.
We would really appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Barr, would take a motion, please.
Yes. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation on this item.
On item 65.
On item 65.
Any questions on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. And item 66, please.
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendations, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries also. Thank you very much. No. Item 67 is report and possible action on the status of 2007 Federal Legislative Action Plan and municipal issues at the 110th U.S. Congress. This involves all wards. Mr. Levis and Ms. Cram.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. For the record, my name is Ted Olivas, Director of Government and Community Affairs. The item before you is to receive a brief update on what's going on in Washington as it relates to our federal agenda. Here with me today is Vicki Cram, our lobbyist back in Washington, and she's with the firm of Ball Janik. As you know, our federal plan includes our appropriation requests, includes legislative issues, and our grant priorities. This document, as you know, is used by Vicki as she lobbies on our behalf on a day-to-day basis back in Washington. It also is used as a guide by the federal delegates as well as their staff members to educate them on how you feel about certain topics that are at the federal level. Over the past few days, we've been meeting with all of you as well as the directors and the city manager's office to update this document, and we anticipate that that update will be submitted back to you in the December timeframe. With that, I'll turn it over to Vicki.
Thank you, Ted. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. It's an honor to be here as always, and especially today with when you were honoring the Marines and the Air Force.
We do need your name, though.
Oh, sorry. Vicki Cram with Paul Janik, LLP.
Thank you.
I have briefed each of you, as you know, in a little bit more detail, so I will be very brief now in an overview of what's going on with our federal agenda. Every year, the City of Las Vegas makes requests for congressionally directed spending projects for projects of importance to our community from our congressional delegation. And who knows, save for all of you, the Mayor Pro Tem, and the City Council, more about the city needs than our congressional delegation, who visit the city regularly almost every weekend. Our delegation works very hard on our behalf, and although Congress has not yet completed the federal FY 2008 appropriations process, the city is very well situated with many of our funding requests. As the process stands now, we have almost $2 million in funding for some of our key projects, such as the Post Office Museum, Mountain Edge Parkway Assessment, our after-school youth initiative called Batteries Included, and our ex-felon reentry program, Evolve. Hopefully, Congress will complete and the President will sign some of these appropriations bills soon, and then we will know for sure what congressionally directed projects will be funded and at what level. We are also working with our delegation to allow some of the Department of Homeland Security funds that already flow to Southern Nevada to be used for construction costs, since construction costs currently are prohibited or severely limited, for our Southern Nevada Regional Public Safety Complex. This year, Congress has been very active on a number of policy fronts. They've passed a Water Resources Development Act, which funds Army Corps of Engineers projects like flood control projects for the first time in 7 years. The President has vetoed the bill, but yesterday the House overrode the veto, and today the Senate will likely follow suit. Both the House and the Senate have each passed versions of an energy bill. Those bills still need to go to conference to iron out the differences between the two bills, but most measures contain a new program, the Energy Efficiency Block Grant, which would provide $10 billion through the years 2008 to 2012 to state and local governments to further develop energy efficiency strategies to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Eligible activities under this program, which are very flexible, would include encouraging energy efficiency and conservation programs in commercial, residential, and municipal buildings. It is modeled on the successful Community Development Block Grant program, and the House version of the energy bill also contains tax benefits for state and local governments to encourage energy efficiency. The House of Representatives has also been very active on the issue of affordable housing, passing a National Affordable Housing Trust Fund Act, which would provide for the production, rehabilitation, and preservation of over 1.5 million housing units nationwide over 10 years. Almost $1 billion over 10 years would be directed at local governments for these purposes, with the funds coming from the Federal Housing Administration's mortgage lending surpluses. The House is also considering legislation to address foreclosures and predatory lending and to establish minimum standards for all mortgages based on an assessment of the ability to pay the loan. Congress has also embarked on grappling with climate change. A Senate subcommittee last week passed a bill that seeks to cut by 63% greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. This bill would limit emissions from the electric power, transportation, and energy sectors, and businesses that don't meet the limits could buy allowances from companies that do. While none of these legislative initiatives have been resolved yet, Congress will continue to work through the fall and into the new year on many of these challenging issues. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm almost done, so. I will continue to work with all of you and with the city manager's office and the city departments over the coming weeks to develop the 2008 city's legislative agenda, both in the arena of policy issues and FY09 appropriations requests. That document will come before you towards the end of the year, late, probably in December, for your approval. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much.
And the water.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Kramer, Mr. Olivas?
I don't have a question, Mayor Pro Tem, but I do have a comment.
Please.
Last week, I had an opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. to meet with the design group as well as the architects for the post office, and I also had an opportunity to sit down with the director from the FBI. And I can share with you all that the design group and architects are doing a fabulous job. They are moving very aggressively. The designs that we've seen thus far is fabulous. The FBI has also stepped up, and I want to thank them so much for stepping in and participating in what they're doing to assist in helping us to retrieve artifacts that will be placed in the museum. And so with that, I truly believe that upon completion of the museum and the federal delegation that assisted in the process of us securing those dollars and to help us get us to where we are today, I believe that we're going to have not only an innovative museum, but a very state-of-the-art and active museum. So I would like to acknowledge that and those individuals who have participated in the process of developing this museum to the point to where we are today, and encourage them to please continue to assist us in funding this museum at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. Any other comments? Councilman Rank, we have a motion, please? No.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Move to accept the report.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 68 is discussion and possible action regarding the city's role and involvement in the Veterans Day Parade.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I've been here before you previously representing the parade. I didn't have any activity with it because of other personal commitments for a couple of years. I'd like to introduce Leonard Wenson, commander of the sponsoring post, VFW Post 1753. We're running behind the power curve. I apologize for that. We think we've got everything up to speed. Big Red is in position number 10, as a matter of fact. We changed the format a little bit this year. We're coming before the city for funding. We received $15,000 from Clark County, and at this time, we're budgeted for $7,500 from the city of Las Vegas. We have a budget this year, I believe you've been provided with a copy, of $30,606. So what we're asking for the city in the way of support, other than all the staff's hard work, is $15,606. So I have the budget in front of me. We've had the greatest impact over the past several years. We're up to $6,000 for Metro Police support for the day of the parade. So I think it was mentioned earlier, it's an enormous event. And I'm proud to say, and for the city of Las Vegas, this is the largest, most recognized Veterans Day parade west of the Mississippi.
Thank you.
No question about it.
I would ask staff, Dr. Selby, do we have a key to the safe?
Mayor Pro Tem, we can handle this request if you approve it.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Brown, please.
Just a discrepancy on some numbers used in our backup and what was presented today. What are we asking for?
Councilman Brown, Ramon Suarez with the Office of Government and Community Affairs. The actual numbers that we have, that you have in your backup are correct. These are the numbers that we get, the estimates that we get from our staff for the services that the city supports. So the actual number is $16,254.
Sir,
I stand corrected.
Sir,
I didn't think you'd argue.
No, sir.
We need your name for the record, please.
Pardon me, sir?
We need your name for the record.
William Stojak. I reside at 1820 West Mesquite.
Thank you, Bill.
Also with us is Mr. Leonard Wilson, who is the president of the Parade Committee this year.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move for approval.
You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll see you Sunday.
Thank you. Item 69 is discussion of possible action regarding a disposition development agreement, DDA, between the City of Las Vegas and Lake Mead Village LLC for the development of a grocery anchored neighborhood commercial center on approximately 10 acres of vacant land within Las Vegas Enterprise Park at the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Martin L. King Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams, please.
This is an item respecting a disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Lake Mead Village LLC. It addresses the grocery anchor development proposal for the 10-acre site in Enterprise Park. As you know, the city has for quite some time now, for about 3.5 years, been working diligently to find a new grocery store to replace the grocery store due to the closure of Vons in West Las Vegas. And I'm pleased to indicate that we've reached agreement on terms with Large Properties representing Lake Mead Village LLC on this project. What you have before you is a proposed DDA. I'll just give you an overview of some of the terms in this. They're proposing to pay us a purchase price of $1 million for the site. We would provide to them an off-site credit against that purchase price of $500,000 during escrow that they could draw from to pay for off-site improvements for such things as turn signals and infrastructure, utilities, those kinds of things necessary to support the development. We included two very important provisions in the agreement that are, I think, safeguards to the city that protect the city's position, basically so that we don't have the same thing happen over again that happened at Edmontown Center, and that's there's a dark anchor clause in the agreement that provides that if during the first 10 years of a lease, now in this case, the grocery store will be developed by Food for Less under a ground lease with Lake Mead Village LLC, and then Lake Mead Village LLC will develop the balance of the space. If during the first 10 years of that lease, that ground lease, the anchor, in this case Food for Less, goes out, leaves the center, causing it to go dark, 24 months from that point, we have the ability to step in and assume that lease under the same terms and conditions that they enjoyed with Lake Mead Village LLC. That gives us the ability to essentially bring another anchor back into the center. It also gives us the right to purchase from Food for Less their improvements that they built on that lease at a depreciated value at that particular point in time. So for 5 years through the agreement, then there will be 5 years of depreciation taken away from the purchase price based on their cost of building those improvements. There's also another very important clause in the agreement, which is an anti-speculation clause that restricts assignment of the agreement by Lake Mead Village LLC. From the point of a certificate of occupancy, within the first 5 years, they're not able to assign their interest in the center to anyone else. That really prevents them from selling the shopping center on the backs of an incentive or inducement we provided to them. One could easily see that if we gave them a write down on property, they could turn around and resell a successful center and pocket essentially the cost of land at the city's expense. And so this 5-year provision keeps them from doing that within the first 5 years. There's a schedule of performance in the agreement that deals with all the actions that they have to take and conditions they have to meet precedent to closing. This is our standard DDA where we go into escrow and there are certain conditions that have to be met prior to close. They have to give us all their evidence of necessary land entitlements, building permits. They have to give us a fully executed and copy of the lease between they and Food for Less. They provide us evidence of financing, all the usual things that we look for to make sure they're ready to go before we close. I would indicate that based on the provisions in this agreement, should you approve this today, that I'll just kind of give you a real-life schedule at a very high level of the schedule of the evolution of this project. We would transfer property to them in the first 9 months. It's provided for in the schedule of performance, so that in August of '08, they would purchase the site. 6 months from that point, they have to start construction. That would make it February of '09, and then they have 12 months to complete construction, which puts it into February of 2010. These are the latest dates under the agreement under which they would perform under the provisions of the agreement. So should everything go well, and I think the only remaining sticking point, and I think the representatives here from Food for Less and large properties could address this, the only thing remaining, I think, that Food for Less has to do is get their economic market study complete and get an approval of lease from the corporate lease committee at Kroger's. Once all that's done, we could see a grocery store and a built-out shopping center by February of 2010. And so those are the highlights of the agreement. There are representatives here of the developer and Food for Less that can answer any questions you might have. And
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you.
We recommend approval.
Mr. Gordon?
Mayor Pro Tem Reese and members of the council, my name is Hank Gordon, address is 1770 North Buffalo Drive.
I got to ask you a question first, though.
Yes, sir.
Because we put up with this for the last quite a few years. What happened to Notre Dame and USC this year, bud?
Well, I'm proud to tell you it was 38-0, but don't ask me what happened with Oregon USC.
I mean, USC lost how many games this year?
Yeah, unfortunately, they lost 2 games so far.
Okay. I just wanted that on the record. Mr. Gordon.
That's why I need this deal. I got to pay off all those losses. With me is, that was Las Vegas 89128. With me is my son Richard Gordon, who's the president of Laurel Ridge Properties, and Mamie Yee, who's the real estate manager for Food for Less for this division on the West Coast. And I think that Scott Adams has summarized it very well in that we've done everything we can to date to put this in a position to move forward immediately, subject to getting Food for Less to finish their economic study, turn it into the real estate committee at Kroger, with our parent company, who has to approve of it, and subsequently they will then enter into a lease with us. I believe Mamie can probably identify the timing involved in finishing up her study and getting that final approval for you. I may add one more important thing, in that we've been working with Scott's Economic Development Department very well. You got a terrific staff there, and very professional, and it's really a pleasure to deal with them. We have dealt with many cities throughout the western United States in my 51 years of doing this, and it's always a pleasure to deal with professionals who work with you and do not take an adversarial position, but really want to make something happen.
Ma'am, would you like to be heard?
My name is Mamie. I'm the real estate manager for Food for Less, and we are diligently working on the project. I had the president of Food for Less out last month. He drove by the site, is very excited about the location, and we need about another month or so to finish our economic study, and we hope to take this project to our capital committee first quarter of 2008. And more to Scott's timeline that he discussed, our hope is that we would try and open the store in 2009. That's where we're put it in our internal budget.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Shee, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you again for taking the president of Food for Less by the location, because I believe that in order for the executives to actually see where, in fact, their investment will be planted, visiting the site and seeing the surrounding area is more important, so that they too can buy into the reality and the concept of the great need that this particular area of town has been in desperate need of. But I do have a question in the sense of, what were your findings as a company in your study of the area as to why this site has been chosen or proposed to be chosen to in fact do business in the area?
Our grocery model is very different than most grocers, and I think that's the difference of why the problems occurred at Edmonton, is that we really service a much broader, our client base or our customer base has a much broader base. This particular intersection is a much stronger intersection in my estimation, is why I brought all of my senior management. All of the necessary senior management visits have been already done, both from our central office in Ohio as well as our office in California. So I think just when you've been doing real estate as long as I've been doing it, or Hank and Lorridge Property has been doing it, you know a site is good when you get to have a sense of it. And then you get a sales model study done, and I think all of those, all the people in our company and the people who've done our sales model study think that it's a good site. I think because of the density of the population, I think because of the really the lack of proper competition. You have not had a full-service grocery store in the area for quite some time, and even the one that was there, I would dare say, really didn't meet the needs of the community in terms of pricing and offerings and those kinds of things. But the intersection itself is a very strong intersection in terms of traffic and so forth.
Go ahead.
And I should also mention that when we open a new store, this store is going to be approximately 70,000 square feet. We would expect anywhere, depending on the volume of the store, to hire between 75 and 100 employees.
And thank you for mentioning that, because that's a good segue into my next question. As far as meeting the needs of the community, how would you describe your company's ability to in fact meet the needs of the community?
Well, we try to work as, when you're operating in a community, you really need to be part of that community. And so we try to support it, again, as I mentioned in my prior presentations to the council, that we would hold a job fair. We would try to entice employees, potential employees from the neighborhood, because it's really key and critical. We do try to micro-market to the community, again, with their needs. I opened a store that was very similar in Chicago. It was a little easier because my residence is actually in Chicago. But one of the things that I try to do when I come into communities such as this community is try to also reach out to some of the nonprofits and so forth and try to integrate that into what we do.
Okay.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, sir.
She's just being shy. It was my great salesmanship.
Oh, and Hank's great salesmanship.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I would like for Scott, if you will, just for the sake of the record and for the listening audience, if you would just a little bit slowly repeat the timeline, because there's a misconception in the community that when you do such a large project like this, it can be developed overnight. And there is a process and procedures that we must go through. Unfortunately, it can't be built as fast as I would like it to be built, or the community would like it to be built, but I understand. And so for that, I want to make sure that the listening audience clearly understands as far as the timeline where we are to date, and as long as everything continues to remain on track, which I pray that it does, what will be the point of dirt being moved and a complete store being built? Mamie?
Before Scott starts, I want to just say one of the reasons I've had all of my management out here is because no one's going to push this project harder and faster than Food for Less. because I know you want it soon. We want it sooner than you want it, because we really are trying to push this, and I'm trying to push it in as early into our budget as we can. We are very incentivized to open the store as soon as we can. So I just want you to know that if we can, we'll try and push that time, that worst-case scenario timeline that Scott really has, and really improve upon it as much as possible. And I know Hank has the same goal.
And the constituents of Ward 5 really appreciate that.
Actually, I'm 73, and I better get it done quick.
Let me just quickly here, remember, these are the deadlines, these are the latest dates under which they would perform, and I'm pleased to hear Mamie say they want to accelerate this schedule, but we have a 9-month period of escrow that we would go through where they have to do their study, prove up their lease, and provide certain documentation before we close on the property. And that takes us to August of 2008. Then there's another 6-month period they have after closing that they do other things like design development and work out other issues to get us to February of 09, and then they have 12 months construction. Now, a strip center doesn't take as long as a high-rise building downtown, so it's a shorter construction period than you would see in a large commercial project. So that puts deadline for completion of construction and a certificate of occupancy at February of 2010. With them indicating they're going to try to accelerate that and get that done sometime earlier in 2009.
Right, and is this too premature for me to request that this line item be placed on the fast track as far as through the plans checks of planning and development?
I know our own fast track unit will be working on this with them. We're going to do everything we can to accelerate and work with them to expedite this project.
Okay, I truly appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Barlow, will entertain a motion, please?
Well, I believe there's someone here to speak on that. Gentlemen?
This is not a public hearing.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, then, with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's not.
Food for Less is doing a great thing to the community. You got the FBI, the McDonald's. The area is growing, so anything good take a couple of years. Come on. This is great.
Thank you.
Promise you.
I concur. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Item 73 is a abeyance item, discussion of possible action on the appeal of the denial of key employee suitability for Wendy Michelle Shore at Short Line Express Market, 500 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Myers?
Mayor, members of the council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The agenda item you have here today is appeal of a denial of a key employee for Wendy Michelle Shore. Part of our key employee application process is for the applicant to undergo background investigation by our Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. When that report was returned to our office, and you all have copies of that report, I found that the applicant did not meet our definition of suitability and sent a denial. We later received a letter of support from her employers, and we have met with the owners of the Short Line Express and Ms. Shore at their request, and they presented their reasons for the appeal. And so today I have Ms. Shore and also her supervisor Lori came on her behalf, and they would like to present their appeal to the council.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Myers? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Carol, forgive me, but the information I have in my backup just doesn't seem to be consistent with the briefing we got yesterday.
Could you elaborate a little bit?
Well, we're talking about Wendy Michelle Shore, and I thought the only issue in her background was the one prior incident of sale of alcohol to a minor.
No, there were also drug convictions.
Okay, that's not something that I was keyed in on yesterday. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Wendy Shore. I'm hoping for your reconsideration.
Don't be nervous.
If maybe I can start for her. I hired Wendy.
Your name, please.
My name is Lori Mason. I reside at 200 Lindy Drive in the neighborhood that Wendy Chor is the manager of Shoreline Express at 500 South Decatur. I've lived there pretty much since about 1983 in that area. I hired Wendy approximately 3 years ago as a clerk, as my assistant manager, and as a manager now of that store. She does a great job. I am fully aware of her past. Her mother is also under my employ. Just purchased her first house. This woman is not the same woman that she was years prior when she had these convictions. I fully support her and her employment. You know, I've been with this company 12 years, and we don't take lightly people's past. You know, if somebody has changed and if they've changed for the better, you know, we all support that. And I have been with this company 12 years. People come and go constantly.
Thank you very much for coming down, and thanks very much for your testimony. Councilman Tarkanian?
Is staff's recommendation approval?
Staff's recommendation would be perhaps a 6-month approval with a review at the end of 6 months.
In my looking into this background, I find there was no drug conviction for over 5 years, and I find that the information that's provided by the employer and by your office shows that there has been a significant change in behavior on the applicant, and so I move to approve staff's recommendation.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council.
Item 74 is discussion of possible action regarding a review of change of ownership, change of location, and change of business name for a tavern license and a restricted gaming license for 15 slots Red Rock Bar, Inc., doing business at Red Rock Bar, 1729 East Charleston Boulevard, Suites A and B. Alan Hamika, President, and Kalidia E.L. I only pronounced that last name. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Myers?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. This item was asked to be brought back for a 60-day review after they were permanently open and operating, and they received their gaming license and they're open and operating full-time now. We only have 4 calls for service at this location since 2006.
Is that good or bad?
That's good. That's very good. We've done inspections, and we do not have any areas of concern. I would like to remind you that this is their second temporary, so we have to take action today on their license.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brown?
J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street. Mr. Hamika.
Can you put the other name, that's Director, Secretary, and Treasurer, into the record, please?
Claudia Alcasionen.
What's the last name again?
Alcasionen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, I move to give them a permanent license following staff's recommendation. If you've heard the motion, please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
$75, it's discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a new burglar alarm service license, Pinnacle Security LLC, doing business at Pinnacle Security LLC, 1290 South Sand Hill Road. This is Ms. Myers.
This actually, the location is in Utah. This applicant has met suitability to receive recommendation for a temporary approval of this license while they're undergoing their background investigation, and staff's recommendation would be approval.
Any questions? Ms. Myers? Hearing none, Councilman Rock, we have a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Move to follow staff recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion passes. And I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Tim Brown for assisting me today. Anyhow. Item 77. Item 77 is an abeyance item, the discussion of possible action regarding a resolution, consent to the undertaking of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with Commercial Visual Improvement Program. I would make a motion that we take this item and hold it in abeyance until our November 21st council meeting. Are there any questions on this motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 78 is discussion of possible action regarding a resolution regarding the granting of a telecommunications service franchise to AT&T Communications of Nevada, Inc., setting the purpose, character, term, time, and conditions of the proposed franchise agreement and setting a public hearing on the advisability of granting the proposed franchise agreement. This pertains to all wards. Who from staff is going to be handling this item? I know it's not her.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Orlando, Deputy City Manager.
Orlando.
Yes, sir. Basically, this is just a standard agreement with the AT&T so they can utilize our poles to hang their services.
Please, are there any questions of Mr. Sanchez? Gosh, dang. Hearing none, I'd entertain the motion. Councilman Brown.
Move to follow staff recommendation.
We got a motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 79 is R81, 2007, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution finding the proposed disposition and development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Lake Mead Village, LLC, for the development of a grocery-anchored neighborhood commercial center on approximately 10 acres of vacant land within Las Vegas Enterprise Park at the southwest corner of West Lake Mead Boulevard and Martin L. King Boulevard, is in the best interest of the public. Ward 5, Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is companion to the item you approved for the grocery store-driven shopping center in West Las Vegas. Because that property is owned by the City of Las Vegas, and we are conveying at less than appraised value, it requires an AB 312 resolution. So this is an AB 312 resolution, but let me, for the sake of the record, read into the record the economic impact of this project, because I think it's important that that be read into the record at this point in time. We were selling that property to Lake Mead Village LLC for $1 million. The appraisal range that we realized on that center was anywhere from $5 to $8 million. But let me read into the record that some of the economic impacts. We've done a model of the economic impact of this project. The developer will invest approximately $20 million into this project. The direct economic impact will be $93.8 million. The indirect impact would be $57.2 million for a total of $151 million. The property taxes that we'll receive will be $633,957. And the point of this is to show that we're getting considerably greater economic impact from the project, and we're providing in concessions to the developer through the write-down of the property. And I wanted to make sure that was read into the record at the time you approved this resolution. Staff does recommend approval of the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Any questions, Mr. Adams? Hearing none. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Scott, for placing that on the record because of the importance and nature of this being out in the public and keeping it open so that folks can continue to follow the process of this development coming online. So with that, I will move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 80 is R82, 2007, discussion of possible action regarding a resolution finding the proposed project manager disposition and joint development agreement between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, City Parkway 5, Inc., and Newland Communities, LLC for mixed-use residential building development of approximately 16 acres of vacant land within Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in the best interest of the public. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Scott?
Scott Adams again. This is the same kind of resolution that you just approved for the Lake Mead project, only for the Newland project that you approved on Union Park. Now, technically, Union Park is owned by City Parkway 5 Corporation, and legally, we do not have to pass an AB 312 resolution. But we've been erring on the side of caution on this because of the legislative intent. And we have been approving AB 312 resolutions along the way whenever we've disposed of property. In this case, we did approve an agreement that disposes of property at less than fair market value. It's been a moving target on Union Park in terms of the property valuation. We actually conducted appraisals back in April, and we have to have appraisals that are 6 months old. They expired last month. We had actually achieved most of our negotiations, completed them at that point, but we had to get new appraisals, and we got those at the end of last month, and they went up even further. We actually are disposing to Newland at a gross price of $47.5 million. The appraisals ranged anywhere from $60 to $100 million. It's interesting to note that our average per square foot price that we're disposing of is 67 against appraisals of 91 and 134 respectively, the old and the new appraisals. I'd like to make a note here. We bought Union Park in 2001 in an exchange of property in the tech center for a valuation of $32 million. We're selling only 6 of the blocks under this agreement for a gross purchase price of $47 million. So I think another way to look at it is looking back in time what we actually paid for Union Park and look at what we're actually disposing of 6 blocks. It's well in excess of what we actually paid for the entire 61 acres. Let me also read into the record at this point some of the same economic impact information on this. Newland's 6 blocks would generate 545 direct jobs, 248 indirect jobs. I think Rita had mentioned that they were planning to build 2,600 residential units. They will provide $1.4 billion of taxable development. And that $1.4 billion of taxable development will generate $200 million in net present value of real estate taxes. So that far exceeds anything that we're providing in the way of a write-down in land value. And if you remember, that agreement it limits them, it restricts them from coming back and asking for any kind of tax incentive rebates. They can't ask for a TIF rebate, they can't ask for a lead rebate. They would create 8,187 construction workers. So there's considerable economic impact as a result of Newlands built out of those 6 blocks. And with those economic impacts right into the record, I would recommend approval of this resolution as well.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you again for the update, Scott, and also sharing with the public the impact that this will have, not only for the downtown area, but the city of Las Vegas as a whole. So with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 82 is an abeyance item, Civil Service Board of Trustees, Edward Miramontes. I need to correct that. It's in the agenda as Edward. His correct name is Edmund, E-D-M-U-N-D, for the record. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. Options are for any member of the City Council to either reappoint Mr. Miramontes or appoint a new member to fill the seat. Are there any recommendations from the Council, please?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
Yes, I would like to move to reappoint Mr. Miramontes to the Civil Service Board.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 83 is Park and Rec Advisory Commission. Pauline Kennedy, term expiration 1/8/2009, resigned. Councilman, this was in Councilwoman Tarkinian's appointment. Do you have any recommendation, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to recommend to fill this position Mr. Kyle Stevens, very hardworking member of our city, very interested in helping to improve the community, a very family-oriented person to Parks and Advisory.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the motion? Any comments? Hearing none, you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 84 is Regional Flood Control District Citizens Advisory Committee, Terrence P. Kane, P.E., term expiration 12/3/2007. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. Options are appoint a new member or reappoint Mr. Kane. Is there any thoughts of the council, please? I would look to Councilman Brown. Do you have a recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, I would move to have Mr. Kane reappointed.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that reappointment? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 85 is the Animal Advisory Committee, Charles Fitzgerald, term expiration 12/3/2007. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. Options are reappoint Mr. Fitzgerald or appoint a new member to fill this seat. The thoughts of the council, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Barlow? Do you have any person you'd like to advise on the Animal Advisory Committee? Do you have anybody you'd like to appoint?
Not at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hearing that, then, I believe Mr. Fitzgerald has done a great job. He wishes to be reappointed. I would move that we reappoint Mr. Fitzgerald to this Animal Advisory Committee. You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 86 is discussion of possible action to confirm the appointment of recommended appointees to the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Advisory Board as mandated by Senate Bill 352. This is to confirm the appointments of Dina Neal and Frank Hawkins as the two residents of the community and Sylvia Allen as representative of the nonprofit charitable education and religious organization. Are there any changes to this?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
I've been contacted by Frank Hawkins, who has informed me that he would like to remove his name from the list of appointees.
Okay. I would ask staff, do we feel like we could go forward with Ms. Neal and Sylvia Allen and look for a replacement for Mr. Hawkins? Or should we hold this all in advance?
Mayor Pro Tem, if
Yes.
I may, for the sake of the movement of time for North Las Vegas to meet their deadline, may I recommend that we move forward with the appointees if in fact the council choose to do so, and follow back up with the additional name to replace Mr. Hawkins?
That's fine. That was my question. Any questions on that? Then the motion would be to appoint Dina Neal and Sylvia Allen and try to replace Frank Hawkins.
Obey that to the 11/21 council meeting.
To the appointment of replacement for Mr. Hawkins. You bet. Any questions on the motion? You've heard the motion, then please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 87 is discussion of possible action on the appointment of a city representative and alternate to the Las Vegas Valley Watershed Advisory Committee, LVVWAC. It is recommended by the Department of Public Works that Charlie Kukowski, Director of Public Works, be appointed to the city's representative to the Las Vegas Valley Watershed Advisory Committee, and that John McNellis, the Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works, be appointed as the city's alternate. Is there any questions on these two names?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
Do we have any background information on Mr. Kukowski?
He's got a funny name.
Dr. Selby?
Yeah.
Any background on Mr. Kukowski?
We've checked him out, and he appears to be a capable individual.
Is he the same city employee that was here 35 years ago?
Yes, he was.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would move for the appointment of Mr. Kaikowski as the city representative to the Las Vegas Valley Watershed Advisory Committee, and John McNellis to be appointed as the city's alternate.
Thank you very much. You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We've only got 5 more books to go, you guys. Item 88 is a recommending committee, so it's eligible for adoption at this meeting. The first bill is abeyance item, bill number 2007-50, amends the city zoning regulations to prohibit short-term vacation rentals in any residential zoning district, sponsored by Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian and Councilman Steve Wolfson. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have this bill read, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 27-50, an ordinance to amend the city zoning regulations to prohibit short-term vacation rentals in residential zoning districts and provide for the related matters. Members of the Council, I'm down here at the podium today because I've been asked by one of the sponsors, Councilman Tarkanian, to give a little brief background as to how we got to this bill.
Before we do, I think Councilman Wolfson has something he would like to say.
Oh, I'm sorry?
I think Councilman Wolfson has something he'd like to put on record.
Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate it. This is going to be a hearing which may last a little bit of a while, but for various reasons which I'll explain later on in the hearing, I wish to withdraw my sponsorship of this bill. I would like to let everybody know who's listening is that Councilwoman Tarkanian and I have been working very hard on this. I got involved about 6 months ago or so, and as recently as this morning, we've been having some continuing discussions. But just in the last 30 days, there has been a lot of information received by all of us, all of my colleagues on the dais here, and we as council persons, when we sponsor a bill and we vote on a bill, we act as lawmakers. That's what we're doing. We're considering the passage of a law that affects people. And I think we have an obligation to do the best job we can and to be fair to all those involved. And my opinion is that the way the bill reads in its proposed fashion is too broad. It affects 2 types of persons. It affects those that I think the spirit that we intend to target. It affects those rave parties. It affects the kinds of situations where literal busloads of people are brought into neighborhoods so that on one night there's this huge party by out-of-towners. And that's what I want to target. I want to put those people out of business. But on the other hand, the bill, because of its broad scope, affects many other innocent people, people that we don't intend to target. Hold on. It affects persons that shouldn't be affected, and I'm going to go into this a little bit later. So at the beginning of this hearing, officially I want to withdraw my sponsorship of this bill, and I'll be heard later on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is going to be a public hearing. I will allow the public to speak on this item, so I am opening the public hearing. Mr. Jervik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Some months ago, it was brought to the attention of my office that there were issues Councilman Wilson just alluded to involving the use of private residential homes and residential neighborhoods for uses other than their original intention, specifically parties, raves, and things like that. A number of constituents approached members of the council with several suggestions, including one proposal, which was an ordinance from Solana Beach, California, which prohibited the use of residential homes for short-term rentals without a permit. My office became involved in researching that law and preparing a law for consideration by this council, when in the process we discovered the existence of a couple of other laws. Let me go through them real quickly. First, as a matter of law today, if this council took no action today, there are a couple of laws that exist on our books, the Las Vegas Municipal Code, which affect this kind of conduct. That is the rental of your home or rooms in your home for short term, that is less than 30 days. Title IV of the city's municipal code today, without any changes, requires the payment of a room tax for the rental of any rooms for less than 30 days. It talks in general terms, and let me read it to you, 4.20.035. There is a fixed and imposed a supplemental tax on all room revenues derived from each hotel, motel, or other establishment, not limited to hotels and motels, or other establishment located within the city which offers rooms to the public on a daily basis or for periods of less than 1 week in the amount of 2% of all monies received from room rentals by that establishment. And then it goes on to talk about resident guests and so forth. That is the section of your code that imposes a tax on this conduct as it exists today.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Brown, please.
This is the information that has surfaced recently, but Mr. Jurbic, just on this point alone, when it talks about hotel, motel, or other establishment, when we say other establishment, is that in context of a hotel, motel? Or is establishment basically any other structure in the city of Las Vegas?
Yeah, in my opinion, it's any other structure that would rent rooms in the way of a hotel motel or rent to the public for these periods of time. So it's clearly not limited to hotels or motels, or we would have not included that word.
But the fact that I don't even know when this ordinance was adopted, but the term establishment or the word establishment, that, in your opinion, is referencing a single-family detached home.
That's correct.
Is there anywhere else? Is there anywhere else in the code that would give credence to that? Okay.
Yeah, let me get to that right now too. Even if you were to arguably make the case that that kind of establishment was not the kind of establishment the council intended at the time that this section of the law was passed that's pertaining to taxes, we have a whole other section of the law in Title VI that pertains to business licenses. And it goes into even more general terms. 6.46.020, no person shall engage in the business of operating a hotel, motel, rooming house, bed and breakfast establishment, or other establishment that rents or holds out for rent rooms or other temporary accommodations on a daily basis or for a period of 30 days or less, with or without meals included in the rental rate, without first obtaining and thereafter maintaining a valid unexpired license pursuant to this chapter. Again, this goes into even more terminology than Title IV. We're talking about rooming houses and just about any other kind of establishment you can think of. So I think arguably when you read the two together, the intention was to sweep in any other establishment that would behave this way. And I would also point out that neither section, neither title of our existing code say you can't do it in a residential zoning district. One section says you need a license for it. The other section says you need to pay taxes for it. But nothing prohibits it in a residential zoning district. Upon looking at the Solana Beach ordinance...
Just a moment, please. While we're at this time, are we actually enforcing these two ordinances?
They are legal ordinances. How they are being enforced, I don't have any knowledge of. I would venture to speculate that right now nobody has come forward to present themselves for licensing for use of the residential home this way. And because they haven't presented themselves for licensing, my guess would also be that nobody's paying the 2% room tax.
But yet we have many residences being used as second and third and fourth homes for other people.
That's correct.
We're not enforcing.
It's only for 30 days or less. If it's more than 30 days, it's not considered transient lodging. So you can lease your home to anybody you want to, a 6-month lease, a year lease, a 31-day lease. You don't have to get a license, you don't have to pay room tax. But if it's for a daily, weekly, or less than 30 days, then you have to comply with these two sections of our law.
Yes. Mr. Jurbic, if there were violations of these statutes, these are city ordinances, these are misdemeanors, they'd be prosecuted by your office.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any prosecutions by your office of these ordinances in your 15, how many years you been city attorney?
A little over 15.
In your 15 years as city attorney, have we ever prosecuted anybody for being in violation of these ordinances?
None have been brought to my attention, and I don't see anyone from business license here that could answer that better, but I'm not aware of any personally. But
Thank you.
that doesn't always mean much. But it would probably stand out if somebody were, we'd probably hear about it.
It just seems to me that we may have a couple of statutes on the books that are, persons may be technically in violation, but perhaps the spirit of the statute is not being violated. Now, I know up in Carson City, when our state lawmakers pass a law, there's a thing called a legislative history. There's a history kept of the hearings and the meetings that supported the passage of the law. Are you aware of the legislative history for these statutes? In other words, what prompted the city council, and when did the city council pass these laws? What was the intent of what they intended to cover by passing these laws? Do you know?
I don't know. I do know that throughout our business licensing code, it is common to call out all commercial type establishments, call them out for whether they're privileged license or non-privileged license, and then call them out for what kind of license fee that they pay. My guess is that with respect to the Title VI information that I provided you, the identification of transient lodging has probably historically been part of our code, probably since we've been a city. And whether or not we impose a business tax for that, a room tax for that, has probably also been on the books for quite a long time. But I'm not familiar with the legislative history.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Dr. Shelby, could we have Mr. DeFiore and/or Carol Myers come down, please, and answer some questions?
We'll do that.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Well, I guess my question, Brad, is that we probably have hundreds or thousands of local property owners, people that have a second home here in Las Vegas. They live here, but they have a second home here, as well as out-of-staters that own single-family residence here in Las Vegas that are breaking the law.
Probably. Based on what I heard yesterday during the course of a briefing, it appears that there are two kinds of second homeowners, for want of a better term. Those individuals that own those homes and rent them as you would to a normal person that would be there for 6 months, a year, 2 years, or longer. That's perfectly fine under the code, and that's pretty much a traditional use. There are also people that have treated that second home as a place of transient lodging. And I use the term transient lodging for every hotel on the strip's a place of transient lodging. It's a place where you rent for 30 days or less, a day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks, but less than 30 days. And those that are treating their second, third, whatever homes as places of transient lodging need to be complying with Title VI and Title IV.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Councilman Barlow?
I have a question for you, Brad. You bring up a very good point in the sense of the 30-day or less lodging. Mayor Pro Tem and we sit on the Board of Health for the Southern Nevada Health District. And I know that the hotels and motels are subject to the ordinances that are put in place from the health district, from a health standpoint. Have we discussed that element, being that the health district has a right, to move in to check out these facilities in the hotels and motels, but also, in the midst of this conversation, what about these individuals who are renting out these homes for 30 days or less? The health district coming into play at that point from a human and health position. That will be my concern and my need to know, what are we doing about that?
Good. I understand your question. To be honest with you, I have not researched the health code to see how it complies or applies to these types of establishments, and I have not called the health district and had that discussion. I've only looked up our existing local code so I could explain to you the impact of this current proposed code change on our existing code. But if you want me to get back to you on that, I'll be glad to. I just don't have your answer today.
I need to ask you through Councilman or Attorney Jervik, when did you come up with these findings? Because today is the first time I've seen these.
Right. From what I understand, John Redline, Assistant City Attorney, was contacted by Councilwoman Tarkanian while I was at the City Attorney Conference last week,
and was asked to look into various code sections that were already implicated. Mr. Redline pulled that research and left it for me before he departed this week on his vacation.
Thank you.
So I just received it this week.
Any other questions of Mr. Jervik?
Yeah, just to answer your question, yes, I would like for you to follow up in the sense of the health district and finding out the relationship between the two, if in fact that's another violation for those that are 30 days or less.
Very good. I'll be happy to.
Mr. Drew, could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
If you do have this transient lodging, is that a business? Is that a business
Transient
operating in a residential area?
Transient lodging is treated as a business that requires a license. And again, the code currently does not call out that kind of behavior and prohibit it. Although I suspect logically you could probably say it is a commercial business, doesn't belong there. Right now, the code does not specifically prohibit it, and that's where I'm going next in my presentation.
Thank you.
Looking at the Solana Beach ordinance, the Solana Beach ordinance allowed this kind of business, for want of a better term, if you had a permit. Currently today, we have a provision of our city code that allows for bed and breakfast with a permit. That's in our business licensing code. It allows you to rent one or more rooms in your house out to members of the public, providing you have a bed and breakfast license. So this kind of conduct is already called out as something that's acceptable with a license. So again, license to treat it as transient lodging, license if you need a bed and breakfast, room tax either way, which brought us to looking at Solana Beach in the context of what already exists in Clark County. With respect to the Solana Beach ordinance, and I have not spoken to the officials down there, my concern as your attorney was enforcement and how would this permitting process operate. And whatever direction I get today, I will be glad to follow. Quite honestly, my concern was that when you have a permitting process that vests a great amount of discretion in your city staff to decide who gets one in a residential neighborhood and who doesn't get one, there's going to be inconsistency, which is going to lead to problems, which might even lead to enforcement problems. And as a result, it was my personal feeling that we ought to look and see what everybody else is doing, which brings me to our research that we concluded a couple of months ago. The Clark County Code, Title 30.08.030, specifically defines transient commercial use of residential development, and it means the use by any person of any residential development for bed and breakfast, hostel, hotel, inn, lodging, motel, resort, or other transient lodging uses where any individual transient guest occupies the property for 30 consecutive calendar days or less. That's how they define transient lodging in residential areas. Then they go on to say, transient commercial use of residential development for remuneration, that is for pay, is prohibited in all residential zoning districts or in any miscellaneous zoning district of this title except as otherwise permitted. And I'm not aware of...
When was this bill enacted?
I don't know. I don't have the date of the county code. I know Mr. Steed's here. I don't know if he recalls off the top of his head, but I certainly did not look at the date.
I don't know either, but it's been several years.
Okay. And I'd like to file a copy of the county code with the clerk, so...
Just a second, please. Councilman Brown, please.
Just on a clarification on this, and we talked about this scenario. All this information is filling in some pieces here. But there's language in the county ordinance that talks about continuous days.
Right, consecutive days.
And a hypothetical was raised yesterday that if someone was renting a home in this scenario for 2 weeks, but a contract was written for 31 days, how would that be interpreted under the county code?
I think that it would be, the burden of proof would be on the enforcement officers to show that it wasn't being occupied for 30 consecutive days. And again, I think that you present a hypothetical that's problematic for a prosecutor and problematic for law enforcement. If somebody shows you a contract and says, I got a 30-day contract, what do? Sit outside the house every day and watch them go in and out to prove it? It's a very labor-intensive and proof issue that's going to be very difficult.
It's happened before.
We also looked at the Henderson City Code. The Henderson City Code is written stylistically different than the county code. It has a definition of what's called short-term vacation rental. Short-term vacation rental means the commercial use by any person of any residential development for lodging where the individual guest occupies the property for 30 consecutive calendar days or less. The occupant room shall at no time serve as the guest's primary residence. That's their definition, very similar to the county's. Again, the 30-day term being consistent in both codes, also consistent with our municipal code, which talks about the room tax of the business license having a 30-day time period attached to it. And then they use a chart, basically, that tells you what's permitted in what district and what isn't. And at the bottom, they have short-term vacation rental and a series of N's across the board at the bottom, which indicate it's not permitted in any residential zoning district in the city of Henderson. So based upon our research looking at Clark County, looking at Henderson, it was the recommendation of our office that if you're going to look and adopt any kind of regulation that addresses short-term vacation rental, transient lodging in residential neighborhoods, whichever you want to call it, that it would be cleaner, easier to enforce if you were to just adopt a prohibition as have 2 other jurisdictions. That's not to say it's the best solution to the problem. That's not to say that there are other solutions to the problem. But that was our proposal and how we arrived at it. And I'll be glad to answer any questions at this point.
Any other questions? Councilman Tarkanian, do you have anything you'd like to add or at this time, or should we open up the public hearing?
No, I'd probably be adding some more later, but my understanding is that I have a background on how this started in the county, and I'll just add that later at the appropriate time.
And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If the last 2 documents that Mr. Jervik submitted to the clerk, Bev, is it possible to get some copies made for the council members? I couldn't see it on the overhead that well.
We'll get you some copies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Myers, it's been brought to our attention that, Brad, could you explain to her in what we were just discussing about
I just did, and I think that Carol's answer to me was that nobody has been cited to her knowledge for violation of the business licensing code, but there has been...
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, I know for a fact that this has been going on. Has anybody come to the city and
asked for a license? No one has come to business licensing and asked for a license to have this type of business. We have been called in. We've done investigations. It's been very difficult to prove some of the areas that we do go in and inspect. When we've heard that they're having these party houses, when we get there, there's no one there, or it's someone that they say it's family and it's a wedding. It's been very difficult to prove. We know that there was one person that was violating this, and in 2005, Jim had sent a letter saying, I know you're in violation of our zoning ordinance. This type of use is not accepted in this location.
But it would be if they adhere to Chapter 4 or Chapter 6, if they come in and got a license.
And then we're subject to room tax.
Yes.
But to date, no one has.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Could you just repeat that last thing? I missed it. What did you say, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem? They would be if what?
They would be what? No, I'm just saying, I asked the question, has anybody ever come before the licensing commission and asked for this license to do this? Yeah. And we have people out there, and apparently they've been for over 31 days, I guess, because they haven't come in and applied for this 30-day or under license to be a short-term rental. And so I just wanted to find out if anybody has in the past, and according to Ms. Myers, to her recollection, there has been nobody come in and apply for this license. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Myers, if complaints were being filed with the city for violation of this statute or any statute involving these short-term rentals, they would come to your office, is that right?
They could either come to our office or code enforcement, because again, it's in neighborhoods. It would be that we would have to prove that they were a business before they come to our office.
Well, as far as what you're familiar with, what are the types of complaints that have been brought to the city? For what kind of conduct?
From what I'm familiar with, we have had some residents where they see a lot of activity at a house, and they will tell us or code enforcement that they believe it's being rented out for parties on the weekends, and ask us to go and investigate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Ms. Myers, thanks for coming down. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to say I just received a fax from Celia Dondero, who was on the county commission when this was developed with the county, and I'm having it copied and distributed.
Thank you very much. We will open up public comment, but at this time, I'm just going to ask that we keep our comments very brief. I will allow 1 minute. If somebody wants to give up their time, somebody else, that's fine, but I think we can get the point across, because we have had many, many letters. I think 1 minute would be very, very sufficient at this time. Mr. Hodges?
Anthony Hodges, and I'll make it real brief. This sounds like a very dangerous situation here. It can endanger the entire community. So the state may have to be involved, just the cities and county, you know what I'm saying? This is a big, well, anything less than 30 days, I mean, you create a very serious situation for all of us. This sounds horrifying. Well, maybe we need to try to get this canceled, period.
I can appreciate that, Mr. Hodges, but I'm looking at the county, and Henderson has done this for a number of years, and there's been no reaction by any of the community, I don't think, as far as that goes. So anyhow, trying to just answer the questions. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Al Wiggs, standing here with my wife, Susan. We live at 9007 Great Bluff Drive, 89129. We wish to address you today and urge you to take no action to regulate the vacation rentals of single-family homes in the city of Las Vegas. My wife and I are both retired from Clark County employment. We saved and were extremely frugal in our expenditures over the years in order to obtain a piece of the American dream, a home of our own, and a second property which we have operated as a vacation rental for a period of time.
Councilman?
We now find that our illustrious city council members would take away that small business venture we have embarked upon. The issues that you are attempting to restrict are non-issues. For the great majority of persons operating a vacation rental, we don't think that the vacation rentals market has been that atrocious. A few people will complain, some out of envy, and some because they were truly inconvenienced. Remember, the home that is rented as a vacation rental is truly our home and not simply a rental property which we are detached from. Our rental screening process is quite detailed, and we are careful not to enter a rental contract with guests who we suspect are seeking a place to have a party house or a frat house, a frat party. All of our guests have been families seeking a home away from home, vacation environment, corporate business persons and conventioneers seeking quiet refuge after their required meetings and a place where they can stretch their dollars. We are certain that the great majority of persons operating a vacation rental property serve a similar clientele and have reasonably strong screening requirements. We are all definitely concerned about our neighbors and our neighborhood. We feel that we are helping the Las Vegas community and economy by allowing a family to find accommodations quite reasonably. A family of 5 or 6 can stay in a home much more reasonable than staying in a hotel where they would need 2 or 3 rooms at a greater cost than renting a room where they would have all of the amenities of home. So we again ask that you defeat this proposition. And you, Councilman Brown, I've been your constituent for many years, and you will have been a great representative. I'm sad to see you leaving, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian, before we go on with public participation, I think we have to put this on the record, what Ms. Dondero faxed over. If you could read that for the record, I'd sure appreciate it.
You want me to read it for the record?
Yes.
All right. Then let me back up a tiny bit and say that the reason why the county ordinance came about was because something originally happened at the Las Vegas Country Club where they were renting homes in that situation. At that time, there wasn't the authority of local entities to be able to make an ordinance like this, so they went to the state legislature. And at that time, Gene Caliani helped formulate this ordinance, and then it went back to Thalia Dondero, who was on the county commission, and that's why I had asked her how things went and what she thought of what we were doing, and that's what I'm reading into the record. Her comments are, if people are using residential properties for commercial uses, such as vacation rental or any motel, hotel use, the City of Las Vegas and Clark County need to charge additional taxes based upon what hotels and motels are paying, and be subject to health district inspections public works inspections, electrical, gas, restroom facilities, parking, so forth. The underlying zoning is still residential, and that would have to be changed. And the homes that are in the residential zoning probably do not want a zone change.
Thank you. Beverly, if I could do this for the record. Thank you. Any questions on what she just read, what Councilman just read? We'll continue then with public hearing. And again, try to keep it down to 1 minute if we can.
William Sojak, 1820 West Mesquite. I'm before you now, different hat, as the chairman of the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association. In discussion with several of the members of the board, there's a couple of concerns expressed here, although our heart goes out to people that have retirement plans on things like this. That doesn't seem to be the problem. Quite often, it is the parties, the raves, multiple cars, busloads of people. The concern that's been expressed by several of the board members is, number one, response. I think this was brought up earlier by the city attorney, or a business license. By the time the complaint goes in, it's normally a weekend, they go out there Monday, house is vacant. What do you do? Okay, we feel very strongly the city has to enact a perceptive ordinance targeting that problem, not people that are long-term renters, that Metro can enforce. Because that's the only way you're going to get any action. It's very frustrating to your citizens to put ordinances and codes in place, and for all practical intents and purpose, the lag time is so enormous, the problem isn't dealt with. And the problem should be targeted at the owner, the legal owner of the property, not the people that are there. I think what you're going to see, I was faced with it in my service with the county government. If somebody shows up, code enforcement, neighborhood response, writes a citation, these people don't live there, they're going to tear it up and go, yeah, okay, fine. There has to be a law enforcement capability there to get identification and identify the property. And it can be handled in a target area, multiple calls for service in the area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposing this application? No, that's fine. Is there anyone opposing it? Step forward. You opposing, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll have somebody in favor of it next.
Oh, good luck. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak, and especially Councilman Wolfson for withdrawing your sponsorship of this bill. My name is Valerie Grijalva. I'm a homeowner of a vacation rental here in Vegas, and I only heard of the bill on Monday, and of course was very chagrined because we have put a lot of time and money into this property this year for the purpose of renting it out in that one. And since you'd asked us to keep it quick, I'd try to sum up my notes here.
Thank you.
First of all, as you know, Las Vegas is right up there in this country with foreclosures. And there would be a lot more foreclosures if good people in this town aren't able to rent their homes out. It's an honorable way to make their mortgage payments, and I'm sure that's what a lot of us are doing. That's what we're doing. Also, a lot of us homeowners have commitments out, contractual obligations with websites where we've paid a lot of money for monthly advertising, and these were in the form of annual contracts. We're stuck with those. Furthermore, a lot of us have rented our properties to good people coming to town as far out as next year. We have their money. They have their travel arrangements. They're coming with their kids and so on to stay in my home. I have an obligation to them I hope I'm able to keep.
Thank you. If I could just ask you one question, please.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you rent your homes for longer than 30 days or less than 30 days?
Less than 30 days. I wish somebody would take it longer, but...
Have you ever asked or been asked, or have you ever got a license to do this as required by our statutes?
I do happen to have a business license, but not specifically for this endeavor. I do have a home business
So
license.
you're not paying any sales tax like the hotels pay or anything like that?
No, I'm not, but I would rather do that than have you not allow me to rent my home.
Thank you. You'd be, just a sorry, you'd be willing then to go to your neighbors and have that zone changed as a business rather than...
No, I wouldn't like that at all.
Well, that's what we're saying has to happen, though.
Well, I'd like to address that if I could.
You're operating a business in a residential area. It's just like having a used car agency or something like that in the neighborhood.
Well, I understand you're saying that's the way the rule reads now, and I'm wondering if there isn't some possibility for discussion on that. I'm okay with getting a license. I'm okay with being regulated somehow, and I think that I would probably speak for a number of the people I have spoken with in the last 2 days. I don't like the taxation, but it's better than shutting me down. But I'm wondering if we couldn't talk about that change of zoning, because for a lot of people, that's just simply not going to happen. It won't be possible. My home is a possibility, but most vacation homeowners won't find themselves that lucky.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Your first name is Valerie. Could you just give us a typical situation? Don't tell us the address of your rental home, but give us the cross streets, and then tell us the typical situation of how long are people renting it for, and what type of family or persons are renting it.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. My major cross streets are Flamingo and Pecos. There are no CC&Rs where I live, I'd like to note. I have a half-acre privately gated property, 4 bedrooms, 4 baths. My typical person is actually family members. They like to come here because, let's just say you have a family with children, and they only have 1 week a year vacation. Do they go to Las Vegas and leave their kids at home? Or could they do both? Well, if they come to my home, they can do both. They don't have to choose between Las Vegas and their children. I have a swimming pool, a pool table, a ping pong table, and they use my home, excuse me, as a platform for other trips, like day trips to Hoover Dam, Zion, the Grand Canyon, and so on. It allows families to get to do this trip together, whereas it's you know what it's been like to try to turn this into a family destination. Otherwise, here in Vegas, it really hasn't worked. But this does work.
You satisfied?
Other times, I just had the house rented for a week.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Just for clarification, Valerie, are you familiar that your house is in the county and not the city?
Yeah.
No.
It is.
I'm not. I tried to find that out, but whether or not this impacts me directly, it certainly impacts people I know.
But, Mayor Pro Tem,
yes,
to follow up on Councilman's comment.
Are you saying I'm violating an existing ordinance?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
In the county.
Well, I could make it.
Well, that's, it came up in yesterday's briefing with one of your colleagues out there, is in the city there seems to be some confusion as far as the specificity of our ordinance. But in the county in Henderson, it's pretty clear that those in your situation in the city of Henderson and Clark County, if your property's at Flamingo and Pecos, I mean, certainly you're not impacted by the city and what we do, but you are essentially in violation of an existing county law.
Do you want to change your name?
Yeah. Well, I'm actually thinking of another property, so. Can I ask your indulgence here just a moment?
Just real quick, please.
Okay, I'll make a quick hold on just a moment. I have dedicated things.
And
I just want to ask you, and I don't know if you're going to put this to a vote or not today.
Yes, we are.
But I'm going to ask you again respectfully, please vote no on this initiative. Please allow a little more room for discussion. You can bring it, you can revisit this in the future. And I would personally like to, I will volunteer to head a committee to research. I'd like to work with these 2 people from the city attorney's office.
You live in the county, though.
Well, I'll move. I have other properties.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. But please vote no on this and revisit it later.
Thank you. I need to explain, when the council members ask questions, I see a person down there getting a little bit irate and stuff, who I really respect. But again, though, when council members have questions, then we're going to go over the 1-minute time limit, and I'm not going to control that. If council members have questions to ask, the person speaking, they can speak all day long if they want. I want that understood. We're giving you a minute, and you're welcome to that minute. If you take a little bit longer, we'll try to be understanding. But if council members have questions of the person speaking, we're going to ask the questions, okay? Thank you. Somebody in opposition to this bill, or in favor of this bill? In favor.
Good morning. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council Daniel Deegan, 1801 Granite Avenue. I have a statement in favor of the bill, which, if the city clerk did not receive it by fax, I would like to leave. I didn't intend to speak on this issue until I was contacted by the sponsor and asked if the Rancho Manor Neighborhood Association had any position, which we haven't taken it under any open discussion in our neighborhood. And as far as I know, we have only one incident that falls under this particular character. We don't have frat parties or anything like that, but as far as I know. However, there's another category of short-term rentals in which I'll give you an example. A property owner leased a house on Shadow Lane to
Go ahead.
To a party who stayed there for a certain period of time, and then himself left and began a process of short-term rentals to who we don't know. I mean, it was a constant stream of non-English speaking strangers who essentially trashed the house on the property owner. A clear case of making use of short-term rentals for profit. With the bread and breakfast option available to these people, I don't see any case where a business such as this should be allowed to continue in the way that it has. These properties are not under the proper supervision, as Councilman Barlow said, with respect to health and safety. They're essentially operating as a motel without the kind of supervision, either in terms of finances and all other kind of legal obligations that they have, and they're not the same cases as a proper lease where a homeowner actually has someone else residing there. These people that come in are not residents; they're only temporary occupants, and they're not under proper supervision unless the homeowner is actually there, and that would be a bed and breakfast operation, and not the kind of short-term rental. So with that option for these good people who are using their houses for additional income, I don't think there's any excuse to allow the short-term rental phenomenon to go on. I hope, Councilman Wolfson, that you'll reconsider your scruples, because I think the ordinance is fair. And with the Mayor Pro Tem's indulgence, may I compliment Councilman Wolfson on his idea for Junior Leadership Academy. I think it's an excellent idea. High school seniors, student councils, key clubs, National Honor Societies would be a way to go for that, and I think it would be a real contribution to the city and to the education of our youngsters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you don't like something I'm doing, but you like something else I'm doing.
That's life, isn't it?
Let me just say that my proposal is not to scrap this idea and forget about it. My proposal that I'm going to make in a few minutes is to come back in about 45 days with a better ordinance that targets the type of activity we're talking about. That's what we're here about. We're here about prohibiting certain limited types of activity. So my proposal is not to say, forget it, the city isn't going to get involved. It's to narrowly define the activity that I'm not asking for a comment. I'm just responding to your comment. I think we need to narrowly draft this statute so it focuses and targets the perpetrators we're after. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I think 1 minute's probably a little short, but I'll jam. Basically, I come from the mortgage industry, and I do have one home that is rented in this environment. And coming from the mortgage industry, I kind of see the whole housing and the whole mortgage industry. And I know we've been talking kind of about business and profitability. I would have to venture that the majority of people who have this
Excuse me,
type of home.
could you give your name one more time,
I'm so
please?
sorry. Robert Turner, resident in Las Vegas, Nevada, fourth generation kid. Essentially, what we have is pretty much survival of the fittest at this point. With this housing market, the way it is, I don't think it's so much that people are in this thing at this point for business and profit, because at the end of the day, it's probably a wash, and it's just so that we don't have to foreclose on our homes, blow our credit, thus having people throw in the towel with their existing home because they can rent a home for a third of what their existing home that's sitting upside down. And the concern is this. I understand some of people's concern. I'm sorry that people have abused this and have caused havoc in neighborhoods. That's not right, and I think that should be dealt with. But I think at this point, if something is passed to be able to prohibit this, we think we have foreclosures now. There's going to be a whole nother run of them because there's stuff on a national level that's causing havoc in our city, in the mortgage industry, that a lot of people are not even aware of right now.
But
and this, to me, would even further.
All this is doing, though, is not allowing you to rent for less than 30 days. You can still rent your house for 45 days or a month or a year.
Totally understood. I totally understood. The only challenge there is it's a horrible rental market. You can't get maybe a third or half of your rent, and you can't rent them. They're sitting them, and people are dying on the vine, losing credit. People with 780, 800 FICOs are losing their homes because the housing market is that poor, and you can't sell it. We're in a bind. So it's survival of the fittest. Even if we prolong this for 4 or 5 years, let us get through this market. I'll sell my home and be done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilman Brown.
Is Mr. Jervik here?
Mr. Jervik?
He's somewhere. I just want him to make sure that we're correct in saying part of the intent here is to give more focus and clarity to the existing city law. But unless I'm told differently, and this isn't a policy judgment yet, we'll get to that later, but everyone in the southern Nevada area, well, with the exception of North Las Vegas, I guess, they haven't come up, that is renting a home, even under the best situation and the most professional circumstances, is in violation of the law. I mean, that's a premise that we all have to understand here. Later on, I guess we're going to discuss the policy issue, what the city should allow or disallow and how to go about that. But when people say, don't pass this because you're going to hurt us, understand that I think unless someone has already gone and got a business license and is paying room taxes, they're in violation of the city ordinance as it stands today. And it's one of those questions that has been asked, so now we have to answer. Why in the county in Henderson? I'm sure there's thousands of transactions that are happening every month in the valley along these vacation rental, or whatever we're going to call them. But under the law, everyone's in violation right now. Thousands of transactions. So I just want everybody to understand that some of the input we're getting is, don't pass this because you'll hurt us. But all we're doing is clarifying and putting consistency on existing codes at the city and the county in Henderson. I think later on we have to decide as a council what we want to do. Is this an appropriate activity in the city of Las Vegas? 30 days. I question what's the difference between 31 and 14 or 25 and 1. Certainly, Councilwoman has brought to our attention some real bad situations that bad people are taking advantage of. But if there's 10 or 30 or 50 bad situations that we have to prevent to protect our neighborhoods and the quality of life versus thousands of business transactions that obviously are happening professionally and under the radar screen, where's the balance? Do we put an umbrella over everything? And it's one of those things that, well, if we don't know about it, we're not going to enforce it, versus a real situation that we have to address, because it is having adverse impacts. There's evidence, and our inability perhaps to enforce the bad ones has brought us all here today, and unfortunately we're dragging a lot of professional good ones into the picture. Some of the comments are, I think, misleading in that we're going to do something to harm you. I don't think we are. That is already in place. The fact that we haven't been enforcing it is the issue.
My name is Chuck Sandelman. I live at 2550 Palomino Lane, and I live down the street from one of these bad places. The trash, the buses, the speeding cars, the cars parking everywhere. And I encourage the council to move forward with this because it is a bad situation, and I talked to Louis about this before, and I've called in, and it's really, in my opinion, very serious, and it needs to be dealt with quickly. And now I have to leave because I've got about 5 minutes in the parking meter, and I know I'll get a $10 ticket.
Thank you. With Councilwoman Tarkanian's permission, I would like to put this petition on the public record. There's about 50 names on here for people around the valley in support of this ordinance. Thank you. Next, please. Thank you for coming down, sir. Sir? Sir?
We don't want public.
We don't take it during city council, do we?
We're not enforcing today.
We're not enforcing today, sir. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, Council Brown. There'll be no parking enforcement officers going. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Michelle Pombo, Southwest Vacation Rentals. I understand now that I'm in violation. When I first researched the information for the business, there were no 30-day laws on the books. So I have the understanding now that there are. I would like to know...
Excuse me a second. Attorney Jerbick, how long have these been on the books?
You asked that question, and I thought that Carol might bring the answer. I'll find out for you real quick. Right back with you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the applicant's saying when she began her business 20 years ago,
When I began the research for it, I've actually been doing this for 17 years.
not today, but back when she...
Well, yeah, but I'm just trying to find out when this, but she said there was nothing on record when she started doing this 17 years ago. I just want to find out when these was put on record.
I know, Mayor Pro Tem, that parts of Title VI that I read go back as far as 1981, but I'll get you a precise answer here in just a moment.
Thank you.
I moved here in 1980, so I'm a little bit ahead of that. I listened to the discussion. I tried to take a rebuttal approach on this to try and figure out how companies such as myself, and I was asked some questions yesterday, so I did a little homework. There are about 35 actual vacation rental companies. The 4 I talked about yesterday are the 4 that I currently do business with. We exchange people or information or whatever. I have in the city 60 homes. Yesterday I said 45, and we have some confusion with what is the county, what is the city, where are the lines drawn. So I actually have the majority of my homes are in the city. All the owners are taxpayers. I didn't know about a 2% room tax. And I just think this type of legislation, when you have vacation rentals everywhere in the country, and we have grown from the small mentality we had back in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s, and the 80s. We've grown so much since 1980. There wasn't a Decatur. It was just developing when I moved here, Decatur Boulevard. So you have this growth, and yet the residential growth is not there. The opportunity to take a vacation rental home. Now, when a lot of these homes were sold, the people were told, you can rent this out and offset the income. You can do a vacation rental because it's such a recognized, acknowledged term. I've heard information on the Palomino problem. There's 2 houses on Palomino. The one that Lori Bish has broken up over and over and over again is an owner. He's not renting it out. It is he himself. So this ordinance that is coming in is trying to fix a desperate problem that people are dealing with. And it is desperate. If you've ever had one of these parties happen around you, it's, you know, you're up all night. There's cars all over the place. And the other Palomino property is a straight out, you could rent by the night. Most of us have looked at having 3 nights or more. I don't think a lot of us do the 3-night or 4-night rentals, but the weekly rentals. People don't want to take their children through the smoke in a casino. All our homes are non-smoking. They want to sit in the living room and watch a movie together. They want to sit around in the backyard. Businesses come here.
Can you wrap it up, please? Can you wrap up, please?
I could. If you could find a way, I mean, I can't imagine me going down to the city and say, I need 70 bed and breakfast licenses. I mean, it's near impossible. Is there a way we could structure something where someone like myself that has this type of company and other companies, maybe we could come up with a type of business license we would be able to continue our weekly business with?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Next, please.
My name is Lee Jones. I represent Executive Locations Realty at 6240 McLeod, Las Vegas 89120. I'm sure you all are aware that you, hopefully you received an email with a PowerPoint presentation yesterday pointing out what we do, why we do it, who we are, etc. I applaud Councilman Wolfson for removing his name as sponsor, and I hope that everyone would take a good look, just kind of take a step back, kind of what Councilman Wolfson is proposing, that there is a division between the two, between the raves and the parties and the all-night, the buses and everything, and what we do and what Southwest Management does and several other companies in the Las Vegas area. There is a difference. You know, we want to, you know, find a solution to all this and make it work for both the city and the county. Obviously, we're in violation too, but to find
But
something.
again, though, you have, I hate to interrupt, but you have this ordinance in the county
Correct, and like I said, now we're,
prohibiting you from doing this.
right, and, you know, until now, we had no idea that we, you know, obviously are in violation.
But your office is in the county, on Pecos McLeod.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, but she's still in violation.
But we represent private owners that are within Las Vegas.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I
Yes.
may. It appears that whether your home or your rental property is in the city or the county or anywhere for that matter, it's in violation. And there are laws and ordinances that are not being used to prosecute or hold accountable individuals who allow the raves and the parties and the busloads of people in your neighborhoods. So I'm understanding that as property rental individuals and property rental companies, you didn't know these laws existed.
Correct.
And I'm trying to find blame for that. I'm trying to find out, well, who's responsible for not informing the real estate industry of that? I mean, there's something that's fallen through the cracks here. Now it appears to me that we're trying to do something good to protect neighborhoods. And everybody says that's okay, that's great. That's what we want to do, is protect those neighborhoods. How do we get there? How do we get there from here? All of you that have a rental property, you got to get a business license, you got to pay taxes. You know that now, no big surprise. Whether it's in the county or the city, how much is being enforced in the county? Is a rave going on at a county property and the rave police go out there and take them to jail? Are they getting prosecuted? I don't know these answers. There's got to be some meat here. We're trying to protect your neighborhoods, your families, and your homes, at the same time not punish you for something you didn't know, for something you had no idea you had to do. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here.
Thank you very much for that
Councilman,
point.
jump in there.
Well, Councilman Ross, if you don't mind, you know, I think most of us are in agreement on what we're trying to accomplish here. There are the violators of, if you will, of these neighborhoods, and I think we all want to put the people who sponsor the rave parties and these special events out of business, if you will. But my point is this statute is going too far. I think that's what this lady is saying, is that she's got clients who have rental properties that rent that technically is in violation of the county ordinance, the Henderson ordinance, and would be in violation of this ordinance, but nobody's complaining about these kinds of rentals. So I'm going to use your phrase and adopt your phrase. How do we get there? And with all due respect to my colleague, and I have the ultimate respect for Councilwoman Tarkanian, this bill is too broad.
Thank you. Just one other thing that's been brought up here. Our city attorney handed me this note. Our current code has been readopted since 1981, so in all likelihood, this bill, or this ordinance was probably on the books since Las Vegas first adopted any codes. So it was way before then.
Okay. And I think it should be solution-driven. I think, maybe tightening up the permit process for events and special use variances, hold owners more accountable for their tenants, require written residential leases for all rental dwellings, require a local caretaker, such as a property manager, myself, that is licensed, within, if the owner resides outside Clark County. Form an alliance between the community and the short-term rental market, short-term rental companies. And, I'm sure my company, my owner, who's been in business 15 years, is more than willing to chair a committee and to start some discussion and to work on this together with City Council to come up with a viable solution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Brown?
Were you responsible for the PowerPoint that was emailed?
Yes, sir.
You personally?
My boss was, yes.
Whoever your boss is did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
If we could take this and start the presentation, it's excellent. But I do want to point out a couple things. One is, especially as a licensed realtor, I'm surprised, without judgment, just surprised that your profession is not aware of those existing laws that impact what you're trying to do. There's conflict there. And it's a question that I don't think we're going to answer today, but why is it there? The other one, you bring up the points. What's the difference between 3 days and 15 and 31? It's the tenant going in. And the other that you brought up extremely well is Vegas is the destination capital of the world, and this whole industry of vacation rentals obviously is a part of the market, illegally a part of the market, but maybe from not only the city and the county and Henderson, maybe we need to, as Councilman Wolfson indicated, better define what is acceptable in your industry as vacation rentals. But I would encourage, regardless of what happens, if this email wasn't sent to everyone, we'll certainly share it, because a lot of work went into it, and you've captured a lot of the existing situation, good and bad, and the policy decisions that probably should be discussed and made later on.
Thank you. I will pass it on.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Mayor Pro Tem, before the next speaker, I'm still, if we enact this ordinance, and Council, no disrespect, but what is to stop any of you from having a rave at your rental party next week? What is to stop anybody from doing anything if we enact this ordinance? I'm just a little confused on what we're trying to get to, even though perhaps the counties and the city of Henderson isn't as narrow as we'd like it to be. I firmly believe that a uniform set of ordinances across the valley are in order. I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. If they're good or bad ordinances, that's another discussion. But trying to uniform that across the valley is a good thing. And I certainly don't want to hurt anybody. But what is to stop anybody from going out and having a rave tomorrow at your rental property, other than laws that are already on the books that are not being enforced? So I just want to bring that point forward.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I'm Juanita Clark, and I'm representing our neighborhood group of Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, and a lot of people have gotten together today to help me to be able to come down here. And Councilman Barlow, I want you to know you have a junior constituent in the audience today. And I am not here because I might want to rent my home for less than 31 days. There's been a couple of comments by people, and actually Councilman Ross just now expressed one. But if there are some banks robbed, are we going to close all the banks? This is, we feel, is extremely unconstitutional, and we, as has been voiced here, it's you, honorable people's purpose to pass laws. It's also, and that doesn't mean you have to pass additional that are coercive type of laws, but you might also withdraw some of these laws that are on the books, which, as it's nice to know that even professional people were not aware that they were there. We at the Charleston Neighborhood Preservation adamantly oppose this amendment. It is unconstitutional. A residence is for living. Residents have the right to do as they choose as long as their property is used as a residence. A short-term rental does not mean it's a vacation rental. And also the comment here, remember your elementary school days when teachers held an entire class after school because of the disruptive actions of one student. We believe that instead of protecting homeowner rights, you, the Las Vegas Council, are removing those and not protecting them. Las Vegas Review-Journal editor Thomas Mitchell discussed American freedoms in the December 26th edition. This included the statement, quote, that famous politician could have been right after all. Maybe the people are tired of liberty. Maybe, just maybe, James Madison was wrong and Benito Mussolini was right. Are you tired of liberty?
Thank
And
you,
we
ma'am.
aren't.
Thank you.
We have another, I just want to read one more paragraph because it has been brought out at this hearing that indeed what we brought up at at meetings with a couple of council people about the money. And indeed, this does go to collecting grant, collecting additional taxes, and so forth and so on. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hello, my name is John Della Valle. I live at 5825 Ponderosa Way, and I actually have a vacation rental and I have regular rentals. And I can tell you from experience that the vacation rental is a lot nicer than my regular rental is right now. I have a rental in Henderson that's it's got a Section 8 tenant in it, and you guys probably heard in the news about 2 weeks ago, my tenant's little girl got run over and killed. This girl is actually dealing meth out of my unit, and I've been in conversation with the Homeowners Association, and I am having a heck of a time getting her out of my property. So I don't know why you'd pick on one sort of rental and not another. And like I said, the vacation rental that I have has been nothing but no problems at all, and the long-term rental has been a nightmare. And so I don't know why is there a difference between the two, and why is one being picked on and not the other? Why don't we just ban rentals?
Thank you.
You know, what's the difference? And like I said, I can't get this one girl's dealing meth out of my place, and I get a call from the association that now she's a prostitute, and I can't get her out of my place.
Thank you, sir.
So should we ban rentals?
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
Next, please.
I'm going to change the style here.
Thanks.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I don't have to tell you, you're pushing a chain uphill. You already know that. It's like trying to empty the ocean with a thimble. But you're trying. That's commendable. A couple of things to respectfully remind you of. This is the city of Las Vegas, not unincorporated Clark County, and not the city of Henderson or any other city. City of Las Vegas, that's what it's called. And if you intend to copy somebody else's model, forget about it. They don't know what they're doing either. And the bottom line of it is this: you cannot legislate morality, no matter how hard you try. And whatever happens in Vegas, they say, stays in Vegas. Isn't that what they say? And that's how you promote your business. So you want to know who started this problem? You did. By your policy. Very simple. It's not a secret. Okay? Your Vegas is showing. That's the latest slogan. So my recommendation to you is let the market find its level. You have compliance enforcement. It's complaints driven. That's your policy. It's a lax policy, but that is your policy. So you wait until real complaints come in of underage drinking or some kind of immorality that's very dangerous, or maybe something like a murder or something. When that comes in, then respond. What you're doing right now is all pre-show. That's all it is. You're going nowhere with this. You're just taking up the public's time. So my advice to you is, you made your bed, sleep in it.
Thank you, sir. Next, please. After this gentleman here speaks, we're going to close the public hearing.
Hello. I've been asked to read this statement on behalf of Frank Pornell, who is a resident at 827 Kenny Way and is also owner of an advertising agency called Last Second Media Incorporated, which also resides in the city of Las Vegas. The subject of his behalf is to raise a concern over the proposed legislation changes in response to party houses. First, I want to congratulate Ms. Tarkanian and the City of Restoration on our city streets near the historic Alta District. This is a great investment into our property values and exactly what we seek from our city government. However, in regards to the party house legislation, I ask that you use caution in overreacting. What is being framed as an intrusion to public morals needs to be balanced by property owners' rights and economic growth. After all, we are a city of live and let live. There are massage parlors and giant sections of the Yellow Pages devoted to escorts. These do not mean we need to, or this does not mean that we need to have morality regulations. We need enforceable city codes that tax public intrusions. This might include looking at bed and breakfast licenses, fire code enforcement, or requirements that homeowners wishing to rent out for less than a month post a hefty bond. Legislation that precludes the rightful use of private property may be challenged by the courts, which could result in expensive litigation by the city, not a good use for our resource. We urge you to look at the economic growth of other cities like Palm Springs and even Bryan Head to see if there are better ways to control short-term rentals of private property. As a television commercial producer, our company rents private party houses for periods as short as 4 hours. I ask that you keep in mind that we may begin shooting in other cities if new laws like this make it impossible or impractical to shoot in our favorite city.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we'll allow this woman here to speak. Is there anyone else wish to speak on this item? Please come up and get in line.
Councilwoman.
We're running late here.
And men.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Harrison, 9192 Rochelle, but I have police up on the town center in Desert Inn, and my place has been renting for a month or more, but it's been kind of slim pickings this year, and I heard of this offense, so I decided to come down and hope that they will look at this in detail and closer, because I would like to do short-term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Cheryl Wilkins. I live at 6325 Juliana Drive, and I'm really nervous, so I wrote some notes.
Can you make it short, please?
Okay. I'm just saying, I've never been to a city council meeting before, but I'm glad I chose today. My husband's a Vietnam vet, and I wish he could have been here with me to celebrate and recognize our military and to say thank you for the sacrifices that they make each and every day so that we can enjoy the rights and freedoms that we do. Sometimes you take your rights and freedoms for granted, and then you find out about a bill sponsored by a city councilwoman that can do just that. In our case, in order to save our home, we had to leave it. We never thought we would find ourselves in this position. But because of a health issue last year, that is exactly the position we're in. We all cried when we moved out of our home, including our 10-year-old son. But we also felt a sense of relief because we found out that we could turn our home into a vacation rental and we could hopefully save it. And most loving parents want to be able to send their children to college. We're no different. Our dream is to be able to send our son to any college that he chooses to go to. And we're hoping to do that with the equity that we build in our home over the next few years. So please don't take that away from us. Our homeowners as well as renters can have loud parties, but there's already laws in place to deal with that. So please let those laws handle it. And we're not criminals. We're homeowners, and we just want to remain homeowners. So can we reach some kind of solution that works for everyone? Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, where did she say she lived? Where did you say you lived? Excuse me? I didn't hear that.
What's your zip?
What's your zip number, please?
It's 89149.
89149.
Unincorporated.
County, okay. Really, you're breaking the law already, ma'am. It isn't us who would be impinging anything.
Rental that we had to move to.
Oh, well, what is your rental then?
89117.
89117.
That's the city.
And then that's your lakes.
That's the city.
Yeah.
9117 is the city.
Yeah, that's your area, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, council people. This has been a real interesting day. I've never been to a council meeting. I think it's kind of like going to, or being on a roller coaster. You're up, you're down, you're up, you're down. Anyways, I think I should come more often. Anyways, I am too an owner of a vacation home. I own one in San Diego. Based on the success of that, 2 years ago I had invested in property down by the beach. They don't have any problems at the beach with it. I own a mortgage company here and started having some challenges and decided, well, why don't I just live between my beach house and my other house because I can't afford my payment. I got an $800,000 mortgage and my mortgage business isn't doing very well. I was faced with, after 4 months on the market and finding out my house was $200,000 less than I paid for it, I couldn't sell it, that I was possibly going to lose it and ruin everything I had built. So I put my house on the market. I had no idea of any of these regulations, and I'm not opposed to that. It only makes sense. I did talk to some people about it because I'm licensed with the city, and nobody knew anything about this, to tell you the truth. And it seems to me a lot of the council people up here were not too aware of these regulations. But anyways, our contracts that we have with people that we talk to, I just want to read this real quick and get out of here real fast. Terms and conditions. I want to read you something about noise. The tenant shall not make or permit any excessive, disturbing, or annoying noise in or on the grounds of the rental property by himself, his family, agents, servants, or visitors. Not permit such persons to do anything that will interfere with the rights, comforts, or conveniences of neighbors or other persons in the surrounding area. No excessive noise, and this is in bold print, is permitted after 11 p.m. And I think that basically corresponds with the laws of the city. Consumption of alcohol. There shall be no consumption of alcoholic beverages in or on the grounds of the rental property by any person less than 21 years of age, and there shall be no congregation or drinking on the porches, steps, streets, or adjoining areas surrounding the rental property. Illegal drugs. Just two more clauses I want to read. There shall be no use of any illegal drugs by any tenants, occupants, or visitors in or on the grounds of the rental property. Final thing I'd like to read, complaints. Any complaints to the police department or from any neighbors concerning the behavior of the tenant, tenant's family, or other occupants, guests, or visitors while occupying the rental property will result in immediate termination of this rental agreement, and all rental funds will be forfeited. So basically what I'm hearing here is there's a couple of things that have to be done. I'm sorry, my name is David Paulson. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I've been here for 14 years from San Diego.
Thanks, Gabby.
Is that there's an enforcement issue because you have problems with long-term rentals and you have problems with short-term rentals. That can happen too. But throwing out a couple of bad apples, in the bunch doesn't make all the apples bad. And I think that's what I've been hearing from Councilman Wolfson, is we really have to target the challenge itself, the excessive parties that are occurring and people violating those rules, because they're making it worse for everybody. But sure, we need taxation. We need to get these permits underway. We need to do this, and I agree with that right away. But basically, that's what I have to say about this.
Thank you very much. You made a comment. I got to make a comment, too. My mom always told me if two bad apples can ruin the whole bushel basket full of apples. So I need to put on record, we have here a huge binder from one resident that's been fighting this problem for many, many years. He does have something here I'd like to read for the record. This is from Timothy McGarry. I have lived in Rancho Nevada Estates for 23 years. For the last 3 to 4 years, I have been dealing with a rental next door to me. They have very wild parties and different renters each weekend. They rent it in the L.A. Times as a party house that Frank Sinatra used to lie. The traffic from this house is crazy at times. They throw food, bottles, etc. over the walls on all sides. My dogs seem to bark a lot in the middle of the night. The parties are going on early in the mornings. I have daughters and really don't like this going on next door. On one occasion, limousine sat outside for days. I talked to the driver, and he said he had 6 doctors from L.A., and he was bringing girls from the strip clubs all over at all hours. I could go on and on and on. Who wants them in our neighborhood? I keep watching things going on there that is not right. On numerous occasions, my doorbell would ring, and people would ask to use the phone to call a cab, or they have gotten locked out. It makes us very uncomfortable. I don't want these people at my door. I have contacted Low Star Canyon once and the association on many occasions, but I've gotten nowhere. When is this going to stop? When someone gets hurt or robbed, our gated community is to feel safe. I have never felt safe on weekends when it is rented. It seems to be rented every weekend, which happens to be my days off, and I am sure other neighbors too. Please let's get this taken care of. I could go on and on with a lot more stories. They are bad, really bad ones, but I will stop here. I hope this letter helps do something. It is really getting worse and worse and worse. Thank you very much. If I could. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, I believe that was coming from Martin residence, which was next door to this 220 Campbell that they mentioned, and it was sent to Tim McGarry because he was on the Association Council.
Okay, that's fine.
But the rest of the book is Tim McGarry's.
Thank you.
This letter was somebody else.
Thank you. Okay. I know there's going to be other comments and questions. I know that Councilwoman Tarkanian sets on recommending. I think her and Councilman Barlow heard this item before. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Tarkanian to go ahead and make her motion or go through with what she needs to do, and then I will ask the council members to then talk about her motion however they see fit. Councilwoman?
I would like to say that I can understand some of the pain some of you are feeling right now. Some of the pain that I've seen over the past 2 years in which we have studied this very, very carefully, you don't see. You don't see the 13-year-old girl who sobbed in her mother's arms because of people having sex in the backyard of a rented home next to her. Or you don't see a lot of things that are contained in this book. And you say how easy it is. You have the laws on the book and you can take care of it. But when you read how hard someone worked in a gated community to get rid of what you can see on the back pages, a van, open view of children walking to Our Lady of Las Vegas Elementary School saying, booty here, if you want a whore, honk, on the way to school. And these are things that I have had come to me many, many, many times over the last 2 years. And I just want to move on to focus directly. That I was just telling you about some of the things I see that have really made me cry, or almost cry, when I've seen them occur within our ward that we're trying so hard in, and I know the other wards are too. But this ordinance that we have today amends our current code. It defines and expands the definition of short-term rentals. I'm not against looking at it further or more, but I would like to have a vote today on stopping something which is it's a pariah action within our neighborhoods. My office has been working on this issue, everyone in my office, for over 2 years, trying to find what would be most effective in addressing some of these emerging issues in our community. We've looked to other areas and their ordinances, including Solano Beach and Incline Village, in assessing whether to regulate or prohibit. And it should be noted here that some resort areas today, such as Hawaii and certain areas in Florida, are also pursuing the same legislation in order to address the same type of emerging issues in their areas. This bill mirrors the Clark County and the City of Henderson bills, bringing us into uniformity with the rest of the valley. If you look at the history of how this happened, you can see some of the research people have done. This wasn't something picked out of the sky and we're going to do this. This started years ago with a problem in the Las Vegas Country Club. And then it was worked out at the legislature. It wasn't just the county. They went to the legislature, and Chris G. worked with David Goldman, and they worked with Celia Dondero, who was on the county commission, and whose statements we have here today, on why they needed help and what was the best way they could do it. And it's come to our attention many times that there are numerous short-term rentals in our residential neighborhoods. These are homes that are being rented for varying lengths of time, including one night or more, 3 days, 4 days, 2 weeks, and we found problems there. We haven't been able to address the problems. So we went and we sought out how best can we do this. All we were seeking was to help these people who really were in some dire situations on many occasions. We've been out at 1:30 in the morning trying to get enough information so that we could have an enforcement of what we have now. And we were told that we have to have it be more defined. And we have to have it so it focuses more on this particular issue, and that's what we've done. Some homes we have severe problems and ongoing problems, such as the parties that disturb entire neighborhoods. And then other rentals may be causing no outward disturbance. But how do you differentiate between the two? What is the concern today is that many of these homes are owned by individuals who have purchased a number of homes and are renting them out as you would a hotel. This is business operating within a community. And this brings about 3 very important issues. One being that they are currently in violation of our long-existing code. They're not paying taxes, nor are they licensed to operate a business. These areas are zoned residential, and business activity is prohibited. If you can't buy a home in a residential area, zoned as such by the city, and expect it to stay residential without business in it, then what in the world can you do? Where are your rights as property owners? Where are the rights of these individuals as they come forth and say, look, you zoned it this way, I bought it in this zoning, and now you're adding some form of business in it. Secondly, we have the issue of transients, of numerous individuals coming and going in homes, and they do not reside in the residential areas. Now, we can say, well, we have big problems with those that are there longer. But we also know that usually it's the criminals don't like to stay a place a long time. And this I have heard when I've talked to individuals who are working crime scenes. This is a common sense level, we feel, that brings about numerous problems, including the erosion of neighborhoods and the potential for increased criminal activities, which I just mentioned. This ordinance is based on our existing code. It's clear and concise and directly addresses a diverse, ongoing violation of our code. It also brings the city into conformity valley-wide. I wish that if we're going to look at this, why don't we get something in place now that protects the people that need protection, and then spend the weeks that I know it's going to take. You can tell me 45 days, and then you talk about a committee here and there, and it'll take longer. After we get this in place, it's uniform with Henderson and with Clark County, then we could perhaps discuss if we need to change it. But from what I have represented and what I see in my area, I feel that my motion would be for approval.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I just have one question on your motion now, on this ordinance. Now, are our code enforcement officers going to be able to go out and help us on this new ordinance?
I'm told they will be able to help us better because it will be so specific as to what they're coming. You have a rental or you don't have a rental. Our experience has been that we quite honestly are lied to all the time. And if you look at this booklet that Tim McGarry sent, you'll see, there is a management person, there is a licensed realtor in California, a management person here, and everything has been tried to be stopped and can't be stopped. And so, yes, we do. I've talked to, and in fact, I don't know where Mr. Jerbick is, but I talked to him about that earlier. And code enforcement could work on this. Now, will we be able to do everything? No. I talked with Chris G. I said to her, you worked hard on this, you researched hard on this, this is what you came out with. Do you think it's good for your community? And she said yes, because it helps us when we have those problems, address them quickly. And she said you don't catch all of the errors, but you catch a lot of them.
Well, I know it's been my look-see that I see in my neighborhood that I represent is when we have these type of uses in the neighborhood, and I love Metro to death. I love the sheriff greatly. We call, and of course Metro is busy at doing other things, and it's really hard to get somebody to come out and enforce it at that time. And this will allow our, the way I understand it, it will allow our code enforcement officers to go out on Monday morning saying that there was 3 complaints or 4 complaints or however many complaints that was filed out on this house the weekend before or the Friday night before, the Saturday before, whatever. We don't have enough police officers, we don't have enough code enforcement officers, we don't have enough employees to go out on every call like this every night. And this would give us an ability to go forward the following day, the following Monday, whenever, and go out there and explain to those people staying there. And again, it's not going to be the owner of the property. And it's like it was stated before. You can write them a citation, they're just going to tear it up and throw it away and say, so what? We have to find some way to get to the owner of these properties. And I don't know, I've listened to everybody today. I just find it really hard to look at not creating this today and saying we can do something again in 45 days. I got to agree with Councilman Tarkanian on the fact that we can do this today, and then if we have to, we can come back and look at the existing ordinance that we have enacted. And if that don't make sense to you, it makes a lot of sense to me, because I feel like that I'd rather do something today to make sure that we can do something rather than waiting 45 days, maybe 90 days or whatever. If we have to, we can always come back and look at this ordinance, and I can support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple questions first. Mr. Jerbick, is it against our ordinance to advertise one of these 3-day or weekend rentals? Is the advertisement of an illegal activity a violation of the law?
I think the advertisement of a business that is not licensed is against the law. So to advertise an unlicensed business, hold it out as a business, I believe is an existing code violation.
So, and this information that was provided, is this Tim's? This is Tim's. I mean, right here highlighted, and I guess this is one of the party homes. It gives you all the information. We have the owner in our records. It has the rental owner manager. It describes exactly what illegal activity they want to take place. Why can't we go after them right now?
The answer is we probably could.
Okay. And Councilwoman, I support what you're intending to do, but I'll talk about where I have a problem philosophically. Then secondly, Mr. Jerbick, what does the amendment in front of us today, from an enforcement perspective, allow us to do that we can't do today?
Let me get back. Let me start with your last question, too, and maybe it helps answer the entire question. If somebody today were to be cited for advertising a business that doesn't have a license, it's curable by coming in and getting the license and paying the tax. So the use would be allowed under our current scheme. What would be prohibited if you enact this would be a blunt statement by the council that transient lodging is not allowed in residential neighborhoods. I'm not saying based upon the evidence. Clearly, it's mixed testimony both ways. Some transient lodging has been harmless from the point of view of causing trouble in a neighborhood. Other transient lodging has been harmful. But those instances of transient lodging that have resulted in out-of-control parties because of disrespect for the neighborhood or whatever reason people hold these things, we would be able to go out, identify those houses, cite them immediately. There would be no coming in, getting a permit or anything. It would just be over with. We'd take them to court. We'd try them.
That's on the first. Now, on the second part of the question was, this just completely prohibits it, so it would be easier to enforce?
In our opinion, yes, it'd be easier to enforce.
Okay. The whole private property issue, not only this council, but certainly this state, and you can get into our Constitution. I mean, there's a lot of respect out there for someone's private property. I have trouble distinguishing between a 31-day rental, vacation, or just straight-out rental, versus a 24-day or a 15-day. I mean, in my mind, you can't separate it. It's either wrong to rent your private property or it's an allowable use. And it's not so much the rental of your private property, it's the activity of some people that are taking, it appears to be taking advantage of these real short-term one-night or 3-day or 4-day weekend excursions. So understanding that the intent here is to make it easy to enforce, to go after that segment, but by the numbers, we're going to go after a very small segment, maybe a couple dozen, versus thousands of transactions we're going to flat out prohibit. We could hire 10 new enforcement officers and make a career for the next 12 months going after certainly everybody in this room, but everybody all over the valley, the county and the city of Henderson. So I'm uncomfortable from a public policy standpoint trying to put another law on top of a law that we've heard hundreds of people are in violation today, but we're not after them. We don't want to harm them. They seem to be doing everything professionally. We're going after the people that are taking advantage of it and doing it illegally. That's where I have a problem. I think the focus of our action should be a better means of enforcement of the existing code, or if, as proposed, this allows us to go after that group. But in doing so, here's where the conflict is. In doing so, we're saying, okay, we know you're illegal. We know you are conducting business that's in violation of the city of Las Vegas. But we're not going to do anything about it. I know the speed limit's 65, but if you're going 70 and you're not caught, is a crime until you're caught? I don't know. That's the question that's before us today. I just have trouble putting an additional layer of bureaucracy and, if not punishing, penalizing what appears to be a legitimate business in someone's privately held property. And that's where I can't support what's before us today. I would like to look at the bigger picture of what this city council feels about rental properties. Because I don't think a distinction can be made between 31 and 29 or 31 and 14. It's 31 and 3 is the issue. I don't think putting additional laws is going to correct the situation. Or, if we do, let's tell people now, those people that testified today and all the professional realtors and brokers out there that are doing this action in Southern Nevada, that we're not going to allow it. And they better make plans to stop doing it, or we will start enforcing. It's hypocritical to sit here and say, we know you're doing things illegally, but don't worry. I mean, the law is on the books, but it doesn't really matter. And I don't think putting another law on top of that scenario helps anything. I think what we need to do as a council is just decide if this is an appropriate business, and somehow focus on the bad, the 1, 2, 3, 4-day rental, and focus our codes and enforcement efforts there, and allow the professional people and the transactions that are going on that are not having any adverse impact to continue to operate.
Thank you, Councilman Brown. I need to put on record myself, I think that we have a board of realtors in Clark County, and I personally have not been addressed or called or talked to by anyone from the board of realtors. I think that's important.
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, though, did place a call to Kip Cooper with the Board of Realtors, and just on this situation, and just because I found out all this information, new information in the last 24 hours, in fairness to him, I did not give him the opportunity to come back and give the perspective from the industry.
Thank you.
But you're right, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I hadn't heard from the realtors either, and I sort of wondered why not.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. I want to make something real clear to everybody, and I've said it before, but let's just say it one more time. I don't view this as me against him or her against him. I think we all want to try and do the same thing. I just disagree with the method we're doing today. I'd like to ask, what's the rush? If we've been working on this for 2 years and me as a councilman for 6 months, my proposal is to go another 45 to 60 days. What's the rush? And I'd like to just mention, Mrs. DiMattia, are you in the audience? I think you are. And I certainly want to express my appreciation to you because I know this has been a long process for you. I want you to know that I'm still going, no matter what happens today, to target the problem that's affected you and your family. I'm not giving up at all. But I just have a real problem with the broad nature of this bill. There's a lot of people that take advantage. We're calling it vacation rental homes, but there are a number of people that utilize this type of service that don't come here for vacations. I received one email from a Texas senior citizen who said that he would be adversely affected by this bill by prohibiting short-term rentals because he comes to our city for pain management care. So it's not just somebody that travels to Las Vegas for, quote, a vacation. They travel to Las Vegas for some need. What about the Southern California fires? That was brought to my attention, where people needed to relocate on a short-term basis, and they don't want to stay in a hotel. Maybe they can't afford to stay in a strip hotel or a downtown hotel, and they needed something on a temporary basis for a family of 3 or 4 or 5 people. They don't want to eat at a casino restaurant. They want to have a kitchen where they can make a home-cooked meal. And I've got a number of letters that are similar to that letter that are expressions by people for a need to have a rental property. And I want to point out that this ordinance, as it reads right now, does criminalize conduct. This ordinance doesn't mean that you get a warning. If you violate this ordinance, it says any day of any violation of this ordinance shall constitute a separate offense. So we're making a lot of you criminals starting tomorrow. If this ordinance passes, we're making you misdemeanants.
They already are.
Well, I'm not talking about what Henderson has done and what Clark County has done, and just because somebody else jumps off a bridge doesn't mean we should jump off a bridge. Just because somebody else is doing something a certain way doesn't mean it's right. I mean, frankly, from this discussion, this is probably the longest discussion that any government entity has had, as far as I know, that's been brought to my attention. It certainly displays a need for review countywide, because I think everybody would agree that there is a need for this type of short-term rental. Now, what I'm proposing is an alternative, and whether the vote goes my way or not, time will tell. But just to be very, very clear, I've spoken with Mr. Jervik, and he says that, that's what Mr. Jervik's office does. He's the city attorney for the city of Las Vegas. He's charged with the task of drafting laws. It was his office that brought this proposal in its bill form to the council. And I asked Mr. Jervik, I said, Mr. Jervik, can we change this ordinance? Can we change it? Can we more narrowly define and target the conduct that I think we're intending to target? And he said yes. There's a number of ways, whether it be a permit process, whether we condition how many people can occupy one of these short-term rental locations at one time, whether that number be 5 or 7. We can do it. We can condition the use. You can't have any parties, quote unquote, and we'll have to define that because that's a vague term. My point is this, is that my reason for removing my sponsorship of this bill, and maybe it's my lawyer background that's coming out, and forgive me for that, but I have an obligation. I took an oath. And as part of that oath is to pass laws that I feel are appropriate and fair and reasonable. So my proposal is that we take a second look. What's the rush? My proposal is that we come back in 45 days. Mr. Jerbick says we can do it in about that time frame with a better law. Why pass a law now, and then we'll worry about everything else later? Let's do it right the first time. And respectfully, that's why I can't support your motion, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Good, sir.
Councilman Barlow, do you have anything to say?
Wrong button. Yes, just a couple of items. I too agree that this ordinance is broad in scope. I understand the need for the short-term rental to be in place as well. However, what I don't understand or don't know just yet is whether or not this use belongs in a residential neighborhood. And that will be my only comment at this time, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. You've heard the motion made by Councilman Tarkanian. We've all discussed it. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. This bill has been enacted. It has been passed. This is new ordinance in the city of Las Vegas. Item 89 is bill number 2007-57, amends the city drought plan regulations to remove certain turf planting restrictions and to provide a limited exemption from the mandatory watering schedule for properties using smart controllers. Sponsored by Councilman Tarkanian. Councilman Tarkanian, you wish to have this bill read, please?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll be glad to read it. Bill number 2007-57, an ordinance to conform the city's drought plan regulations to the most recent version of the Southern Nevada Water Authority's drought plan by removing certain turf planting restrictions and providing a limited exemption from the mandatory watering schedule for properties using smart controllers and other related matters.
Are there any questions on this bill? Councilman Tarkanian, your wish, please.
Move to approve. Move to approve.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Do you mean to abstain?
No, I'm sorry.
Sure, yes vote. Item 90 is bill number 2007-58, increases under certain circumstances the period of time during which certain nonconforming uses may be discontinued without losing their nonconformity status, and provides a similar increase concerning the discontinuance of certain types of special use permits, sponsored by Councilman Tarkanian. You wish to have the bill read, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-58, in order to increase under certain circumstances the period of time under which certain nonconforming uses may be discontinued without losing their nonconforming status, to provide for a similar increase concerning the discontinuation of certain types of special use permits, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Mr. Tarkanian, your pleasure, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 92 has been held in abeyance. New bills, items number 93 through 99, bills 2007-62 through... Oh, I forgot 91? 91 is bill number 2007-59, authorizes the recordation of notices of zoning action, advertising property owners and others of the existence of zoning conditions, requirements, and limitations, and adds a mechanism for the review of conditions that have been imposed in connection with zoning appeals. Sponsored by Councilman Wolfson. Mrs. Tarkanian, you wish to have it read, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-59, an ordinance to authorize the recordation of notices of zoning action, advising property owners and others of the existence of zoning conditions, requirements, limitations, and the mechanism, and add a mechanism for the review of conditions that have been imposed in connection with zoning approvals and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Tarkanian, your pleasure, please.
I move to approve.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 2 is Bill number 2007-61, increases the salary of and provides a vehicle allowance for Mayor and City Council, sponsored by Mayor Oscar Goodman. He did ask, I thought it had been held in abeyance, but since the mayor's not here, he did want it held in abeyance so that he is a sponsor of the bill. He wants to be here on the 21st to talk about this bill. So we will ask this be held in abeyance until the 22nd. That's the motion. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Please post. That will be held until the 21st. Okay, sorry about that. New bills, items 93 through 99, bills 2007-62 through 2007-68 will be heard at the recommended committee meeting on Tuesday, November the 20th, 2007. I would like to have the bills read, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pro Tem. Bill number 20-762, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, break the established line to be annexed, to make its own habits, service, and laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters. Bill number 20-763, an ordinance to AT&T Communications of Nevada, Inc., a Nevada corporation authorized to do business in Nevada, a non-exclusive franchise for the telecommunications service within the corporate limits of the city of Las Vegas, subject to in accordance with the certain franchise agreement entered into between the city of Las Vegas and AT&T Communications of Nevada, Inc., and provide for other related matters and matters properly relating thereto. Bill 20-7-64, an ordinance to provide that Planning Commission action on most special use permits is final unless appealed or requested by review by members of the City Council to modify certain provisions regarding related hearings and appeals and to conform to state law and to provide for other related matters. Bill 20-7-65, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 5597 relating to the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 809, Summerlin area, authorizing the execution and delivery of an amendment to the development of financing agreement relating thereto, ratifying action taken by the city officers for such amendment and providing for other matters related thereto. Bill 20-7-66, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 5916, which created the City of Las Vegas on a Special Improvement District number 811, Summerlin Village 24, approving a termination and release agreement with the Howard Hughes Corporation in connection therewith and providing other matters related thereto. Bill 20-7-67, ordinance repealing ordinance number 5917, which levied assessments within the City of Las Vegas at a Special Improvement District number 811, Summerlin Village 24, releasing the lien created by ordinance number 5917 and providing other matters related thereto. And finally, Bill number 20-7-68, an ordinance to update the zoning regulations that govern off-premises signs and provide for other related matters.
I'd like to assign these new bills to council members Tarkanian and Barlow, if they're available, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I do want to recognize, we have a group of Boy Scouts out in the audience today. Is the leader or scoutmaster here? There's a representative here. We'd like to have the Boy Scouts please be recognized. Please stand up. Troop 299. And where are you located, please, boys? Pardon? Would one of you come down here and be on TV? Could we have one of you come down here and tell us who you are and
Hi, I'm Spencer Williams, and we are from Troop 99. We're from Our Lady of Las Vegas Catholic School.
Thank you very, very much. The reason I did this, just for your information, is we are going to go into recess. Our morning session went over about an hour and a half, 2 hours, so I'm going to ask if we can be in recess until 2 o'clock. So this meeting will be recessed until 2 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I wonder, could we get a City of Las Vegas pin for each of these young men that were here?
Dr. Selby, can we do that, please?
And have listened so patiently and so well.
We'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go away, you guys. We'll get you a city pin for being here, okay? Thank you. Again, we're in recess. 2 o'clock. Just a moment. Good afternoon. We apologize for being late today. Our morning session went over quite a while, and so we had to give staff time to get something to drink and to eat and do their other things. So we'd like to reconvene our afternoon session. And we appreciate your patience. Any items from the... Maybe Councilman's not ready to go yet. Any items from the morning session the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in advance in a future meeting? The morning session, this is the afternoon session, Beverly.
I don't want to start the morning over again.
Any item from the afternoon session of the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in advance in a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Brown, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have item number 109, RQR 23936, Clear Channel Outdoor, requested by staff to be held in abeyance to the November 21st, 2007 City Council meeting. Items number 131 and 132, ROC 17721 and SDR 17720, cars DB4LP, requested by the applicant to be held in abeyance until the December 5th, 2007 City Council meeting. Items number 133 through 135, GPA 24245, zoning 24256, and SDR 24246, Brian J. Horner, requested by the applicant for withdrawal without prejudice. Item number 151, waiver 23813, Richmond American Homes of Nevada, Inc., requested by the applicant, withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 152, SUP 23864, Rebecca and Dean Mallett, abeyance to the December 5th, 2007 City Council meeting, and that is requested by the applicant.
Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time, council members?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Item number 158, I would like to obey this one meeting. I have spoken with the applicant's attorney, Tabitha Keach. I don't think she's here right now.
Let me read
There she is. She's waving to me.
Let me read it in the record, please. Item 158 is a special use permit 24265, public hearing. Applicant Adam Corrigan, owner Howard Hughes Corporation, for request for a special use permit for a proposed pub, bar, and lounge at 11,770 West Charleston Boulevard, suite number 110. This is in Councilman Wilson's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Councilman?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to obey this one meeting, whatever that date is.
November 21st.
And, I'd invite Tabitha and her client to come in and sit down with me for a briefing, please.
Okay, so we add item 158 to that, please.
If I may, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, please.
On 109, staff did not request that abeyance, so I assume it came from the applicant? It's on the agenda. That's how we got it.
Let's see if we can get cleared up real quick, please.
He's got it from planning, so he's... Then go forward. I can't get that confirmed, but go ahead with that. That's fine.
Thank you. Well, is the item going to be held, heard today? Or is it going to be held in abeyance?
It was published as not to be obeyed since the matter is a required review, that is a city action. I don't see any problem if that is obeyed.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I have a question, because what is the reason for the abeyance?
I can answer that one.
Who is I?
Ms. Beverly.
Oh, okay.
There was an error on the publication and the mailing, so we
Okay.
had to move it over and redo it.
Okay. Then that's fine.
So I wasn't planning, it was, this never happened when Ronnie was clerk. Okay, so we are going to try hold item 109 in abeyance then. Are there any other items besides 158 that we need to add? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Those motions carry. Items 101 through 104 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items 101 through 104, please?
No comments or questions. I'd move for approval.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Maybe I got to push the button. Thank you. Only got 4 more books to go. 4. Item 105 through 108 and 110. Item 105 through 108 and 110 through 124 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda.
Your Honor. Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, you done?
No.
Oh, I'll shut up.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till you finish, then I'll pull
Okay.
it out.
Items 105 through 108 and 110 through 124 are public hearings. I now declare them open. Is there anyone wishing to speak on these items? Wait, I got to read them into the record, I think. 105 is a rezoning 24-252 public hearing. Applicant owner Sheldon Paul requests for a rezoning from U undeveloped or DR Desert Rural Density Residential Master Plan designation to RPD to Residential Plan Development, 2 units per acre on 5.0 acres adjacent to the northwest corner of Alexander Road and Grand Canyon Drive. This is in Ward 4. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Item 106 is a site development review 24-253 public hearing. Applicant owner Sheldon Paul requests for a site development plan review for a 9-lot single-family residential development on 5.0 acres adjacent to the northwest corner of Alexander Road and Grand Canyon Drive. This is also in Ward 4, Councilman Brown's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 107. Item 107, applicant, public hearing applicant. This is RQR 24-165. Applicant Lamar Advertising, owner AG Rampart Group, LLC, et al. Require 2-year review on approved special use permit U-0099-91, which allowed 2 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard signs at 5001 and 5041 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 108 is RQR 24-171 public hearing. Applicant CBS Outdoor, owner Sahara Rancho Office, CTR LLC. Required 3-year review of an approved variance 0154-94, which allowed a 90-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 2320 South Rancho Drive. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 109 was abated until 11/21/2007. 110 is RQR 24-799 public hearing. Applicant owner Tova Equinto required 5-year review on approved special use permit U-0155-00 that allowed a commercial horse stable at 6180 Donald Wilson Avenue. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross' ward. Staff recommends approval. 111 is a special use permit 23886 public hearing. Applicant Nevada Power, owners United States of America, request for a special use permit for a proposed electric utility substation approximately 370 feet 75 east of the corner of Wallapai Way and Darling Road. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Item 112 is, again, Nevada Power Company, owner, United States of America, Site Development Review 22509. Public hearing request for a site development plan review for a proposed electric utility substation on 15.25 acres, approximately 370 feet east of the corner of Wallapai Way and Darling Road. This is also in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Plan Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 113 is Site Development Review 23906, public hearing, applicant owner, 521 South 3rd LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 10,241 square foot, 3-story office development and parking garage on 0.16 acres at 521 South 3rd Street. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Reese's ward. Plan Commission and staff recommend approval. 114 is applicant, Sunrise, is SUP 249, public hearing, applicant, Sunrise Children's Foundation, owner JG Sahara LLC, request for a special use permit for a social service provider at 1000 East Sahara Avenue, Suite 101 and 103. This is also in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 115 is a special use permit, 23922, public hearing, applicant, Kalex Fine Dining, owner PK2 Sahara Pavilion North LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed supper club at 4760 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 25. This is in Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 116 is also a special use permit related to special use permit 23, a special use permit related to special use permit 23922. Public hearing, applicant, Kalex Fine Dining, owner PK2 Sahara Pavilion North LLC, request for a special use permit for a general business-related gaming in conjunction with a proposed supper club at 4760 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Suite 13. This is again in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 117 is MSP Master Sign Plan, public hearing, applicant, Han J. King, owner, Watkins Investment LP, request for a master sign plan for an existing swap meet on 4.24 acres at 4821 Craig Road. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6 ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 118, Vacation 24264, public hearing, applicant, owner, Box Canyon Wellish LLC, petition to vacate the north 5 feet of a 15-foot public sewer and drainage easement generally located east of Teneo Way and south of Box Canyon Drive. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 119 is a site development plan review related to Vacation 24264. This is site development review 24261, public hearing, applicant, owner, Box Canyon Wellish LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 9,290 square foot single-story medical office building on 0.79 acres located on the south side of Box Canyon Drive, approximately 735 feet east of Teneo Way. This is again in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. And Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Item 120 is Vacation 24276, public hearing. Applicant owner, TR Builders Corporation, petition to vacate public ingress-egress easements located within the Bowler subdivision, amended on the east side of Wallapai Way, south of Gowan Road. This is in Councilman Brown's Ward 4. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 121 is site development plan review related to Vacation 24276. This is site development review 24274, public hearing. Applicant owner, TR Builders Corporation, request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a 388-unit condominium project development to an apartment development on 19.9 acres at 3450 North Wallapai Way. This again is in Councilman Brown's Ward 4. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 122 is a site development plan review, 24023. Public hearing, applicant owner, Water Street LLC, request for a site development plan review for a 4,350 square foot commercial building comprised of 2,450 square feet of retail floor space and a 1,900 square foot restaurant on 0.44 acres located on the south side of Bonanza Road, approximately 460 feet east of Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 123 is Vacation 24282. This also is a public hearing. Applicant Martin & Martin Civil Engineers, owner GNLV Corporation et al., petition to vacate a portion of a 20-foot wide public sewer easement generally located east of Main Street between Carson Avenue and Fremont Street. This is also in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And finally, item 124 is required two-year review, 23-916. Applicant Lamar Advertising owner, General Mills Restaurants, Inc., required two-year review and approved special use permit U-0185-89, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1361 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are all public hearings. I do have a request, I think, from Councilman Ross to pull item 107 from the one motion, one vote. It has been read in the record. Are there any other items that we need to bring forward for consideration? If not, I would ask Councilman Brown for a motion on these items read into the record.
Mayor Pro Tem, what was the item requested by Councilman Ross?
107, please.
And I'm going to have to apologize. I need to pull 121 and 122 for just a clarification.
That's fine. I also need to disclose a fact on item 111 and 112, Nevada Power Company. I do have a daughter, Terry, that works for Nevada Power Company, and I have not talked to her about this application. I don't think it will help or hinder her in any way, shape, or form, so I am going to participate and vote in these two items. So we bring item 121 and 122 forward. And 107. So we could entertain a motion on those other items. Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move for approval.
With all conditions?
With all conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll go to item 107. This is required two-year review of Lamar Advertising billboard. Councilman Ross, your pleasure, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make a change to the review condition. I don't know what number that is, Director. Condition 1, I want that to read a 5-year review. The location of this billboard is a good location for a billboard, so I don't think it's necessary to do the paperwork or the man-hours to bring it back in 2 years. That's my motion to approve that, Your Honor, with the change to condition 1.
Thank you.
5 years.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. You've heard the motion. Any questions on the motion?
I think, Your Honor, I have to ask the applicant if he's okay with the condition.
Scott Nashker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Elm Drive, and we accept that condition.
Thank you.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 121 and 122.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to focus on 121.
Okay, item 121. One 121 is a site development review 24274 for TR Builders Corporation, request for a site development plan review on the conversion of a 388-unit condominium to an apartment. The applicant is present.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a question. This is an apartment that was converted to the condos that's converted back. I'm not sure if Ward 4 has had one of these, but do we get involved with how you handle any of the existing condo owners?
Susan Johnston with Stanley Consultants representing the applicant. There are no owners other than the developer. Then none of the units were ever sold.
Really? Oh, that answers that. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilman Brown, would you mind, with Mayor Pro Tem's permission, for me to ask a question? Just out of curiosity, why are we doing the conversion back to apartments?
My client feels that that's the best way for them to handle this. Both we and staff have assured them that they don't have to do this, but they feel that for their market placement and their corporate strategy that they would rather return them to apartments.
You may not know the answer to this question, so take your best shot. Or refuse to answer, whatever you feel comfortable with. But to the average consumer on the street who's looking for a place to live, He's looking at a down payment or an initial amount of money to get into a place, whether it be a condominium or an apartment. Is this going to be more attractive on a month-to-month basis for somebody who wants to rent?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Okay. Reason is because this city saw a bunch of these coming the opposite way.
And we did this 2 years ago. We turned this into condos.
Sure, apartments to condos, and now we're starting to see some of the condos go back to apartments. So I think that's a reflection, perhaps, as the economy shifts, perhaps. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add to Councilman Wolfson that according to articles recently in the paper, that is exactly what's happening, the scarcity of apartments now. And that's where they say you can get the best situation for renting.
Well, you know, Councilwoman, we've been talking about, or at least I have, about the depreciating inventory of apartment or rental units. And we just heard a presentation from the Newland people about how many people their project is going to provide jobs, the construction jobs, and then the permanent jobs. So frankly, I'm kind of glad to see that some of these are going back to rentals.
Good.
Thank you. I think we've been misquoted here. I think we wanted to talk about 120 and 121. I think we did approve items 119 and down and 122 up. Is that correct? Councilman Brown wants to listen to 120 and 121, more 121 than 120. No, 2021.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion on 121 because we need not pull 120 back. It's the same issue. And with my question answered, I would move for approval subject to all conditions.
On 121. Any question on the motion? Cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Beverly, are we good on these? One motion, one vote?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think we have to approve 122, don't we?
Yeah.
We just need a motion on 122.
Okay, we need a motion for approval on item 122.
I would move for approval on item 122, subject to all conditions.
It's okay. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. That went pretty smooth. Thanks. Item 125, 26, and 27. Item 125, we're going to hold it because we need to get a new book. And while we're waiting, I just again want to welcome the Boy Scout troop. Could I have one more volunteer to come up, please? Right to your right, sir. Left. These boys have been sitting here since early this morning. I just want them to get recognized one more time, please. Pull that microphone down there, buddy. Just pull it. There you go. We need your name, please.
My name is Christopher Blanco, and I'm with Troop 99 of Our Lady of Las Vegas Catholic Church. And right now we're working on our communication merit badge.
Thank you very much. Are you having a good time today?
Yes.
Did they take you on a tour of the city? City offices?
Yes,
Did you get to go through the clerk's office?
I think.
Did you get to see the mayor's office?
Yes.
Did you get to see that big throne? Did you get to see the Did you get to see the chair? Maybe you get to go see the mayor's office. Did you get to see the mayor's office?
I don't know. All I know is they were in our office.
Oh. Anyhow, we appreciate you coming down. We hope that we don't confuse you too much today. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got our books changed. Item 125 is variance 21980, public hearing, public applicant Wingate Marketing Group. Owner David Wilden requests for variance to allow a 0 side yard setback on the eastern portion of the site where a 10-foot side yard setback is required for a proposed full-service car wash on 0.76 acres on the south side of West Sahara Avenue, approximately 1,400 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Staff recommends to now Planning Commission with a 4-3 vote recommends approval. Item 126 is a companion item, special use permit, public hearing, public applicant, Wingate Marketing Group owner David Wilden, request for a special use permit for a proposed full-service car wash and detail on the south side of West Sahara Avenue, approximately 1,400 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Again, staff recommends to now Planning Commission recommends approval of a 4-3 vote. And item 127 is a site development plan review, 21982. It's a abeyance item. It's also a public hearing. Applicant Wingate Marketing Group owner David Weldon request for a site development plan review for a proposed full-service car wash with waivers to allow a 4.5-foot buffer along a portion of the south property line where 8 feet is required, and a 0-foot buffer along a portion of the east and west property lines where 8 feet is required on 0.76 acres on the south side of West Sahara Avenue, approximately 1,400 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Again, this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff again recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 4-3 vote recommends approval. I'll declare the public hearing open, and we have an applicant representative present. Sir.
Richard Moreno, 300 South 4th Street, for the applicant. We have gone around with this one for quite a while, and we sure appreciate your looking into this and being thorough as you always are, Councilwoman Tarkanian. I believe we have some issues to discuss as far as further conditions, and I'll open it up to we'll just ask for your support at this point, and then I'll come back for any questions. And we have Mr. Dave Wilden in the audience, the owner of the property.
Are there any questions of the applicant? Applicant's representative? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open again. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, your wants, please.
Could we take all three together?
Can we take all three together?
We'll need to vote on them separately.
We need to vote on them separate.
Need to vote on them separately. Well, then just covering all the issues because they intertwine so much, then we'll vote on them separately. We have gone a long time on this. It's an extremely narrow lot. I believe we've been able to work out almost everything. We had a few protests, but those were from people, most of them were from people who were 4 streets away, so I don't know if they would be affected by any noise. And we're doing a lot to contain the noise from the car wash. So I wonder, Margot, if you could read into the record the conditions?
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman, yes, on no changes on 125. On 126, 2 additional conditions are proposed. Hours of operation shall be 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, and there shall be an administrative review 1 year after issuance of business license. And then on the SDR item 127, to delete the current condition number 4 as it is written and replace it with language that waiver of side yard landscaping requirement is approved, rear landscaping shall meet code requirements, and another condition that the car wash shall be fully roofed and enclosed on the sides. The drive opening shall have doors which remain closed at all times the facility is not in operation.
Item 127?
Those last 2, sir, were on 127.
Okay.
I would like to add that when we said landscaping to meet code, my hope was, and the condition I wanted, that it went past code. I want a very lush, mature landscaping there.
If I may, Councilwoman, yes, it'll be the full 8 feet, and we can say that landscape materials shall be submitted to planning and development staff for approval.
That would help, and that's because we want to make sure we have more mature landscaping so that as soon as you're in operation, there is a buffer there.
Yes, we accept that.
And
just 1 second. There's a request to extend the hours until approximately 8 o'clock in the summertime due to the, it would be basically, or if we could go with dawn to dusk.
Well, we thought dawn to dusk, but that's too nebulous, so we couldn't do that. What we did do was we took the hours of the car washes one of which was the Valley View Sahara one, that you had us go out and look at, and another car wash on, I forget the name of the street, I think it was Rainbow, and we really gave you the benefit of both and made it 7:30 to 6. One of them was 8 to 6, and the other was 7:30 to 5. So we thought we were being very fair in this, because when we looked at the other two, which would be similar, we sort of gave you a little bit more of an edge.
Okay. We accept the 7:30 to 6. And all the other conditions.
Okay. And as far as anything else, Margot, did you feel how about the front? I mentioned to you, make sure that we had
Yes, the landscaping in the front does exceed code standards, and staff looked at that and believes that it will be sufficient to have the very positive appearance that it should.
Okay. And there's no question on signage or anything that has come
Not
up?
at this time, no.
Okay. But that we would be approving later?
That will go through staff and will be required, of course, to meet code.
I appreciate your time and your effort, and Mr. Wilden's in working so hard to pull this together so it fit in well within the neighborhood. I think usually I wouldn't feel that zoning would be appropriate with the small amount of distance, but you have almost blank walls on either side of you, very close to the edges we went. So I move for approval.
And I would also like to thank Ms. Wheeler for all the time and effort, and Mr. Scott for all the time that we all put together to make this happen.
So we move to approve with all conditions.
On item 125, any question on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 126, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
You've heard the
As
motion.
amended?
As amended.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. It's not his ward. Motion carries. And item 127, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
As amended also.
You've heard the motion. Please
As
cast your
amended.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Have a good day also.
We'll go to item 128, but before we do that, we see some Boy Scouts leaving, and we see some Boy Scouts coming in. Could I have one spokesman come up and tell us who you are and where your troop is? We got the tallest one. I don't know if she's mother or his scoutmaster.
Or both.
Or both.
Hi.
Could you go to the middle of the speaker, please?
Sure. Hi.
We need your name.
I'm Jack Levitt. I'm part of Troop 99 of Our Lady of Las Vegas Catholic School of Las Vegas, Nevada. You saw part of our troop just leaving right now. There'll be others coming in later today also.
So I guess we'd have them introduce themselves too then, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Tyler Aiken over there, and Lucas.
Could you guys please stand up? We appreciate you coming, and we hope you learned a little bit of something here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 128 is a variance 23-575 abeyance item. This is also a public hearing. Applicant owner Ebenezer Church of God in Christ, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a freestanding institutional sign to be 10.75 feet high, where 8 feet is the maximum height permitted, to allow the sign area to be 129 square feet, where 50 square feet is the maximum area permitted, and to include an electronic message unit where no such illumination type is permitted for an existing church house of worship on 1.11 acres at 1072 West Bartlett Avenue. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. The applicant is present. We'll turn it over to them, please. Would you have your name and address for the record?
Mayor Pro Tem Reese, Councilman Barlow, Councilman City Council at large, my name is Leonard Fulmar. I am the administrator at Ebenezer Church of God in Christ, and we have with us
Donna Myers, representing All Star Signs, 6625 South Valley View.
Thank you. We'll be glad to hear from you.
I beg your indulgence this afternoon, if I could have you to just take a little mental journey with me. Let's see if we don't arrive at the same vista. Ebenezer Church of God in Christ petitioned and received approval from the city of Las Vegas in 1965 for a special use permit to allow a church at the northeast corner of Concord and Bartlett. Now, if a special use is to be granted by the Planning Commission or the City Council, certain determinations must be met. A proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing and surrounding land uses, and with future surrounding land uses as projected by the general plan. The subject site is physically suitable for the type and intensity and land use being proposed. Street or highway facilities providing access to the property are or will be adequate in size to meet the requirements. Approval of the special use at the site in question will not be inconsistent or compromise the public health, safety, and welfare, or the overall objectives of the general plan. Ebenezer has continued to build upon the vision first expressed in 1965, and in April, permits were issued for the construction of a 17,500-foot edifice at this site. That's the edifice you see here. Construction costs $3 million. Today's estimated value, $5 million. At this location, the progress and success of Ebenezer construction program can be contributed to the partnership between the city and Ebenezer itself. All of our efforts have been in promotion of the Las Vegas community. Yes, we realize that our approach, city, church, is necessarily different. Nevertheless, we share responsibility for the welfare of our community. It's critical, however, that we understand and respect our differences. The Word of God, admonishes the ecumenical community to render to Caesar that which belongs to Caesar, the city. And to that end, you will find that the ecumenical community supports the laws, rules, regulations, and dictates set down by the city council. Now the system, city working with church, cannot be all that it can be, will not be all that it could be, if we don't continue the partnership. Council's forefathers recognized that from time to time it would be necessary to redress the letter of the law with the spirit of the law, and provided a segment for what we discussed today, variance. The purpose of a variance is to establish a procedure to allow for an adjustment of certain specific requirements. The Planning Commission and the City Council have certified that the land area occupied by Ebenezer is a special use area. Therefore, special considerations apply to the approval of this sign. Ebenezer is anxious to work with staff to structure operating conditions for the sign if, in the opinion of City Council, special operating conditions are warranted. The special use that exists at this property has to be the basis for consideration of the sign, not a residentially zoned property. That being the case, we would then revert to the requirements of a freestanding sign to determine what the size of the sign should be.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Is there any questions of this applicant from the council members? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? See Mr. Russell coming up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. Councilman Barlow, this is my ward. I do endorse and do concur entirely with everything the good Reverend has said this afternoon. I would like to add my tilt on this. It's not a great deal different than the situation we had with the Las Vegas High School, which is now known as the Las Vegas Academy. At that time, when this very controversial issue about the high school and a sign that was completely unprecedented came about, at the Historical Preservation Committee, I mentioned that sometimes things have to be done that are quite unique and unusual for the functionality of the greater good for all of the living. Vis-a-vis the Louvre, you have a very modern, contemporary pyramid in Paris, the Louvre. The result was with a great deal of compromise, we did get our appropriate sign to the benefit of all the students, the faculty, and the neighborhood at the Las Vegas Academy. I believe this is vis-a-vis the same case here. This is a sanctuary. We have committed through the auspices of the good mayor, the mayor pro tem, and city council, that we are a unique community. We are dedicated and committed to faith-based partnerships with all faiths. So I do understand exactly what staff's position is and necessarily must be. They perform as a machine in this particular case. I do understand also that it was a rather close vote on the Planning Commission. I believe that I do recommend for approval. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Any comments from the council members? Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep pushing the wrong button. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you so much for your comments, Deacon Fulmar. For clarification, the variance that you are requesting, I want to make some adjustments or assist you in your thought process of what the variance represents. The church may have a variance, however, that does not, the church is site-specific when it comes to a variance, and so therefore it does not allow for the parking to be underparked or the landscaping to be reduced or the sign package to be brought in without additional variances. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everything on this property, when you're asking for something that's outside of the city's parameter and scope, must come in for a variance. So whether it be your church, whether it be your sign package, the parking, or the landscaping, okay? So what you're coming in for right now is a variance for your sign package. And so for that, your sign does not meet the city's code as it relates to residential adjacency. With the neon lighting or the moving marquee, it does not, according to the code, it does not belong in this particular geographic area of a residential community. So for that, you have applied for a variance. And the City Planning Commission, as well as staff, have both informed you that they could not move for approval. And I'll share with you, I stand behind that due to the fact that in a residential community, there's a certain element or a certain environment that we would like in residential communities. Your church, that I've been working with for over the last 3 to 4 years, as you know, very diligently, and it's a beautiful edifice, beautiful. I've seen it go from a dirt lot to the beautiful structure that it is today. And I continue to support your church. However, what I can't support at this time is the sign package that you all have brought forward for me to approve. I can't support that. If in fact you would like to go back and redesign your sign package, I'll be happy to work with you like I have in the past. So versus me denying this item, I would like to move to table the item to give you an opportunity, table it without prejudice, to give you an opportunity to go back to your design team or your architect and redesign a sign package that meets the requirement of the city's code. And that will be my recommendation to you, but of course, I'll leave it up to you to tell me your thoughts in regards to what I've just shared with you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. The question, I believe, that I raised remains, paramount in my mind. I don't want to certainly I want to hold that as an option, but I think the question that I raised, I don't believe that we can make a determination on the size of the sign based on it being a residential property, in that the City Council and Planning Commission have previously determined that this was a special use property, not a residential property. As a matter of fact, when we check the record, we find that the city required the church to abandon the subdivision of its property so that it would be acreage. So now we have acreage there, special use there, so that the regulation
Let me help you.
19.1470, speaking to a freestanding sign when applied to our sign, would determine what size it would be. It's what I'm saying. And I suppose...
Let me do this. I would like for you to hear from our planning director, Margot Wheeler, and then I would like for our counsel, Brian Scott, to chime in, just for clarification to assist the gentleman, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Barlow, very quickly, the sign that's allowed by code at this location is for an 8-foot-high freestanding sign, 50 square feet of sign area, and it can have direct light or internal illumination. So they can have an 8-foot, 50-square-foot sign, and it can be illuminated.
And currently, what are they requesting?
129 square feet, 10 3/4 feet high, and with the electronic message board.
Correct.
And Councilman, if I could, I think that your concern is that because it is adjacent to residential, he believes that it's inappropriate for this particular location because the sign that you're asking for is oversized and it's adjacent to residential, and it will have effect on those residential properties. In our code, under Title 19-18-070, Part L, it provides for the criteria by which a variance can be granted. And I don't believe that, and I think staff is saying that your sign does not meet those requirements as outlined in our current city code.
Well, I see that, I guess, where I need the site that you are, the regulation that you're holding me to, I
can read it for you if you'd like.
Just give me the numbers.
Title 19.18.070.
Okay, does that not deal with residential property?
This deals with all variances. Whenever you request a variance from the city, you have to meet those code requirements under 19-18-070.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Councilman Morrow, what's your choice, please?
Deacon Fulmar.
Yes.
Would you allow me to table this item without prejudice so that I can work with you to bring back a sign package that will be just as beautiful as the one that you're proposing, but one that meets the code for the benefit of the church?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then that would be my recommendation, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Any questions on the motion?
I'm sorry. It's just a tabling, Councilman. Bit of tabling? You're requesting a tabling?
Yes, I would like to table it without prejudice.
Any questions on the motion? You've heard the motion, please cast your vote. Please post.
Councilwoman, do you wish to abstain?
Sure, voting in the plurality. Item 129, thank you very much. It'll be tabled. Item 129 is required 3-year review. 22-126, advanced item, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel, outdoor owner, Pool Sanford LLC, appeal from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a required 3-year review on approved special use permit U-0010-97, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 3901 Rancho Drive. This is from Councilman Ross of Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. I see the representative present. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing Clear Channel Outdoor. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, we have a photograph of the sign in question. The photograph shows that the sign has been painted to alleviate the criticism that in the staff report about the nature of the sign. You can also see, perhaps, yes, you can, the bird deterrent devices that are on the top to eliminate some of the problems that were previously described regarding bird droppings. In addition to that, the sign is on, like most of other Clear Channel signs these days, is on a very regular power washing schedule. In fact, it was just power washed this week. It's scheduled to be done at least once a month. And at that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We are happy to agree to the, if approved, conditions set forth in the staff report.
If I could, Councilman Ross, is this a dual, is this allowed dual face sign at this location?
If, Mayor Pro Tem, the code does not prohibit that, and there is no condition here specific to this sign that prohibits it.
Thank you.
I would defer to Margot on that answer.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? So no one will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Just real quickly, with your permission, just out of curiosity, I'm familiar with pigeon spikes, but you call these bird deterrents?
They are, if you can see the top of the photograph, they're actually wands on electric motors. They rotate, so if the pigeon tries to roost on top of the billboard, it actually whacks them, forces them to fly away. Other than that, the best pigeon deterrent is a 10-year-old with a BB gun.
I don't know, I have spikes on my office building, and they seem to work pretty good. These actually whack the birds? That was your
Not
word.
enough to hurt them, just enough to annoy them and make them fly somewhere else.
That's your opinion. You'll be called a bird whacker for the rest of your career.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm looking at the before and after pictures right now, and you and I have had this discussion in regards to that. You know,
Yeah.
Commissioner Dunham drives by this sign probably 2 to 4 times a day, as do I. So, and you know that.
I know that.
We're out there in the Northwest. I appreciate what you've done in getting this cleaned up. Now, explain to me, that's one thing you didn't tell me about the power washing thing. That's a Clear Channel policy?
Well, it's the second time we've presented that program to the council. The first one, I believe, was a board in Councilwoman Tarkanian's office, or in her ward. It just makes sense that if you're on a regular power washing schedule, you can take care of the bird droppings. You don't have to repaint it on such a regular basis, because the bird dropping actually deteriorates the paint. So it's actually a very proactive maintenance program.
Well, I appreciate Clear Channel's efforts in doing that. This is right there on Rancho. It's at the skating rink. A lot of families come over there and see this product, and it's your product, and you want it to look good. I'm looking at all the pigeon poop now from the before pictures, and I appreciate you guys going the extra mile and keeping that cleaned up. I believe that was one of the big concerns of the Planning Commission. When you get a 7-0 no vote, that's pretty powerful for a certain reason, and I'm glad that you and I had an opportunity to work this out and clean this up for the sake of the Rancho corridor.
And we're happy to do that.
With that, Your Honor, I'm going to move to approve 129, subject to conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item 130, excuse me, is a special use permit, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Mail for You, Inc., owner Sahara Durango Limited Partnership. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan used within an existing financial institutions specified with waivers to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from a partial zone for residential use where 200 feet is the minimum separation required, to allow a distance separation of 100 feet from an existing financial institution specified, and auto title loan use where 1,000 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a 565 square foot establishment where 1,500 square feet is the minimum floor area required at 8635 West Sarah Avenue. This is in Councilman Wolfson's Ward 2. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. I see Mr. Ginzer here, so he must be representing the applicant. Mr. Ginzer?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Bob Ginzer, Ginzer Consulting, Las Vegas, Nevada, on behalf of the applicant, along with Mr. John Muscarella, who is the owner of the Mail for You at this particular location. Mr. Muscarella has been in business at this location since 1999, which is prior to the requirements being imposed in the city code for business size and distance separation. The actual location, as you can see on the map in front of you on your screen, is approximately 180 feet from the south property line, which is the common property line with the condominium development, which is the source of one of the waivers. In addition, the second waiver is to the closest similar business, which again is the red dot on the east side of Durango, which is approximately 200 feet away from this particular location. The primary business here is approximately 300 mailboxes. Those are serviced by an entrance that is separate from the business area where the loans are handled. And that is significant because that is an issue that came up at the Planning Commission, and I was not at that meeting. However, it's my understanding or my belief that that may not have clearly been understood by the Planning Commission, because their concern was the privacy of someone coming into the business office with folks coming in and out of their mailboxes. So those two are actually separated. The business provides general business services such as copies, stamps, notary, etc., and payday loans at the present time. Mr. Muscarella has another location in the city of Henderson where he does auto title loans. He is having to close that particular location because that property has been purchased, so he needs to move that particular item over to this location. He does approximately 40 auto title loans per year, so it is not a major part of the business. There is no additional signage planned on this building. As you can see on the picture that's on the screen now, this particular location does not have a lot of the concerns that we often see with businesses of this type in terms of the color of the building and signage and so forth. This is in a shopping center, so the colors of the building are controlled by the owner of the shopping center. The sign that you're looking at on this particular photo, I believe, has actually been removed and will not be replaced. So the only signage that currently exists on the building faces toward Durango Drive, and Mr. Muscarella does not intend to put up any additional signage on this particular location. His business hours are 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, 10 to 2 on Saturday, so there are no late evening hours. He is closed on Sundays. The mailbox portion of the business is available 24 hours through that separate entrance. We are not aware of any complaints on record pertaining to the existing business. There were a few protests that were submitted on your postcards that go out. There is nothing that we can find on those protests that really indicates what they are protesting. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. We would ask for your approval, and we do not object to any of the, if approved, conditions proposed by staff.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the applicant or his representative? Hearing none, this is a public hearing, and we'll speak on this item. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Genzer, Mr. Muscarella, I appreciate your patience with me. Thank you for coming into my office and briefing me on this matter. Mr. Genzer, will your client agree as a condition to the no change in signage? In other words, the sign which I have on the screen right now, I think you say faces Durango.
Correct.
And the other one that you showed has already been taken down.
Yes.
Will you agree as a condition that there will be no additional signage?
I'll ask Mr. Muscarella to...
Well, just mail for you.
Okay, in other words, you want to put mail for you on the other side?
Yeah, I originally had mail for you there, and then I took it off because Mr. Becker, my landlord, said it didn't conform with the original sign on the front. So later on, down the road, in a couple of months when I can afford to put another sign there, I'd like just to put mail for you, because I do get a lot of exposure from that parking lot.
Will it be similar to what I see?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, that's fine, but you'll agree that that will be the only additional signage?
Yes.
Okay. And I recognize that you've done business at this location for about 8 years.
Yes.
I've never heard of any complaints at all whatsoever from any of the surrounding community members. The West Sahara Community Association was contacted. They don't have any objection to this application, and I listened to them very carefully. They've got a real good finger on the pulse of the community. I understand this is going to be a very small additional portion of your business, the auto title loans. So I don't see any reason for opposing your request. So my motion is going to be for approval, subject to the comments made today.
You've heard the motion. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
You bet.
Councilman.
Items 136, 37, 38, and 39. Item 136 is a tabled item. Public hearing, applicant owner. This is rezoning 9662 Sagebrush Cantina LLC. Request for rezoning from U undeveloped SC Service Commercial General Plan designation to C1 Limited Commercial on 2.48 acres on the southwest corner of Oso Blanca Road and Kyle Canyon. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Item 137 is a special use permit 9664. A public hearing, applicant owner Sagebrush Cantina LLC request for a special use permit for a proposed service station at the southwest corner of Oso Blanca Road and Kyle Canyon Road. Again, this is in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Item 138 is a special use permit, 9665, tabled item. Public hearing, applicant owner, Sagebrush Cantina LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed liquor establishment Tavern at the southwest corner of Oso Blanket Road and Kyle Canyon Road. This is also in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And I believe item 139 is a site development review, 9666, tabled item, public hearing, applicant owner, Sagebrush for Cantina LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,826 square foot service station and proposed 6,444 foot square foot tavern, and waivers of building placement and foundation landscaping requirements on 2.48 acres on the southwest corner of Oso Blanket Road and Kyle Canyon Road. Note, this development now consists of a proposed 3,710 square foot service station without incidental auto repair with an accessory car wash, a proposed 5,504 square foot tavern, and a 3,600 square foot retail element. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval of this item. The applicant's representative is present. I declare the public hearing open. Mr. Clapsaddle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. Happy to be here on behalf of the applicant. We have looked over all the reports, all the conditions of approval. We accept all of them, and happy to answer any questions and respectfully ask for your approval.
Any questions of the applicant's representative? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. To speak on these items? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, your pleasure, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Clapsaddle, please express to your client my appreciation for him being patient. Council, as you see, these have been tabled items. Mr. Clapsaddle's client came to me many, many months ago, long before the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement had been completely thought out or approved. And I appreciate Mr. Black's patience in understanding as we develop and plan these communities, especially in the Northwest, that everybody's kind of on the same page. So please express that to him. Your Honor, I would move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendations for approval of Agenda Item 136, subject to conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item 137, please.
And we move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of 137, also with all conditions.
Thank you. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 138.
Would also move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of 138, subject to all conditions.
You've heard the motion.
If I may, we
Yes.
need to remove condition number 5 as it is not properly on this application.
As amended, Your Honor.
As amended. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please
Okay.
post.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion carries. And item 139, please.
And on 139, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem.
Accept.
And Councilman, on condition number 3, we need to change the date that development should be in conformance with the site plan and elevations, date stamped October 9th, '07, and also remove condition number 4 as it is no longer necessary.
Mr. Clapsaddle, you'll...
We concur with that.
That is amended, Your Honor.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Hold on a moment, please.
Number 6.
Who's that guy down there?
Director, would you, Your Honor, if we can recall, I'd make a motion to recall Agenda Item 138.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Please post. We'll reconsider item 138, please.
And on 138, Your Honor, if I could direct my question to the Director. On 138, Margot, condition number 6, should that be removed?
Yes, condition number 6 should also be removed. I apologize, I didn't catch that. Yes, number 6 should also be removed. Very good.
Then you agree to that condition, Mr. Clapsaddle?
We do.
Then I would again move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 138, subject to conditions and as amended.
Thank you. Please cast your vote.
Thank you.
Please post. Motion carries again.
Councilman Ross, we appreciate that. We'll pass on those comments, and thank you for working with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Item 140 is a rezoning, 23672, public hearing. Applicant owner Gladys Flores requests for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential to PR professional office and parking on 0.15 acres at 1650 Southeastern Avenue. This is Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. I've declared the public hearing open. Item 141 is also a variance related to 23673. The applicant owner, Gladys Flores, requests for a variance to allow 2 parking spaces where 6 spaces are required for proposed professional office conversion on 0.15 acres at 1650 South Eastern Avenue. Again, this is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff do recommend denial on this item. And item 142 is a site development review, 23671. Public hearing. Applicant owner Gladys Flores requests for a site development plan review for the conversion of a 2-story, 1,660 square foot residence to a professional office with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along a 22-foot portion of the front property line and to allow a 14-foot wide landscape buffer along a 65-foot portion of the west property line where 15-foot wide buffer is required on 0.15 acres at 1650 Eastern Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend denial of this item. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Oscar O'Keefe, 3792 Falcon Springs Drive. And before you, you have the one of the few remaining houses on Eastern to be zoned for offices. And one of the major complaints from the commissioner was the lack of parking. So what we've done, we've gone back to the drawing board, and basically this is the original concept that we submitted, which shows parking only through Howard Street. And going back to the drawing board, like I said before, as we decided to, by removing some of the additions that were done to the house originally and through the past, as we reduced the square footage of the house to 1,000 square feet, therefore reducing the amount of parking requirement, and therefore also creating a driveway, one-way driveway, so we'd be able to enter from Eastern, go along our one-way driveway, and exit out of Howard. Therefore, we meet the parking requirements by demolishing a portion of the building. However, in doing so, the landscaping at the rear of the property has been deleted because of the driveway width required. So we have that problem as well as not having any landscaping at the rear of the house there. So we hope that we've met the parking requirement, therefore, by demolishing some of the building. So we hope you would grant us this waiver.
How about landscaping on the north side there?
On the north side, up here, that's what I consider the rear of the property. That's what's been deleted because of the driveway.
Is there a house behind you there?
Yes, there is. On Eastern.
Staff's telling me we don't have this plan, that they don't have this plan.
No, they do not.
I need to hold these 3 items in abeyance so the staff can go over these new plans. My motion would be to hold items 142, 143, and 144 in abeyance until our November the 21st meeting. I would ask that this be towards the front of the agenda.
If I may, just as a thought, that I believe because of the holiday, there's some very great difficulty obeying to the next meeting.
We can get them on, they'll just be put on after today, after the meeting, but we can get them on.
I was just going to offer that if you wanted to trail it, we could take a look at it now.
That'd probably be better. Yeah. We'll trail this item, sir, towards the end of the meeting so that staff can look at this application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Forget my motion, okay? Item 143 and 144. Item 143 is applicant owner. It's a rezoning 23834. Applicant owner Clark County School District requests for a rezoning from R1 single family residential and C2 general commercial to CB Civic on 34.83 acres at 2501 Vegas Drive. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And item 144, site development plan review related to rezoning 23834, site development review 23839, public hearing. Applicant owner Clark County School District request for a site development plan review for a 122,284 square foot expansion of a public school on 34.83 acres at 2501 Vegas Drive. Again, this is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 6-0 vote recommends approval. I see the applicant present.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is Wade Simpson with Wells Pugsley Architects, 2480 East Tompkins Avenue. With me is Nick Bruck from my office and Linda Perry from the school district, here to answer any questions there. We do agree with Planning Commission's approval, of course, as well as all the conditions that they placed at that meeting and all the conditions working with staff. We've made several revisions to our site plan. Staff has, I believe, the latest revisions, and those are based on many neighborhood meetings that we've held over the last few months and working with the councilmen and working with staff. Including in those, and I'll just point to a few items, revisions we have made regarding there's not to be any lighting at the northeast athletic areas, as well as all the athletic areas, actually. Right here, here, and down there, there's not to be any lighting. The field apparatus at the northwest area, that's this area here, we've agreed to make sure that we don't exceed anything 25 foot in height and work with staff in terms of anything when we actually have the design for that athletic apparatus at the ropes course, to make sure we locate any of the higher elements to the south of that area away from the neighbors. Along with that, we've relocated our proposed driveways from Robin Avenue, and we've put those over off Vegas Drive. The current site plan shows that. The only driveways on Robin are what's existing today. We verified that there's enough parking for students and staff. We've relocated our proposed buildings in order to make sure that we meet all residential adjacency standards. And we've moved the tennis and basketball courts, previously shown more towards the center of the site, to be able to be used by the entire campus. With that, we are here to answer any questions and would ask for your approval.
Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on these items? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for item 143.
We got a motion for approval of this item. Any questions? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 144, please.
Yes, in item 144, I would like to thank the applicant as well as the school district for working with my office, as well as the residents in the community, specifically those residents adjacent to this property. Robin Street has been affected by a high level of traffic for many years. We went in years ago and installed the speed mediation bumps to slow some of the traffic down. I really appreciate the fact that you heard my concerns in regards to additional cutouts as far as ingress egress out onto Robin, because I didn't want to affect those residents on that street more than they're already affected by the traffic that comes into the school as well as the buses. So I really appreciate you moving the parking out towards Vegas Drive, and also the adjustments of the setback of the two-story buildings away from the residential property so that they're not looking down into the residence of those neighbors. The lighting package, would you show me on the overhead where, in fact, your lighting package is to the west of this property, out on the ropes course?
Our plan is on the ropes course not to have any lighting at all. We would just light the edge of the building so that it could be usable for, especially this time of year for the students. But other than that, the actual ropes course would not be lit at all, so it would not be able to be used after dark.
Okay, so the lighting itself after dark, the night lights per se, will, of course, secure the area. However, it will not impede upon the adjacent neighbors?
Absolutely not.
Okay, because I want to make sure of that. and I understand the need for security on the campus as well. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation. Margot, you may have some conditions that you may want to read into the record as well.
One change, Councilman.
Yes, ma'am.
Pro Tem. Change condition number 3, that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan date stamped September 28, 07, landscape plan date stamped November 2nd, 2007, and building elevations date stamped August 10th, 07, except as amended by conditions herein. And condition number 17, changed to read that there shall be no public address system or speakers at the northeast athletic field.
And do you agree to that?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Nope, not number 17 changed. Number 15 changed, there'll be no lighting on the northwest athletic field. That's
Okay,
it.
there we go.
We agreed with the northeast also, but...
Okay, then we'll include the northeast as well for the record.
Yeah, you could add it as northwest if you want.
Okay, northwest. You have that, Margot?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that on the record, so you agree to those?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, then I would like to move to follow staff's recommendations with those condition changes as well as amendments. That will be my motion at this time.
That's on item 144. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, could I just ask a question? This is the ATA campus, right? And it says that you're expanding it, you're not building an additional school, you're expanding the one you have?
No, it's an additional school.
Okay, because on the thing it said expansion, a foot expansion, but it's a separate school then from ATA.
Correct.
That's wonderful because you have a jewel in ATA, and I would surely
one
like
less
to
item.
have the jewels stay.
Yeah, what they're actually adding is now the CTA,
It's a career and technical
Career and
academy.
Technical Academy, all on one campus. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I would like to recognize some new Boy Scouts back there on the back side. We recognize other Boy Scouts have been here today. Could they please stand up with their chaperones and their scoutmaster if they're there? And I need one person to come down and give us his name and tell him who you are again for the record. We had the tallest last time, we got the shortest this time. Do you want to go to the microphones there, young man, please?
What are these?
Uh-huh. Pull it down in front of you there. There you go.
I'm Nicholas Bruno,
And what troop are you with?
Troop 99.
And who are they associated with?
Do you mean by school?
Mm-hmm.
Our Lady of Las Vegas?
That's good. Are you glad to be here today?
Yes.
We hope you learned something. Are you getting a merit badge?
Yes.
That's good. Appreciate you coming down.
Appreciate you having me.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
He has a true future. He only responded to your questions. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's good.
You know, and after the last Channel 13 investigative report, I could learn from that young man.
Yes, no, that's it.
Okay, item 145, 146, 147, and 149. I'll read in the record, and then we'll have 148 later. Item 145 is a variance 23108, public hearing, applicant Drake Real Estate Services, owner Cap 2 Farm Durango LLC, request for a variance to allow a 20-foot residential adjacency setback where 87 feet is a minimum required for a proposed 14,028 square foot general retail store on 3.21 acres adjacent to the west side of El Capitan Way, approximately 260 feet north of Durango Drive. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. Item 146 is a variance 23109 related to variance 23108. Public hearing, applicant Drake Real Estate Services, owner Cap 2 Farm Durango LLC, request for a variance to allow 71 parking spaces where 81 spaces are the minimum required for a proposed 14,028 square foot general retail store on 3.21 acres adjacent to the east side of El Capitan Way, 260 feet north of Durango Drive. Again, this is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. Planning Commission staff also recommend denial on this item. Item 147 is a special use permit related to variance 23108 and variance 23109. This is a special use permit 23111. Public hearing, applicant Drake Real Estate Services owner, Cap 2 Farm Durango LLC, request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale adjacent to the east side of El Capitan Way, approximately 260 feet north of Durango Drive. And this is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Planning Commission staff again recommend denial. And item 149 is a site development review 23107. Applicant Drake Real Estate Services, owner Cap 2 Farm Durango LLC, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 14,028 square foot general retail store and a waiver of perimeter landscape standards to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer where 8 feet is required along the east property line on 3.21 acres adjacent to the east side of El Capitan Way, approximately 260 feet north of Durango Drive. Again, this is in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. I'll declare the public hearing open on these items, and I see the applicant's representative is present.
Hi, Lenny Scar, 3753 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing the applicant, which is Fresh and Easy for one of their grocery stores. And I understand the morning agenda ran a little long, but I would like to take a couple of minutes today while I have the opportunity and go over some of the features of the building and the delivery trucks, because I do know that the residents on the north side had some concerns about noise from deliveries. So I will attempt to be brief.
How about 1 minute?
Minute and a half?
Yes, for a couple of minutes.
Okay. First of all, I want everyone to know that we are dedicated to being environmentally friendly as well as being friendly to the neighborhood. Each store has a budget that is given to that store for product donations to schools and other good causes within their immediate neighborhood. So it is our intention to be a good neighbor every place we come in. Part of this, we believe, is being friendly to the environment. And we are using energy-efficient windows and other construction materials to accomplish that. We've already talked before about the fact that all of the HVAC equipment, all of the mechanicals inside the building, the only thing on the roof is the skylights. And that reduces noise. And it also allows for less lighting during the day because we're getting that light through the skylights. I'm going to read off this because it's some technical stuff.
Thank you.
Among the other items are high-efficiency evaporative cooled condensers, occupancy sensors for the walk-in coolers and freezers, and variable speed controls on the main air handler, as well as the lighting, which you don't find in most grocery stores. And just one example that I can compare that to is that each store is going to save the equivalent of the electricity used in 55 homes each and every year. So this is a huge savings in energy. Now, they've also done the same approach with their delivery trucks. The loading dock area portion of the building is designed specifically to reduce noise, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. One of the advantages that Fresh and Easy had, being brand new to the United States, is that they had the opportunity to buy all new trucks. And all of those were purchased with noise and energy conservation in mind, or reduction. And there is, on one of the handouts, the colored one, there's a picture of the truck, and you can see how much different it looks from a regular delivery truck. Some of the things that this has is a hybrid refrigeration vector unit, which boasts a 66% reduction in noise over standard systems. They also have a cooling system that operates electronically on the truck, so that when it's parked at the dock, you don't have to have the engine for the truck running, and you also don't have a motor that is using diesel fuel to run that cooler, so it's much more quiet. The trucks themselves are equipped with roll-up doors rather than lift gates, which also can bang and are much noisier than roll-up doors. And they have a strong zero-tolerance policy, which prohibits the engine from being idled. The truck drivers can get fired on the first offense when they're found at the dock with their motors idling while the truck's being unloaded. So we've taken all of those steps to try and reduce the noise issues. Additionally, to help keep the loading dock area quiet, they also have a company policy against the truck driver or any other employees chatting while they're out in the loading dock area or not inside the truck of the cab. They cannot make phone calls while they're in that area. And they are prohibited from loitering on the property at the close of their shift. One of the issues we have with a store of this size is that it was designed based on each store ordering the amount of product that it can reasonably expect to sell in one day. So the area in the back, the size of the coolers, the freezer, the pallet area where we can stock our groceries is very limited, and that's why we are requiring deliveries every day. We also have an issue with the perishable items that they're going to be carried, like ready-made sandwiches and sushi and prepackaged main course items like a fajita or a stir-fry, which has a limited amount of shelf life because there's no preservatives in them. So again, that's why we're looking at having deliveries every day of the week. Additionally, I know that, again, the neighbors, their one concern was on Sundays. And I didn't realize this until recently. I did the research and discovered that Sunday is actually the busiest day of the week for grocery stores here in the valley. That's when most people decide to do their grocery shopping. So it is imperative that we have well-stocked shelves on that day. Now I'm going to discuss the site plan. We did redo the site plan based on comments we got from the Planning Commission originally. There was concern about how close the building was to the residences, so we completely moved the building and reoriented it and changed the floor plan to move it further away. So while we still need the variance for the residential adjacency, we are now 50 feet away from those homes, which sit much lower than our property. And I'm going to show you a residential adjacency. This is the grade for the yards at the existing homes, and this is the existing grade on the property as it sits today. What we're going to do right now, there is a wall, which supposedly is a 6-foot wall, and towards the eastern side of the property, it's about this tall, so 5'2". As you move to the west, the portion of the wall that is above the existing grade of the property is right about at my knee. And that's caused a lot of issues for those residents there. They've had their homes broken into, and one gentleman actually had the landscaping stolen out of his backyard. They have an existing wall in their backyard at the far west end, the last couple of houses, that's already almost 9 feet tall. By the time you put the retaining wall that the home builder built and the planter that he put in and the screening wall that was also built by the home builder. So that wall is existing there now. I went out and knocked on some doors. I held a neighborhood meeting. I asked the residents what they wanted. I had hoped I could convince them for only another 4 or 5 feet with some wrought iron at the top, and the unanimous voice I got from the residents was they want a solid block wall that's 8 feet tall on our side of the property. So that is what we have promised to give them. What we will be doing is building a new wall next to the existing wall. There's a drainage easement along that property, so we're going to be scooping out some of that existing dirt and putting in the drainage area to flow to the east. And then our landscaping will be in that area and adjacent to it. We have, let me back up. I just wanted to point one thing out to you. Although we do have this variance, this is the height of of average people, 5'4" to 5'9". This is the top of the existing wall. This is the sight line. So that's how much of the building would be viewable if they were standing up in their backyard or they were in their living room or whatever room is at the back of the house. When we redesigned the site, you never hear this, we eliminated some of the excess landscaping that we had placed there so that we could come up with the required number of parking spaces. We now meet code. In fact, we have 1 parking space more than is required. So the second variance, 23109 for the parking is no
Mayor
longer
Pro Tem?
required.
Yes. Ms. Scarr, I don't mean to cut you off. We worked hard on this to get to this point that we're at. I don't think going over this entire thing one more time, with me anyway, is going to benefit you one way or the other. I don't mean to be rude to you, but I think we've come to a good position on where we're going to go with this.
Okay.
Do you want to conclude, perhaps,
I'm
maybe?
right there.
Thank you.
So at any rate, the way it's designed right now, we no longer need this variance, and I would ask that it be withdrawn without prejudice. On the special use permit, I would like to have an additional condition placed on here that states the sale of distilled spirits is prohibited at this location. And on the site development review, because of the concerns of the neighbors regarding the wall, I would like to...
Excuse me a second, you say you don't need item 146, the variance for the parking?
That's correct. We now meet code since we've done the redesign, so I would like that to be withdrawn.
Thank you. Continue.
On the site development review, I would like to add a condition that the neighbors requested, which is a decorative 8-foot-tall screening wall matching the one erected to the east of this site shall be completed along the length of the northern property line prior to the issuance of a permanent certificate of occupancy.
Thank you.
And I would like to give that to the clerk for her records.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Scarr? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. You wish to speak on this item?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I beg your indulgence momentarily. I will translate when I have finished my mini presentation. Bonjour, je m'appelle Teddy Roussel. Pardonnez-moi pour le grand faux pas dans regard les églises Ebenezer. My name is Ted Russell. Please forgive me for the grand mistake concerning the Ebenezer Church. I really jumped in it too quickly. I was not aware that there was neon and it was an apples and orange comparison. I do apologize. I have a privilege here that in normal cases I would have to recuse myself. I am tremendously biased in favor of this food store. I also am tremendously biased in favor of Walgreens. The key word in developing a world-class city, as I understand over and over, is patience, a lot of due diligence, a lot of flexibility, evidence logically supported beautifully. I move for recommendation. Of course, the last word is the councilman. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? See no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Scar. I didn't mean to be rude and catch up like that, but this was tough enough. You know how challenging this parcel has been for years. This neighborhood has probably been the most patient of all the neighborhoods in the Northwest in regards to what's going to happen with this dirt behind their homes. So protecting those people to the north is important, as you and I have already talked about. Director Wheeler, did you get those additional conditions that Ms. Scar read into the record?
We're checking, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, Ms. Scar's mentioning that she's changed the plans to eliminate the need for the variance, and we're checking based on the screen here. The most recent plans we have submitted are September 20th. Is that still the date, or did you? Okay, I'm not sure. Hang on.
No, actually, in condition number 1 on the site development review, it should be, that one needs to be amended to delete the variance for the parking. And then in condition number 3,
if I may, do we have
the date
newly
stamp
submitted
needs to change to 9/20/07 for the plans that were revised.
Ms. Scar, Director, would you ask Ms. Scar the question, please?
So again, the date stamp on the plans is September 20th.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Director, do you have a current set of plans then of the new site plan?
Yes, we do.
And they're requesting to withdraw the parking variance VAR 23109. Is that correct, Ms. Scar? That's what you'd like to withdraw?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we have that.
And you do have that, Director?
Yes.
And Ms. Scar, did it say you provided the Director with all of these conditions that you added? Am I right? Okay. I'm not quite sure it's fair, Ms. Scar, to soften the council with the pictures of the food, but nice try. I hope none of you were swayed by that attempt. Actually did very good. This neighborhood, like I said, has been very challenged. Ms. Scar, we talked about Sundays, and I understand that Sundays are probably great shopping days. But at the same time, I want to try to continue to protect the quality of life for that neighborhood to the best of my ability. Initially, when you talked to me about this project, we talked about no Sunday deliveries. When you explained to me the product and how they work and how they operate, and I'm looking forward to actually shopping at one of these stores to see how they work, because it's all fresh food. I understood the delivery issues on Sundays. Sundays also are many people's days off, and I'd like to give them that opportunity in the mornings to sleep, hang out with their kids, eat some breakfast, and not be bothered by the trucks that are going to shut their motors off. And just so the council knows, that delivery drive is sunk into the ground. I mean, it's recessed. They're going to build a nice wall around it, so you can't even almost see the cab of the truck when that truck's parked there. But at the same time, I still want to try to protect that quality of life. You're still asking for one variance and the special use permit for the sale of alcohol. It was challenging, this neighborhood, even in your previous position here at the city, with the issues they had there. That wall is a priority, and you and I talked about that, I think, with your client in regards to how important that wall is to getting it up and getting that neighborhood protected. Ms. Scar, I'm prepared to move forward with agenda items 145, the variance, 147, the SUP, with the added condition of no distilled products, and agenda item 149, with the addition of the screening wall that Director Wheeler has in her possession. I need a commitment from you, however, to stand with me on the delivery hours on Sundays to be 9 a.m., and I know it's challenging for you and your client to understand that. But I'm not going to move from that, and I think you know me well enough that I won't. I would also like a review of condition in 6 months. I anticipate this store and this product to be a home run in this neighborhood. I think once you have this product in that neighborhood, that those folks are going to love this place, And I want you to come back and tell me that in 6 months, how much these neighbors love this place. I don't anticipate any challenges in the 6-month review period, and I hope you pass that on to your clients and share with them the film from today's meeting.
They're watching it on TV.
They're watching it right now. That's what that 6-month review period is for. I'd like to see you guys be successful. I want you to be successful. You and I are going to talk about some more of these out in Ward 6, and I'm anticipating that. And then you'll know kind of what I'm looking at. I'm really not a big supporter of variances and waivers. You already know that. So I think you've really come a long way with the neighborhood and with myself. At the same time, I think the neighborhood and myself have given to your clients to help them make this a successful product in that neighborhood. So I'm prepared to move for approval of these agenda items if you would agree with me on the record. It's no Sunday deliveries will begin at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And that there will be a 6-month review period. So you can come back and tell this council what a great place, what a great job you're doing out there, and how much the neighbors love it.
Yes, sir.
Are you okay with that? With that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 145, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Any question on the motion? Any comments? Hearing none, you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Item 146, there's been a request for, to strike.
Withdrawal without prejudice. Would move for withdrawal of agenda item 146 without prejudice.
Thank you. You've heard that motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
And agenda item 147, Your Honor, would move for approval subject to conditions and also as amended with the additional. Director, would you please?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, additional conditions are that there shall be a 6-month review at a public hearing in the City Council following the issuance of the business license, that the sale of distilled spirits shall be prohibited, that delivery hours shall be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and Sunday 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., and that the store hours shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
You agree to those conditions, Ms. Scar?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. Item 149.
And we move to approve agenda item 149, subject to all conditions. And Director, do you want to read the additional conditions in for the amendment?
Yes, that the change to condition number 3 to show that the site plan and landscape plan is dated September 20th, 07, and an additional condition that no perimeter, that the northern perimeter wall shall be 8 feet in height.
And you agree to those conditions, Ms. Scar?
Yes, sir.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 148 is a special use permit 24162. Applicant 7-Eleven Inc., owner Cap 2, Farm Durango LLC, request for a special use permit for a gaming establishment restricted in conjunction with the proposed convenience store without fuel pumps and a waiver of the town center's development standards to allow a 0-foot distance separation from single-family detached dwellings where 30 feet is required, located on the northwest corner of Durango Drive and El Capitan Way. This is in Ward 6, Councilman Ross's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 5-0 vote recommends approval. We'll declare the public hearing open. Tabitha is here.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I am Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Approval of this application would allow for 7 slot machines within an existing or an approved 7-Eleven convenience store and an inline retail shopping center, El Capitan and Durango. Because of the site's proximity to residential, you can see on the aerial to the east, basically northeast of us, we were required prior to our submission of the application to hold a neighborhood meeting and send certified notices to those most impacted by the proposal of that neighborhood meeting. We held the neighborhood meeting in August, and there was some adjacent neighbors that did attend, and once we explained to them that we were not including gas pumps within our proposal, they were in support of the application and didn't have any concerns. So with that, I'd respectfully request that you follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on Ms. Keach? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing again. Anyone from the public wish to speak on these items? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Again, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation, also for approval of Agenda Item 148, subject to conditions.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Any question? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask staff, are we ready with item 143, I'm sorry, 40, 41, and 42? Okay. We can call forward item 140. I'm getting there. Again, item 140 is a rezoning, 23672. I'll ask staff, did we read all three of these items in the record?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We had a new site plan. We now are in total agreement that there are enough parking spaces. I would ask staff to give us a quick report.
Mayor Pro Tem, the one issue there would be, we would recommend withdrawal of the variance because it is no longer necessary. That's item 141. And on 142, we will have a condition change to reference the date of the plans which have been submitted as of today's date.
Thank you very much. You agree to all that?
Yes, I'm sorry. Bart Anderson, Public Works. We would also recommend one additional condition, that the applicant meet with the traffic engineer for assistance with the design of the proposed driveway accessing Eastern Avenue prior to submittal of any construction drawings and comply with the recommendations of the traffic engineer.
You need that on...
Item 142, the site plan.
Thank you. So on item 140, the rezoning, make a motion to follow, no, I'll make a motion to approve this item with all conditions. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 141, I'll make a motion to withdraw without prejudice. Any questions on the motion? Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And item 142, Site Development Review 23671. I'll make a motion for approval with all conditions as amended.
If I may?
Yes.
Change to condition number 1, it will read approval of in conformance to the conditions of approval for rezoning 23672 shall be required. Condition number 3 to be changed, that all developments shall be in conformance with building elevations date stamped 8/22/07 and the site and landscape plan submitted 11/7/07 except as amended herein, and eliminate condition number 4.
Do you agree to all those conditions?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And the changes?
Yes.
Okay, I move to approve item 142 with all conditions as amended. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
We'll go to item 150. It's a variance, 24-260, public hearing. I'll declare the public hearing open. Applicant owner Salvatore and Antoinette Castro Giovanni. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a 20-foot front yard setback where 30 feet is the minimum required, a 30-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is the minimum required, and a 7-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required for proposed single-family residence on 0.46 acres at 1721 Charles Lamb Court. This is in Councilman Wolfson's Ward 2. Planning Commission, the 5-0 vote, and staff recommend denial. The applicant's present. I declare the public hearing open. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Salvatore Castro Giovanni, 1604 Diamond Oak Court, Las Vegas. Basically, we reduced the house plan in order to meet front yard setback and side yard setback. The only thing we need is a rear yard setback variance to where right now we're 25 feet to where it's supposed to be 35 feet. Also, I have on the back of me, I have no neighbors, or on the side, which is Okie, I have no neighbors. I also have a letter to my neighbors agreeing to it.
Could you submit that to the city clerk for the record, please? Thank you.
So with that, I hope I get my approval.
Any questions of the applicants? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Councilman Wolfson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Mr. and Mrs. Castro Giovanni, thank you both for coming in and sitting down with me and showing me what your project is all about. Margot, it's my understanding from Mr. Castro Giovanni that he has met front and side yard setback requirements on his new proposed plans. Have you seen those?
No, I have not seen the plans, other than what's in front of us now, but it is possible to merely, because this is a single-family home, it is possible to just add a condition that I have proposed that no variance is allowed for the front or side setbacks. A variance to allow a 25-foot rear setback is hereby approved. With that action, then we would review the single-family home plans.
Okay, thank you. You understand that, Mr. and Mrs. Castro Giovanni?
Yes.
Basically, what we're doing is we're relying on your representation that you've made these changes, even though you haven't technically submitted them to us. You agree to abide by those changes?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And the only variance you're asking for then is the rear yard setback.
Yes.
And you have two adjacent neighbors, is that right? One to the north and one to the east?
One to the north and one to the east, yes.
Okay. And you submitted a letter to us with the signators from both of those neighbors, is that right?
Yes, I actually submitted with 3 neighbors.
Okay. But the two of those neighbors are the one that's to the north and the one that's to the east?
Yes.
Your next door neighbors?
Right.
And they agree with this rear setback variance?
They just want to have a house there. It's basically a neighborhood that's the last lot that's open there since, I believe, 1992, 94, around there. And it's an empty lot. They just want to see a home there. They're just tired of having tumbleweeds and, just an empty lot.
And it's a nice corner, isn't it?
It is. It's a beautiful neighborhood, too.
And you propose to build how big of a house?
The house is now reduced to 4,800 square feet. It's a one-story. It's exactly uniform to the neighborhood. The subdivision is adjacent to 10 Oaks, which is really nice, beautiful neighborhood there.
Very familiar with the area. Yeah, I mean, I agree. If I lived in that neighborhood, I wouldn't want just a vacant lot sitting on that corner for so long. Any addition, I'm sure you're going to build a nice house.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be a great addition to the neighborhood. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. My motion would be for approval of this rear yard setback.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, folks.
Thanks.
We'll go to item 153. There's a special use permit, 24192. Applicant Dole Alice LLC doing business at Ryder's owner. The Garrett Group LLC request for a special use permit for proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing service station without incidental automotive repair at 2237 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. The applicant's president declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honor, council members. My name is Dalton Connors. I'm here with my partner, Tom Jones. We own the Garrett Group. We purchased this property from the Chevron Corporation in the year 2000, and we ran it for almost 6 years. In September of 2006, we actually closed the property, tore it down to build a new property. We had several hiccups along the way in terms of the course of construction, and our special use permit expired. We weren't aware of the 6-month time frame on that, and so our request tonight is simply to reacquire a license that we've held for a long time at that location.
Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, your pleasure, please.
I'd just like to put on the record a re-emphasis of what he said. This is not putting liquor where we had not had it previously. It had been there for years. I also would like to tell you that the landscaping you put in, because, we had big concern from the neighbors. Every time I'm with somebody going by there, they say how nice it looks. You really did a nice job.
Thank you very
And
much.
the neighbors appreciate it very much.
We appreciate
I
it.
move for approval.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 154 is special use permit 24193, public hearing, applicant Florencio S. and Anna T. Andreas, owner Andreas Living Trust, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission for a request for a special use permit for a proposed 64-unit hotel residence at 3801 East Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. The applicant is present. At this time, I haven't had a chance to get a hold of the applicant after today. Even before today, I would ask that we could hold this in abeyance for 2 more weeks. I have some conditions I'd like her to look at to see if she can agree to. I don't think I could ask her to do that today. I don't think it would be fair to her. This is turning a older motel, hotel use that's down on pretty near Honolulu and 95 on Charleston. I met with the applicant. I certainly agree with what she's trying to do down here. I want to work with her hand in hand. But at this time, I want you to look at these conditions. This is for the manager of the apartments, if we can get it changed over to apartments. And I think it's important for you and your husband to look at this and read them and see if you can agree with them, and then we'll come back on the 21st to see what we can do to help you.
21st, yes, ma'am.
Okay? Could you hand this to her, please? And I'll give a copy to the city clerk for the record. And the conditions are on the back page. Thank you. My motion would to hold item 154 in abeyance until our November 21st meeting. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? We'll close the public hearing then. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll see you on the 21st. Thank you. Item 155 is a special use permit 24214, public hearing, applicant owner Scott and Veronica Selco, request for a special use permit for the conversion of an existing 561 square foot Class 2 detached accessory structure garage to a Class 1 detached accessory structure casita on 0.52 acres at 2401 Driftwood Drive. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. I see the applicant is present. I declare the public hearing open and be glad to hear from the applicant.
I'm Stephen Jackson, the architect on this project. It's a remodel addition, and the casita is just a part of the project, but we do need this permit to do the casita. And I'm happy to describe the project or answer any questions or respond to any guests we might have, any neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, your pleasure, please.
Yes, this home is located in Rancho Bel Air, and the Homeowners Association there supports this plan. I drove by the site. I believe the applicant's plans will be beneficial to the neighborhood, and so I move for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thanks
Thank you.
a lot. The Selcos appreciate it, too.
You bet.
We'll get started on it.
Item 156 is a special use permit 24251, public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant, Czech City, owner, Buffalo, Washington, the Third LLC, request for a special use permit for a financial institution specified an auto title loan and a waiver to allow a distance separation of 0 feet from an existing pond auto use where 1,000 feet is the minimum separation required at 7591 West Washington Avenue, Suites 140 and 50. This is again in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 4-0-1 vote recommend approval. Mr. Brown is here representing the applicant. I'll declare the public hearing open. Mr. Brown, please.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. As you said, Mayor Pro Tem, this is a special use permit request for a financial institution at Buffalo and Washington. There's no residential anywhere near the area, and although there is another so-called financial institution, it's Super Pond, which is a completely different type of business. than Czech City. And therefore, we'd ask you to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and recommend approval.
Are there any questions of Mr. Brown, please? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Tarkanian, your pleasure, please.
This item was before the council last year, and the circumstances have changed since then. There used to be another financial institution there. It has moved, it is closed, and its license has passed the time when it can be renewed. Its special use permit is past the time. The other financial institution which remains is a pawn shop and operates in a different manner than Czech City does. I feel that this can be compatible. There are not neighbors behind or close by, and I move for approval with all conditions.
Any question on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please pose. Motion carries.
I'd like to say one more thing, if I could, on the
Please.
record, Mayor Pro Tem, and that is, for some people who had called and asked me, when it says 0 feet from the other financial institution, it does not mean 0 feet. It means that they're in the same shopping center, and the distance is far enough away, I think, that we won't have a problem.
Thank you. Item 157 is special use permit, public hearing declared open. Applicant Monterey Management of California, Inc., owner Cheyenne Plaza Limited, request for a special use permit for a financial institution specified with waivers to allow no separation from residential property where a minimum 200 feet separation is required, and to allow 1,400 square feet of gross floor area where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required at 6010 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite 11. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 4-1 vote recommends approval. Again, I see Mr. Brown is present representing the applicant. Would declare the public hearing open. Mr. Brown, please.
Again, for the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. I think the important thing here to understand is this applicant has been at this location for many years. It was here even before you needed a special use permit for a financial institution. Now, at this time, we desire to just add check cashing. And because we decided to add check cashing, we need to come forward for that special use permit, and that's why we're here. Although there is some close proximity to residential, by the way the crow flies, there is a big shopping center on Cheyenne and Jones, and there's a block wall behind the shopping center that does block us from residential. And we're also asking to allow 1,400 square feet of gross space where 1,500 is allowed. Is required, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? See no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that, Mr. Brown. You and I have talked about this location also and had several conversations about the amount of these establishments in our communities. But this has been there for quite some time. I'm very aware of what's going on there. And would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
You've heard the motion. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to item 159. Is a site development review, 23931. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request for a site development plan review for a proposed public park and parking lot within the Boulder Avenue right-of-way between First Street and Main Street. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission with a 5-0-1 vote and staff recommend approval. I see the applicant's present here. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Bill Knight. I'm with Pogomar Design Group, 2601 North Tenaya Way. We've been working with both planning and public works staff to design the Boulder Park Plaza. We've also been coordinating this project with the Las Vegas Sculpture Plaza. This project is funded by the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act funding, and this is a project to develop amenities and infrastructure for the Sculpture Plaza at Boulder and Main Street. From the graphics, you can see that there are a number of amenities: landscaping, fencing, irrigation, to support the amenity, the future sculpture. And this project is currently budgeted for $1.2 million. Our construction estimate is coming in under that, so that looks good. We are currently scheduled to complete the design by the end of the year, and we would anticipate that there would be a construction contract on the council agenda in May of 2008. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Knight? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Yes, sir.
I was at the Planning Commission meeting. I had 3 issues involving this site. I own the building at 1021 South Main Street. That business has been there for over 35 years. When this street is blocked off, there will be no access, no way for trucks to get out of this area because the turn, if you came down Boulder going towards Casino Center, is almost impossible for a car, let alone a semi. At the Planning Commission meeting, they viewed my objection, and plus the truck would have to back out of First Street past Opportunity Village where there are handicapped people. It's causing a safety hazard. They sent the engineers out to look at the situation. They agree with the problem. Their solution was to allow me to have the semi block the sidewalk while we unload the truck, which has been a problem in the past. They ticket the truck, so we had to park on the street in order to unload the truck because they wouldn't let us block the sidewalk for 5 minutes, even though there's hardly any pedestrian traffic in the area.
We need your name for that.
My name is Edward Stokowski, 1021 South Main Street.
Thank you.
They came out and they said, we'll allow that, and we'll red lines part of the street so that the truck can get around out there. But I don't have anything other than their word on that. I haven't heard anything on that issue. Now, my second issue was we have a very tremendous problem with street people in the area. As of yesterday, as early as yesterday, in the middle of broad daylight, somebody has a bowel movement on the sidewalk right here on First Street. There's a gentleman that sleeps every day on 1025 South Main Street, which is Mr. Solomon's property, which he owns everything in the neighborhood except my property. So, and I went to him today to ask him to call the police or do something to get this guy off his property, and I'm told, well, I can't see it from there. What he does is buy property, paint the building, and then never goes and checks and see if anything's happened. We have a tremendous problem in this area, and the point of that story is there's 1 million people going to come out here to see this, and that's what they're going to see. This might be a great idea, but at this moment in time, it's too soon because you've got to clean this area up. In the last 12 years, I can count on my 2 hands the number of times that police cars come down First Street. And I can count on less than 1 hand that when they've come down less than 50 miles an hour. That's why these people feel secure in doing whatever they do on that street. Prophylactics all over the place, having sex out there when the sun goes down. They feel completely safe because there's no protection over there. If this goes through, it's going to be the Circle Park all over again. Circle Park all over again. My third problem with the thing is the timing. I love the idea of that casino going up out there. I wanted to see the area improved. But the first step is to clean up the area. And it's a tremendous street person problem out there because they feel completely secure to do anything they want because nobody's watching them.
Thank you, sir. Just a moment, please. Mr. Anderson, can you address his first concern, please, as far as the loading?
Yes, sir. When the gentleman identified the issues that he had at the Planning Commission, Public Works staff did go out and meet with him. Our traffic engineering section is evaluating alternatives for him, such as allowing the trucks to temporarily load from the street. It's not normally allowed, but in the case of a situation where we're going to be causing the street to terminate and preventing any other way, we are looking at ways of allowing him to legally do that so that he would not be cited for occasional use in that regard. Another alternative that we are discussing with some of the property owners that are coming forward with redevelopment plans in the area is possibly putting in a cul-de-sac bulb at the end of First Street that would allow semi-trucks to turn around just per normal city standards. So there are a number of alternatives that we are investigating right now, and we've attempted to address all of the concerns that the gentleman raised at the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And we can condition this as such.
Yes, sir, except for the
Cul-de-sac.
The cul-de-sac, that
Yeah.
is an ongoing discussion with some of the other property
Yeah.
owners.
But as far as him parking there, he doesn't have our word, it'll be in writing.
Certainly, you can direct staff to make that happen, and that is our intention to make that happen.
Yes, okay.
Can I say one thing more? I do appreciate the way the engineering department came out. They came out in a couple of days. I appreciate that part of it. But I haven't seen anything other than their word on anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I can condition it such today, and it will be in writing, and you can get a copy of it.
But what about the issue of the street people?
That's something,
We've got
sir,
a
that
tremendous problem over there.
that's something, sir, that I will try to attend to and help you out with.
Thank you.
Sir, one other thing. Have you ever called my office on this?
Yes, I haven't been able to get a hold of you.
I'm very easy to get a hold of.
Well,
I'm probably the most.
as early as today. I tried calling Mayor Oscar Goodman's office because I wanted him to get out there and see
I'm the most
this guy
successful.
sleeping out there. One other thing, the perfect location for this would be where instead of closing off a street, where the Morgan Pest Control used to be. That's a perfect location for this thing. I mean, without closing the street.
Mr. Miles Isbett?
Leslie Miles Isbett, 107 East Charleston Boulevard. This is a project that we've been working on for years, trying to change the complexion of that area to alleviate the blight that we've suffered for many, many years. So this is, a very important step in that process. There are several new organizations that have all come together to make this happen. There's been, oh my Lord, many public neighborhood meetings and sculpture park meetings over the design and the planning. We've been working with Mr. Knight and Pogemeyer and with city planning. And this is, we feel it's a very important step in the reconditioning of our neighborhood and the gentrification and the change that our neighbors and ourselves have been working, so hard for. We do have issues, and I would hope that you would approve this part of the great plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Russell?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I should be greatly ashamed and chagrined to admit the truth that my very first Friday was this past weekend, and it was a magnificent experience, entirely memorable for me. And Wes, I did try to find you. You were running around somewhere. I wanted to check in and say hello.
Maybe he's seen you first.
I beg your pardon. I won't be treated this way. It never works, but I always say it. Anyway, as I was saying, one of the things I would like on my tombstone, if there were such a thing, and I assure you we're not having it, would be that he was a great friend of First Friday. We do so many things very, very well, and we are doing so well with the upgrading and the expansion of the Arts District. This is not something that is falling together overnight. I understand the neighbors' objections very much. I spend a lot of time at that intersection during the day, but God's honest truth, I'm practically never there at night. But I'm sure that his concerns and his reservations will be addressed in the confidence and the assurance I have particularly in the Mayor Pro Tem. With all that said, and probably a little bit too much, I am totally in favor of approval of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Any questions of the applicant? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. I certainly appreciate the gentleman's concerns about the unloading. I feel comfortable, though, after talking to staff, this week that they will do everything they can possibly do to alleviate your concerns. The other concerns about homelessness in the park, I'll try to work on that also. And so with that said, I will ask Mr. Anderson if he could give us a new condition to add to this application, please.
Certainly, sir. How about this? Coordinate with the city traffic engineer to allow short-term commercial loading from the First Street public right-of-way to adjacent commercial businesses.
Sounds good to me. Any questions on that? I may not be the most successful, but I taught him everything he knows. Anyhow. With that condition added, I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of this item, and thank everyone that's worked on this item for many years, especially Councilman Tarkanian, who's had a hand in this also. I think it's really going to add to the Arts District and be a viable part of it. With that, my motion is for approval with amended conditions. You've heard the motion. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Appreciate it. Item 160 is review of condition, public hearing. Applicant, owner, Gervasia Enterprise Living 1993 Trust, request for review of condition to remove condition number 5 of an approved special use permit, which special use permit SUP 17308, which stated that the sale of individual containers of any size of beer, wine coolers, or screw cap wine is prohibited. All such products shall be remain in their original configurations as shipped by the manufacturer. Further, no repackaging of containers into groups smaller than the original shipping container size shall be permitted at 6595 Smoke Ranch Road. This is Suite 140, 145, and 150. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Staff recommends denial, and Mr. Brown is present representing the applicant. I declare the public hearing open. Mr. Brown.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. You said it all. The applicant is asking to remove condition number 5 of an approved special use permit. And that condition prohibited the sale of actually beer and wine singles. We've had no problems at all at this location, and my client tells me that there's some competition in the area that also sells singles, so they'd like to sell singles, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions, the representative? Hearing none, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had the opportunity of going out and visiting this site on several occasions. It's right down the street from my house, so I'm very familiar with the area as well as the location in question today. I would like to move forward to withdraw condition number 5, remove condition number 5 of the special use permit. However, I would like to add a 6-month review to bring it back 6 months from now to do a status check on if, in fact, I believe any inadvertent activity has come about due to this change in condition. So that would be my recommendation at this time.
That's agreeable to the applicant.
Thank you.
Any question on the motion?
So if I may, Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman, the conditions as within your staff report would remain. That would remove the condition, and then we would add a condition that there will be a 6-month review at a city council public hearing.
That is correct.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 161 is, Item 161 is also review of condition 24-786, public hearing. Applicant owner, AMAX Enterprise LLC, request for a review of condition to remove condition number 2 on an approved site development plan review, SDR 13880, which stated that the perimeter wall shall be 6 feet solid block except for the southwestern 50 feet, which may be 4 foot solid with 2 foot top wrought iron, and replace with a condition requesting wrought iron fencing at 540 North Eastern Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. I see the representative present. Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, thank you very much. Dan Ballard, 11135 Southeastern, Henderson, Nevada. Two reasons we requested to change it from the solid block wall to the fence is one, mostly for security. Our concern is that solid block wall will allow too much between the two that no one can see what's going on. The open fencing allows a better visibility, which we think is a much better idea. And also the solid block wall, because of its proximity to the alleyway, had a very large eccentric footing, which didn't allow for a good landscaping area. The footing would stop that landscaping material. So we think the fence is a good alternative to this condition.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant, its representative? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I have been in contact with, I'll close the public hearing. I have been in contact with some neighbors in the rear. They thought we was going to have a block wall along there. For those listening and those watching, they are redoing the alleyway. The applicant is redoing the alleyway. We are going to make the alleyway one way. We have had a lot of problems in the area. I certainly agree with the applicant as far as visibility. The one thing that I really appreciate is that we're not going to have code enforcement down there, or rapid response go down there and cover up the graffiti, because it's going to be awful hard to graffiti the wrought iron fence. It really looks nice. It will look nice. The landscaping is going to look nice. I can certainly appreciate them doing what they've done down there. It's a beautiful new shopping center, office complex. It's going to have a nice restaurant for us to eat at. I certainly appreciate all their efforts. So I certainly appreciate staff's recommendation, but again, I think this is going to be beneficial to the area as well as the neighborhood. And my motion will be for approval of this item with all conditions. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much, and our client, thanks very much.
You bet. Item 162, I would please instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. We'll go to the last item on the agenda, which is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. We will ask that there will be 3 minutes time limit, definite, and I see members at the podium, so we'll open this portion of the City Council meeting. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Rasan Joshua Collins, an advocate for the homeless. And 1 Corinthians 10:26 says, "For the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof." So we need to follow God's rules. And to protest continual attacks on the homeless and others by hypocritical and judgmental marshals and government leaders who break their own laws and never go to jail, we're inviting all to come camp out tonight with us in Frank Wright Plaza. We'll be praying and encouraging one another, and if marshals try chasing us out of the park, many of us will likely be going to jail. The arrest will be filmed, Lord willing. Las Vegas officials are robbing the people of the peace, rights, and freedoms, and it seems that they have no concern for the poorest of society who are unable to give them monetary gain. Catering to tourists, they have neglected to show mercy and concern for the poor public at large, who often have nowhere else to sleep at public parks. By giving them heavy fines and jail times to those sleeping outside in parks, officials condemn themselves, since they also are guilty of breaking their own laws, yet are never fined or jailed. Under NRS 201, laws for good morals and public decency are continually ignored, and acts of treason are continually committed against citizens who work hard for what little money and liberty they have. One young man told me he was fined $290 for having something hang in his rearview mirror, and many are in jail right now who don't belong behind bars any more than the police, rulers, and judges who attack them. I have found officials, including city council members and police, oftentimes don't even know biblical, state, or constitutional laws when asked. Do any of you know what Article 8 of the Constitution discusses? Any of you? Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Now, I was in jail for 2 months for sleeping outside. I fought the case and I got dismissed. I think that's a little bit extreme, especially when God says, take care of people that are, homeless and that kind of thing. Not that I'm asking for a handout. I don't want that. I just want to be left alone if I'm sleeping in a park or something like that. that's not too much to ask, especially when God says to take care of people that are have less than maybe you do. Now, I used to be a math teacher, so I could make a lot of money if I wanted, but I street preach, and I'm willing to go to jail for what I preach, and I have gone to jail for what I preach. But obviously, I see that God's heart is not in the officials, and it needs to be. I, Lord willing, will be sleeping in Frank Wright Plaza tonight with others, Lord willing, and will let you know the punishment I and others receive for resting in this park. Lord willing, nothing will happen as far as arrest, but maybe it will, I don't know. But I encourage you to repent before it's too late and be kind to the poor. James 2:5 says that the rich oftentimes are poor in faith, while the poor are rich in faith, and that the poor are oftentimes the heirs of those that are coming to heaven. So you should be good to them. We're in the last days, and hell is real. So I encourage you to follow the Lord, and turn from sexual sin and fornication and drunkenness and all that other stuff, and give your life to Jesus for real, because we're in the last days. Amen. God bless.
Thank you. I would like to ask, are there any homeless out here in the audience today? Are there any of the homeless here that would like to have a meal and a place to stay tonight? We have members of staff here that can take your names and try to help you out if you'd like. Staff, do you see who needs to have help? Please check with them. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Stanley Washington, 4299 Lucas Avenue. I'd like to refer back to the discussion relative to employment plan and when it applies and when it doesn't. I certainly am in agreement with Director of Business Development, Scott Adams, that the law does not require an employment plan to take place unless it's in the redevelopment area. However, the last time this item was discussed when I was here, he also advised this council that in such situations, it was the council's prerogative and will, if they wanted to still impose the requirements of the employment plan on all projects that are taking place. So with that, we have the 61 acres. We have a number of major projects taking place that still involve the same tax dollars going down, whether it's redevelopment or not. And since we do have a situation where the law did apply to the Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall and to World Market Center, which the law was clearly broken and not followed by staff. I'm sure Mr. Selby can advise you on the specifics of that, since I got to believe someone knew why the job fair that was supposed to take place in Ward 5 relative to Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall took place in Ward 1 prior to your arrival, Councilman Tarkanian, and it was noted that Councilman Weekly at the time had no knowledge that the job fair had occurred, and was only upon my call to a constituent in the ward that then called, at that time, Liaison Barlow, who then informed Councilman Weekly of the job fair taking place. Now, I find that kind of strange, how a job fair can take place that was supposed to take place in Ward 5. I personally had discussions with the developer, I forget what state it was out of, 6 months prior to being the designated point person who was supposed to gather the materials to take it to the Ward 5 people, to get them prepared and enough time to have decent job interviews. Yet I get a call the Thursday before the Saturday job fair that took place on Brush in Ward 1, and the councilman didn't even know that the job fair had taken place. So someone basically knew. We knew staff knew. Now, who knew on council? That still is a question that needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed as we take place. Certainly, Councilman Weekly has not commented on that, other than a weak admonishment of Selby at a city council meeting that took place here. May I have 1 more minute, please?
You got 25 seconds.
Okay, well, bottom line is, since the law was in play for Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall and World Market Center, and it did not happen, certainly it makes sense to me that this council would go ahead and impose the right thing to make sure that the job in Ward 5 take place for the residents in Ward 5, and I will be following this issue, and if I have to engage City Attorney Jervik and get with council to get this straight, we will go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Gene Collins, and I reside at 1101 Eleanor. Is there any way that I could get these maps shown?
Right there on the overhead. Could we go to the overhead, please? right there on the monitor in front of you there. Do you see it? Overhead, please. It's not on yet, Gene. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. What I rise and what I'm concerned about is this map. You know, the problem with this is that everyone speaks of the African American community pulling itself up by its own bootstraps. I don't like to refer to us as doing this, but when we try to make a difference in our community, somehow we are shut down. What this map illustrates is that I have 3 bills with me today. Senate Bill 234, which that map contains, Senate Bill 352, and Assembly Bill 598. And Senate Bill 234 goes with that map. And as you can see, but you can't see it the way that the map is, but the horizontal line, I can go over this for you. Everything from the north is Cary, everything to the south is past Stewart, everything from the east of MLK all the way past Bruce, and some of those areas in this map is it goes all the way to Bowler Highway. Yes, now you can see it. Go to Cary up at the top. See, up there where Stan is pointing, that's Cary, and go all the way down to Stewart still. That's Stewart, and the other line over here is Bruce, and then go to ML. And the other one is MLK. Now that's our community. This is what the legislature tried to pass with Senate Bill 234, which I only gave you a short outline of our community, not the total outline of what this bill consists of. Now, AB 598 was an $8 billion bond issue that was going to oversee. Senate Bill 352 was a 9-member committee set up to help facilitate them to come in and remove everything in those lines. That means the church, that means the schools, that means everything in that area, our total community. Now, my question is how can the senior citizen, I'm a senior citizen now, I cannot afford a new mortgage note. So how can the seniors in this area find some place to stay? So I just wanted to bring this to your attention, and Mayor Pro Tem, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to complete my sentence.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Tarkanian, may I have a meeting at your office at your meeting, please?
Yes, just call my office, and my secretary's name is Kim, and she will set up a time.
I certainly want to do that. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I am in a homeless situation because I have a lot of people that want to lie on me. Even a former employee that was sitting with you people one day, I found out she sit out on Nellis and helped laugh at me, along with the lady I was living with, Gwendolyn Mabry. They might get angry with me for telling this, but former City Councilwoman Lynette Boggs McDonald, I understand they sit out there and made fun of me after making this mess, along with my ex-husband and his mother and sister. And I asked the Shreveport Police Department to quit handing lies up to this city to slander me. They have slandered me. They have caused injury to my daughter. I have a crippled daughter. I have a granddaughter. I don't know if she's alive, which one time I heard that she was in your household. I wanted you to be able to defend that and answer to me if there was any truth to that.
No truth.
Because I know you and Lynette was really good friends.
No truth at all.
And she's connected with my ex-in-laws. I don't know if you know my ex-husband.
Nope.
But I'm told that he's a part of something your organization does.
I don't think so.
That's what brought about our divorce. We couldn't have come to an agreement. His father and grandfather were 33rd degree Prince Hall Mason. I'm not knocking the Masons for having programs that they have, because I understand it's to protect people when they do not know their way. And this, they just sympathize with the
I can honestly say I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you.
But, thank you. So I'm trying to find out, because I keep watching the news and these little blonde-haired girls keep coming up missing, and they keep finding these children that's been sexually abused, and me and my children have been abused by these people that run these programs, and I want to make it a public thing that people be aware if they're being oppressed by these type programs. To oppress people and make them live poor and then attack them with laws which they know it's the law that a person's constitutional rights are being violated when they're placed on a program where illegals are even forced to lie on them, and they're using military intelligence software to implement these programs with our tax dollars. Come on. I'm a veteran. I served 3 years from 1975 to 1978 to protect everyone right and free. I took an oath. When you go into the military, you take an oath, just like you take an oath for these positions. The mayor has to take an oath, the president takes an oath, doctors, lawyers, attorneys, police officers have to take an oath to uphold what they believe in to protect the people. Come on, now, if I'm telling them I don't want the program, it shouldn't take them that long to cancel me off. They're trying to cover up for this gentleman. He's sitting out there now thinking he owns people he shouldn't, his people should have him under some control with what he's doing toward women. And this is a day when women can't vote. Women can do the job that a man can do when they're intelligent enough to hold a position. And women should no longer be oppressed, the poor. Like I'm with the gentleman, everybody should be treated fairly and equally. We're not asking for a lot of handouts. We're asking for justice to be done. And it's not just and fair that I suffer at the mercy of any militants, race hate groups, women, men that oppress women. I understand they have a need for sex, but they shouldn't hurt women and try to force them into sexual slavery and include children, child molesters and pedophiles. And I'm trying to talk to the head of the Catholic diocese and other priests and religious leaders on this, because other children are being sexually abused, not just mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Becky Sias, and my full address, 3468 Silverboat Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm not with an organization. I'm just a very compassionate person, and we have a huge problem here in Las Vegas with the homeless community. And I know that you guys do have a committee on homelessness, but there's a wall between the homeless and between your committee. Yesterday there was the event at Cashman Field. Are any of you aware that there were sleeping bags that were donated, but the sleeping bags weren't given to everybody? People were denied sleeping bags because they were only given to veterans. Because this is just what I heard. Do you guys know the reason why they were only given to veterans?
We have no idea.
Well, this is what I heard, that Shannon West said that it would put a bad light on Las Vegas, showing that if we gave sleeping bags to everyone, that we are advocating homelessness. That's what I heard. But I think that we need to get to the bottom of that, why there was preferential treatment towards veterans, which I love veterans. I love everybody. But I think that in this community, when you divide them, they've got enough problems. You're creating animosity towards, people that are veterans and people that aren't. Everybody needs to be treated the exact same way, with compassion, just like they're your neighbor, they're your brother, your sister. They are somebody's people. But what are you guys going to do to unify it and to stop breaking everything up and to build a connection between the community and your committee?
I know that we're not usually asked to take action on this item. I feel that we have to say something to you because of your plea to us. The city has probably been in the forefront for many, many years, trying to help those people that are homeless to find places to live, places to eat, places to work. Sometimes it's really, really hard to help those that don't want our help.
Yeah, or who don't trust you guys.
Well, trust has nothing to do with it, I don't think. They just they want to have their agendas to go out and say different things about the groups that are trying to help. I know that the city has spent many, many staff hours working on these issues. We had over 2,600 people down there yesterday protecting these services that we're providing.
But they weren't providing them to everyone.
I listened to you. You asked a question. I'm trying to answer it. I can certainly commend our staff for what they've done. And if it's not enough, we're continuing to try to do more. I would just really like to have those people that want our help to step forward and take our help. And those that have, they're very, very successful. They're doing really, really good. They're now being employed full-time. They have good places to live. They're back on their feet, and they're doing good. And I don't know what else you can do. I mean, you can lead a horse to water. I've heard this over and over many, many years. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. We offer a hand up, but we tried offering a hand out, and it don't work. And so those people that want help, we will continue to help.
How are you going to create the trust?
Ma'am, that is not up to us, I don't think. I think that's up to those people that don't want to cross the line. We've been out there, we've offered our hands to them. They refused the services. We've had the mayor here many, many
So
meetings.
you're not going to keep trying?
Absolutely, we're going to keep trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're trying every day. I got staff here tonight that's offered to help.
Okay, that's
We
great.
had a memorandum today, or yesterday, come around, there's going to be over 100 homeless here. I don't see 100 homeless here. And so we had staff here prepared to help those that wanted our help tonight.
It's not that they don't want help. They see, like yesterday,
Ma'am,
people
ma'am,
were... I know, but now I'm talking.
I listened to you, your time's up.
Oh, my time's up?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
speak for 3 minutes?
No,
or
ma'am,
two?
no. You asked questions, I tried to answer the questions for you, which I shouldn't have, but I did. I wanted to satisfy your concerns to the best of my ability, and apparently I didn't. So,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Mhm. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. I'm Teddy Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. I am Theodore, THEODORE _Russell, RUSSELL @yahoo.com. The best in impeachment, this is to my friend Senator Reed, the best an impeachment drama could do is soil the legacy. This is a done deal. Let us skip the drama. The downtown initiative, I don't know whether it is going on right now or not. It should be rest in peace because it really doesn't pass muster according to the First and the Fourth Amendment, and of course, what is actually a holy, sacred, and glorious aspect of this republic, the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. The opportunity is in confidence as through the auspices of our good mayor and our mayor pro tem that the city is irrevocably committed to partnership ecumenically with all faiths to invite His Holiness Pope Benedict XVI, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the plenary president of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, and Franklin Graham of the Billy Graham Ministries to visit Las Vegas. As far as the funds, we all have physical problems, I'm sure, with the great hearts of the Las Vegans and your congregations. This could be arranged in God's own time. Jesus of Nazareth, at the close of his ministry, more and commonly recognized as the last 2 years, spent more and more time in Jerusalem. He slept under olive trees in Gethsemane Mount of Olives. Buddha did dwell under a tree for years. St. Francis was adamantly, joyfully homeless, sharing his truth that no man in Christ, Christ in him in Christ, is ever homeless, being one with the Spirit of the Father, of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Israel. Until it be done, I urge all Americans to unite in demanding the U.S. Supreme Court revisit and re-examine the trial of a modern-day 20th century equivalent of Dred Scott unconstitutional failure. The case is called Everson versus the Board of Education, 1947, was the case in which Chief Justice Felix Frankfurter and the majority used a single letter of retired Thomas Jefferson's social correspondence, an apology for not attending a function in Danbury, Connecticut from Virginia, over and above, and also wherein he proclaimed a wall of separation between church and state, over reams and reams, hundreds and hundreds of pounds of real precedent, including land grants, covenants, compacts, resolutions, showing that this republic was and ever will be a friend of all faiths and that the only church that would be forbidden would be the official church of the United States of America with mandatory attendance and tithing, a form of clerical extortion only in this particular event, which will never occur. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Theodore Yahoo.
I won't be treated this way. I keep on. Thanks. Have a great evening.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Tim.
The only thing I have to say is there's not...
We need your name, please.
Oh, Jason. Friend of mine just telling me just a minute ago, there's not enough shelters for everybody to be in, to help the people who are sleeping outside and stuff like that.
Did you have staff offer you a place to sleep tonight?
No.
They were all around over here tonight, and I asked people to raise their hands if they wanted a place to sleep. And they looked for everybody that wanted a place to sleep.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one. Councilman Brown?
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.